Let us pray. Almighty God, we willingly acknowledge you as a supreme being, most gracious and most merciful. Look down, we beseech you, on us who are members of this Senate, and deign to assist us in the duties that we have to perform on behalf of our beloved country of Trinidad and Tobago. Open our eyes to see the truth, and help us to accept it with all its implications into our lives. Direct us, O Lord, in our deliberations so that, setting aside private interests, unwholesome prejudices, and personal affections, we may treat all matters set before us with honesty, courage, and conviction. Through all we say and do in this Senate, may we give glory and honor to your holy name, inspire confidence in our fellow citizens, and make a positive contribution to the peace and prosperity of our nation. Amen.
Bills brought from the House of Representatives. Finance Bill 2023 in the name of the Minister of Finance.
Leader of Government Business.
Mr. President, in accordance with Standing Order 62(1)B, I beg to move that the next stage of the bill be taken later in the proceedings.
Honourable Senators, the question is that the next stage of the bill be taken later in the proceedings. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The next stage of the bill will be taken later in the proceedings.
Papers.
Senator Leader of Government Business.
Mr. President, I have the honor to present the following paper as listed on the order paper in the name of Senator Laurel Lazama Leasing. The delegation report on the multi-stakeholder dialogue on the gender equality and sustainable development and exchange among Caribbean Women's Parliamentary Caucuses, Gros Islet, St. the delegation report on the multi-stakeholder dialogue on gender equality and sustainable development and exchange among Caribbean Women's Parliamentary Caucuses, Gros Islet, St. Lucia, from October 31st to November 2nd, 2023.
Vice President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I have the honor to lay on the table the following paper as listed on the order paper in my name. The sessional report on the third session, 2022-2023, 12th Parliament of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago.
Leader of Government Business.
Mr. President, I have the honor to lay on the table the following papers May I proceed, Mr. President? Mr. President, I have the honor to lay on the table the following papers as listed on the order paper in the name of the Minister of Finance. The Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority Extension of Period Number 2 Order 2023. The report of the Auditor General of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago on the financial statements of the San Fernando City Corporation for the financial year ended September 30th, 2009.
Reports from committees.
Senator, the Honorable Renuka Sagram Singh Suklal.
Mr. President, I have the honor to present the following report as listed on the order paper in my name. The 10th report of the Joint Select Committee on Local Authorities, Service Commissions and Statutory Authorities, including the THA, on an inquiry into the efficient and effectiveness of the Pesticides and Toxic Chemicals Inspectorate, 3rd Session, 2022-2023, 12th Parliament.
Urgent questions.
Leader of Government Business.
President, I hereby request that urgent questions be deferred to a stage later in the sitting.
Have Leader of Government Business.
Mr. President, I hereby request that we proceed with urgent questions at this time.
Senator Mark.
It is not a custom for the Minister of Finance to be late. I was a bit surprised. Mr. President, may I, to the Honorable Minister of Finance, given extended delays in clearing goods at the ports due to staff shortages and operational changes, what measures are being taken by the Customs and Excise Division to allow citizens to clear their goods in time for Christmas?
Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. There needs to be a proper understanding of this situation. The private transit sheds have limited space to accommodate examination. And I was just talking to the Controller of Customs, who informed me that the issue is with air cargo, not general air cargo, nor is there an issue with sea cargo. The issue is with what we call courier cargo, where the couriers would accumulate packages at a station, perhaps in Miami, and then send a shipment in. These packages are then cleared at transit sheds, which have limited space. We also have a recurring problem where the couriers do not provide advance information on their consignments. But notwithstanding all of that, the working hours have been extended at the transit sheds to 11 p.m. Additional customs officers have been deployed. In fact, the Customs and Excise Division has had to deploy customs officers that would normally work in the baggage hall at Piarco Airport to the transit sheds to deal with these courier packages, which in itself is creating some issues. I, in fact, got a WhatsApp message from the Minister of Transport this morning talking about the fact that we had redeployed customs officers from the baggage hall to the transit sheds. So it's a complex situation, but customs, as I said, have extended their working hours. They're working around the clock and also deploying all available customs officers.
Senator Mark.
Mr. President, to the Honourable Minister, given the complexity of the situation as described by the Honourable Minister, and given the fact, Mr. President, that small people are going to be mainly affected by this particular crisis, can the Minister indicate whether, for instance, there's a specific time frame, given what he has just indicated, for all of these goods to be cleared, so that ordinary people who are getting whatever they are getting through the courier services would be able to have those goods before the season?
Again, there needs to be a proper understanding of the magnitude of the situation. We are talking about 150,000 packages expected during this month, perhaps more. In November, there were 167,000 packages. And we have particular problems with transit sheds. One transit shed was closed down because its security systems were totally non-functional, and unknown persons broke in, tampered with packages, and removed items which we suspect are illegal items such as guns and ammunition. That is one transit shed. And I'm told that transit shed was not even aware that persons had broken in and stolen things from their packages because their security systems were not working. Another one, the customs was tracking packages of interest identified by international law enforcement to contain illegal weapons. And those packages disappeared from that transit shed. They still cannot be found. That was shut down as well. You see, you never hear these things because it is not appropriate to make complete public statements on these matters for reasons of security. But I thought it's necessary to say these things now. One hand can't clap. The government is doing the best it can, but the couriers do not wish to provide advance package information, and the security systems are not of the best. So we are trying our best, but understand you're dealing with 150,000 packages, some of which could contain arms and ammunition.
Thank you, Mr. President. Minister, one can anticipate that more use is going to be made of these Amazon purchases. So can we equally anticipate that customs will look to expand on those facilities, the transit sheds, and increase the manpower as we go along?
Minister.
In the case of those two transit sheds, it has taken a very long time for the owners to achieve compliance. We're talking about CCTV camera systems not working. We're talking about people entering a transit shed, abandoned warehouse as it were, and removing items. We're talking about packages that have disappeared and the owners of the transit shed cannot locate them. Up to now, We're talking 3 months later, they can't locate the packages, and these are packages of interest to international law enforcement. The solution to all of this, the solution is the Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority. That is the solution. And it is ironic that the opposition opposes the Revenue Authority bitterly, but wants improvements in efficiency at customs.
Members, the time for urgent questions has ended. Clerk.
Questions on notice? Questions or answer?
Leader of Government Business.
Mr. President, the government is prepared to answer on the order paper question number 10, question number 12, and question number 40 for oral response, and we request a deferral of question number 11 for 2 weeks, please.
Honourable Senators, the request for deferral on question number 11 is so granted. Senator Mark.
Question number 10 to the Minister of Energy and Energy Industries.
Minister of Trade and Industry.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. A root cause analysis report on the incident in the Naikwan Energy Trinidad Limited plant on June 15, 2023 was commissioned by NETL. NETL being Naikwan Energy Trinidad Limited, a private company. As such, it is not the property of the Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries. The report is subject to the control of NETL, that's Naikwan Energy Trinidad Limited, with respect to its circulation and distribution, and not the Ministry. As such, the Ministry is not at liberty to disclose the contents of the report, nor its authors, as to do so would open the Ministry to liability and potential litigation. Thank you.
Senator Mark.
Mr. President, can I ask the Honourable Minister, through you, given the debt, or what they have called in the United Kingdom, corporate manslaughter, that the particular company would have experienced through the death of this young man, can the Minister indicate whether the government will be taking measures or steps to share outlines, not the entire report, but outlines of that report for public purposes, having regard to the seriousness of the incident that took place and on the particular plant in question, Mr. President?
Minister.
I would agree with you that this is quite a sensitive matter involving the death of an employee, but as I said before, that the report is subject to the control of Naikwan Energy Trinidad Limited, and therefore the Ministry will not be in a position to disclose the report or any parts of the report. And I'm sure you would understand the reasons behind it, given the potential liability and litigation, should they do that.
Senator Roberts.
Honourable Minister, seeing that the government of Trinidad and Tobago is a great investor in Naikwan with the Republic Bank owned by the government, 51%, $120 million US loan, the ministerial gas given to Naikwan, and the assets that were worth £99 million. Doesn't the government believe that they have the responsibility and the wherewithal to demand the report?
So I wouldn't allow that question, Senator Roberts. Next question, Senator Mark.
Yeah. Can I ask, through you, Mr. President, to the Honourable Minister, whether the government intends to hold discussions with Naikwan having regard to the ownership, the share ownership structure of Naikwan, with a view to providing the public with some degree of understanding as to what were the real factors leading to the explosion and the subsequent and consequent death of this particular individual, would the minister provide us with some clarification on this matter?
Minister.
As I said before, the matter is, but subject the ministry to possible litigation. The ministry is not the owner of the information, but at the same time, the matter is sub judice. It's in court. And I think you're well aware of that, Senator Mark.
Senator Mark.
Yeah, I'll move on, sir. My next question is what, sir? Just remind me, because 11 is off, right? 12 is off. Okay. So 12. Okay. Question number 12, Mr. President, to the Minister of National Security.
Business.
Mr. President, the Minister of National Security is unfamiliar with and unaware of the concerns referenced in this particular question, and therefore is not in a position to respond further.
Senator Mark.
Is the minister aware of a report that was issued by the U.S. State Department on this issue of extrajudicial killings in our republic, which would have been submitted to not only the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, but also the Ministry of National Security? So I would like to ask the minister, through you, whether that report has not reached his desk, because it is a public document that is available. The question is whether the minister has read the contents of that report from the U.S. State Department dealing with extrajudicial killings in Trinidad and Tobago. That is the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, the Minister of National Security is unaware of and unfamiliar with the concerns referenced in both the question and the supplemental question as posed by the member, and therefore is not able to respond further.
Senator Mark.
Is the minister, through you, Mr. President, categorically denying to the Senate that he has no knowledge whatsoever of this report that was sent to his Ministry of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs via the U.S. State Department, which categorically states that Trinidad and Tobago Police Service has been engaged in extrajudicial killings? Can the minister, through you, Mr. President, confirm or deny receipt of such a report from the U.S. Department of State?
That question, Senator Mark, has already been given. Next question. That's it? Question. Oh, Senator Nakhid.
Through you, Mr. President, is the minister aware that the England cricket team has been sequestered at the hotel because of the rampant crime coming out of it?
Nakhid, that question does not arise. It's so far outside of what is relevant. Next question, Senator Lyder on the order paper.
Thank you, Mr. President. Question number 40 to the Honourable Minister of Finance.
Finance.
Sorry, Mr. President. I was just astonished at that last supplemental about a cricket team. The total number of VAT bonds issued in fiscal 2023 was $3.0 billion, as announced, and the total settlement of VAT refunds in cash was $3.043 billion, making a total of $6.043 billion in refunds for 2023 fiscal, and the total number of bonds issued was 216.
Senator Lyder.
Mr. President, through you, Mr. President, given that last week it was announced in the Senate that some $5.1 billion in VAT refunds are still remaining outstanding, can the minister indicate whether the government intends to issue further bonds to settle this once more mounting debt?
Asking a supplemental on a question from last week.
No, I'm following up based on the question I asked because of the bonds, yes.
Minister of Finance.
Mr. President, due to pressing duties, I was unable to come to the Senate myself to answer that question, but I followed it on the television while I was doing work in my office. And I distinctly remember that the question asked for the value of outstanding VAT refunds as of August 31st, 2023. It is now December the 19th, 2023. So the entire premise of the supplemental is invalid because that answer did not refer to December 12th, although Senator Lyder seemed to have misled himself into believing that when the Honorable Brian Manning gave the answer, that the answer was up to December 12th, but the question asked August 31st, and the answer said August 31st. So the premise is invalid.
Senator Lyder.
Minister of Finance. Given that as at August 2023, VAT refunds stood at a total of $5.1 billion, as just confirmed by the Minister of Finance, as well as his minister in the Ministry of Finance. Can the minister indicate what measures will be taken by the government to use a consolidated fund in an effort to pay off this mounting debt and to avoid the issuance of taxpayer costly bonds, Mr. President? Through you.
So, Senator Lyder, you can pose that question as a question on the order paper later, as it does not arise from this question that's here now. Next question on the order. Next question, Senator Lyder. Supplemental.
Now that the Honourable Minister of Finance has indicated that $3 billion has indeed been issued in bonds, can the minister confirm exactly how much interest per year will the taxpayers, for the 3 years, will the taxpayers have to pay to fund these bonds?
I would most certainly answer that question if it is posed on notice, but the interest rate on the bonds is a matter of public knowledge, has been answered in this place already and in the other place. It is a competitive interest rate. The first set of bonds were 3.5% per annum, and these bonds were of a similar interest rate, and that already has been publicized, and Senator Lyder is well aware of that.
Thank you, Mr. President. Have a seat. That was four supplementary.
No, that was 3.
Say again? Move on, quick.
Introduction of bills.
So, Senator Lyder, we have it confirmed as 4 supplemental questions asked, inclusive of the ones not allowed. Clerk, move on again, please.
Introduction of bills.
Honourable Senators, the question is that a bill entitled an Act for Incorporation of the St. Dominic's Children's Home and other incidental matters be read a first time. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it.
A bill entitled An Act for the Incorporation of the St. Dominic's Children's Home and other incidental matters. Public business, government business, bills, second reading.
Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. President. I beg to move that a bill entitled an Act to make provisions of a financial nature and other related matters be now read a second time. The finance bill before the Senate is aimed at putting in place fiscal measures that were announced in this House, in the other place, and in this House on October the 2nd, 2023, and other significant measures concerning national insurance, property tax, and public procurement. The bill has 8 clauses which touch 6 acts of Parliament, namely the National Insurance Act, the Income Tax Act, the Corporation Tax Act, the Petroleum Taxes Act, the Property Tax Act, and the Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Property Act. I will now go through the 8 clauses. Clause 1 is self-explanatory. It's the title. Clause 2 seeks to implement another amnesty on interest and penalties under the National Insurance Act, the previous 2 being 2012 and 2022 to 2023. During the 2012 National Insurance Amnesty, which was done by another government, approximately 36 million was recovered. In 2022, the National Insurance Amnesty that we did, 90 million was recovered up to December 31st, and when we extended it up to January 31st, the total collected was of the order of $112 million under the amnesty. Now, we do believe that although this amnesty period is shorter than the others, that this third amnesty will also bring in additional revenue for the National Insurance Board. What happened on the last occasion, and this always happens with amnesties, whether they are tax amnesties or in this case, national insurance amnesties, which are less frequent, is that persons find themselves unable, due to poor accounting, poor record keeping, financial challenges, and all sorts of reasons, find themselves unable to put everything together to take advantage of the amnesty on the closing day. So what you always find is that at the end of an amnesty, there are always a number of persons and companies who cannot fulfill the requirements and cannot comply. So that this happened in the last case as well. So that is one reason why we're doing a short amnesty to January 31st. But there's another reason. In the last amnesty, the measure benefited those who had not paid all of their contributions. So the way the amnesty was structured was if you had not paid all of your national insurance contributions, you were in arrears for some or all of your national insurance contributions, you then could take advantage of the amnesty. Unfortunately, there was a group that had paid all of the contributions just before the start of the amnesty, which was in around July of 2022, July 1st, I believe. And the way the law is interpreted by the National Insurance Board was that persons who had already paid their outstanding contributions but had not paid penalties and interest were not eligible to receive the benefit under the amnesty. So we've had a situation where persons who complied better than other persons could not take advantage of the amnesty. So this particular amnesty is designed to correct that problem, where persons had tried their best, they had paid all their contributions but not the penalties, can now get a waiver of penalties, because we felt it was disadvantageous that persons who had not got a waiver of penalties and interest and persons who had paid the contributions did not. So that is the purpose of the clauses that deal with the national insurance amnesty. In terms of the question of giving people a bly, because this comes up all the time. It's quite curious, you know. We create amnesties, and the familiar refrain from the opposition is that we are giving people a bly. In fact, in the other place, I was treated to a lecture that we should punish people who had not paid their contributions and had not paid their penalties. We should essentially prosecute them and jail them if possible. I was treated to a lecture from the opposition in the other place on that. And then the next opposition speaker said they welcome the amnesty. So it's always very contradictory, but this is not intended to give people a bly. This is intended to clean up situations that have been on the books for years and years and years. And the National Insurance Board has been in litigation with particular entities for 5, 10 years, sometimes more, in terms of trying to recover these penalties and interest. So we felt, let us wipe the slate clean. This does not relieve any business of paying the national insurance contributions that are due. They still have to pay them, but what is waived is the penalties and interest. And another ironic thing that has occurred, in the Public Procurement Act, for the first time, it is now in law that you cannot provide goods and services to a public body. And the definition of a public body is very wide. It's not just a ministry, state enterprises, statutory authorities, and so on. In the public procurement legislation, it is now enshrined in law that you are not eligible to tender or provide goods and services to a public body if you have not got an income tax clearance certificate. So in other words, if you're not up to date with your corporation tax, income tax, and so on, and if you're not up to date with your national insurance contributions, you are prohibited and debarred from tendering for and providing goods and services to public bodies, which is the entire government, the state enterprise sector, all statutory authorities, and so on. The last amnesty, that was the main purpose of the last national insurance amnesty that we did in 2022 into 2023. And again, there are several entities and persons who could not meet the deadline and are now permanently prohibited from providing goods and services to the government unless they pay all of the penalties and interests that they have been assessed. So again, this is seeking to give people one last opportunity to bring themselves up to date with respect to their national insurance contributions to allow them to be eligible to tender for the provision of goods and services to public bodies. And this is really small people. This is not big people. You would find the persons who would find themselves in difficulty are small and micro enterprises because they just simply don't have the discipline to keep proper records and to ensure that all the statutory payments are made. I mean, it's a familiar complaint I get from small businesses that they find themselves in difficulty. They have not been keeping proper records. They get a letter from either the Board of Inland Revenue or the National Insurance Board that they owe tax or contributions, and penalties and interest are due. And sometimes the figures are quite substantial. So because this is now tied to the public procurement legislation, we felt we should try to resolve that situation, but I've made the amnesty short, January 31st in this instance. I've given myself the flexibility to extend it, but I will be reluctant to extend it. I sincerely hope that those who are listening would make their best effort over the next 6 weeks to pay up any outstanding contributions they have with respect to national insurance, because after that, unless they pay the penalties and interest, which will kick back in on the 1st of February, unless they deal with that situation, and it's going to be much worse then because interest is running all the time, they will find themselves permanently excluded from public procurement. So in this case, this particular amendment will deal with persons who have paid their contributions prior to December 20th, 2023. That's the effective date of the amnesty with respect to national insurance. And we are not, in this particular case, putting in a provision where persons can be allowed to register with national insurance, delinquent persons, and bring themselves up to date and thereby avoid penalties and interest. We're not doing that anymore because the National Insurance Board now has a computerized process, and it takes 1 working day, believe it or not, to register with the National Insurance Board. So we felt we should not put into this particular amnesty a provision to allow persons to register, because they had 6 months before in the previous amnesty. So it's a sort of a balanced approach. So that is clause 2. With respect to clause 3, the in the collective agreements that we entered into with the fire service, the prison service, the police service, the defense force, and the Trinidad and Tobago Unified Teachers Association, amalgamated workers, and now all Trinidad sugar workers for a small group of workers. In that collective agreement, there was a request. In those negotiations, there was a request that persons who had retired within the period of those, the 6-year period of those collective agreements, who, because they retired within the period, could not get the benefit of the full 4% increase, that we should give them a lump sum payment of $4,000, because the way it was structured was 002, 002 over a 6-year period. So someone might have retired in year 2 or in year 4, and therefore they would not be eligible to get the full 4% increase in terms of their back pay and so on. So we decided for those persons, for retirees, we'll give them a one-time lump sum of $4,000, and then we would make it tax-free. So clause 3 seeks to waive income tax on that particular $4,000 lump sum payment, and that is for persons who retired compulsorily or voluntarily on the grounds of ill health between 2014 and 2016. And as I said, I've listed the various unions that were involved. I'll just list them again. Tutor, Fire Services all divisions, Prison Services all divisions, Police Service all divisions, Amalgamated Workers, Defense Force Peer Review Committee, and so on. We expect this to benefit approximately 1,600 monthly paid workers, monthly paid employees, and 100 hourly or daily rated employees who retired between January the 1st, 2014 and September the 30th, 2016. Clause 4A deals with the exemption from business levy, and it is intended, among other things that we are doing, to exempt manufacturing companies who are within the standard 30% tax bracket for corporations, so that's not banks, petrochemical companies, oil companies, and so on, but ordinary companies, if I can use that word. It exempts manufacturing companies who are within that 30% tax bracket from business levy charges in respect of export sales only. So it means that that portion of your income a company would receive that is from exports will now be exempt from business levy. And this is an incentive to motivate manufacturing companies to export. And what we have found, and I mean the Minister of Trade is far more knowledgeable about these things than I am, but what we have found in the last several years is that there's been a boom, I'll have to call it that, in the local manufacturing sector, and exports have increased by over 20%, perhaps I may be understating the figures. But the last figures I saw were that manufacturing exports among ordinary companies, as I call them, so it's not petchem, it's not oil and gas and so on, have increased by over 20%. So we expect this additional incentive, together with the suite of measures being implemented by the Ministry of Trade, would motivate persons to export. The second part of Clause 4 is 4B, the corporate sponsorship allowance, public and private schools, and the cybersecurity investment tax allowance. Clause 4B of the bill seeks to amend the Corporation Tax Act by inserting new sections 10X and 10Y. 10X implements an allowance equal to 150% of the actual expenditure incurred up to a maximum of $500,000. And one of my colleagues asked me to just clarify this, and I will, that if you spend $500,000, you'll be able to claim an allowance of $750,000 for tax purposes. And this is on the enhancement and promotion of education through corporate sponsorship to a public or private school registered with the Ministry of Education. Now, this goes on all the time. There are many old boys associations, for example. I know Fatima Old Boys, for example, has been vibrant for many, many, many years, raising funds, QRC, another one, and I'm sure Presentation College, and I'm sure Napariba College, and so on and so on. St. Joseph Convent, etc. I am sure that this is going to continue, where corporate sponsors who may be connected to the school in some way, the school is their alma mater, or they have a child going to the school, will continue to provide donations to assist these schools in perhaps in equipping a computer room and so on. So this is designed to encourage the private sector to assist in the improvement of education through corporate sponsorship. And this is not unique to Trinidad and Tobago. This is done all over the world. In the other place, I had to point out to the same person who lectured me about national insurance that most of the universities and tertiary institutions in the United States survive on endowments and survive on sponsorship from huge corporations. And if they did not get sponsorship from huge corporations, they would not be able to survive. And we're talking about the most prestigious schools, Harvard and so on. They survive on endowments, not just on income from tuition fees and so on. So it's something that is done all over the world, and it's something we want to encourage. We want to encourage corporations to give back to the community, and especially to assist with something as important as education. We've put some systems in place which we hope will work. The expenditure must be certified by the principal or the most senior administrator of the school. And the purpose of that is to make sure that the expenditure is consistent with the specific goals or aims and objectives of the school and within the definition of enhancement and promotion of education. So we want some competent authority within the school who's there, who would have witnessed the expenditure, to certify that it was actually spent on the school and not spent somewhere else in some sort of scheme to defraud the revenue. And the Ministry of Education is going to work with the principals through the school supervisors to make this process as simple as possible. And it will simply be that a corporate sponsor assists a school to enhance or improve itself, and the principal simply certifies that the money was actually spent, for example, on the acquisition of laptops or air conditioning at the sixth form class or something like that. Okay? With respect to, and I want to point out that 10X has no expiry date. We expect this now to be a permanent feature of our tax laws, and I don't see any government in the future changing that. 10Y is intended to promote investments in cybersecurity by granting an allowance of up to $500,000 in relation to expenditure made in cybersecurity, software and network security monitoring equipment by companies. And this is different from 10X. 10X is an uplift on expenditure. 10Y is a straight allowance of $500,000 for tax purposes. Again, we put a control in. iGovTT must certify that the money was actually spent on cybersecurity software and network security monitoring equipment. So that's software and hardware. I had a challenge again in the other place explaining that network security monitoring equipment means hardware. So I just want to let you know it's both software and hardware. We've seen all the news that various large companies in Trinidad and Tobago, private companies, have been victims of ransomware, and we know the story within the government sector. We know about the attack on TSTT, on the Attorney General's office, and so on. So this is now becoming a very serious matter, and it appears that international cyber criminals are targeting Trinidad and Tobago and targeting their databases, looking for weaknesses in their firewalls and their various network security systems to penetrate. And what I have observed with the recent attacks is they lock down your database. So they come through some weak defense in your internet system, and they lock down your database so you can't get access to it. So they freeze your database and they block it from you. So that imagine if you're a company like Massey, for example, or Blue Waters or something, and you can't get access to sales, you can't get access to inventory. Obviously, this is going to be something very frightening. So that we want to encourage the private sector to invest in cybersecurity, and as I said, both hardware and software. Now, I want to give an example of what we are doing in the government. In the government, we have a specialized unit within the Ministry of National Security called the Trinidad and Tobago Cyber Security Incident Response Team, TTC CERT. And this was established in November 2015 with the assistance of the OAS and the International Telecommunications Union. And TTC SIRT's mission statement is to respond to cyber incidents through effective response techniques, education, training, awareness, research, collaboration, management, etc., in order to restore the operations of information systems. Now, we in finance work very closely with TTC CERT. All of the electronic transaction methods that have been implemented in Trinidad and Tobago over the last couple of years for the benefit of government entities such as the judiciary with its payment system and various arms of government and so on have to be reviewed by TTC CERT, so that TTC CERT, as I said, a specialized unit, will examine all of the cybersecurity risks that would be associated with electronic transactions, because this is the way we are going. We are pushing for adoption of electronic transactions in terms of financial transactions. Right now, in most cases right now, salaries and wages are sent to a bank account. No longer is there a requirement for check payments. No longer do you see long lines around the treasury of persons waiting to collect their physical check and then go and cash the physical check. For years now, we have been promoting bank transfers, interbank transfers, to allow, well, to provide more security and to remove the congestion that was associated with the paper checks. But that has risks associated with it, because there has been an increase in the incidence of what is called phishing, spelled with a PH. And I mean, I get these messages all the time. You get an email saying, your payment has been declined. Please respond to this email, and we will assist you with resolving the matter. And of course, it's a scam. If you only press that button and click on that link, that's it. Somebody will hack into your computer system, and it will get all your personal information, and it will engage in identity theft. There's a lot of that going on. So that what we have to be careful with cashless transactions is the whole question of phishing and identity theft, and that is the whole purpose of TTC SIRT, to make sure that all relevant cybersecurity risks with respect to, in our case, financial transactions are eliminated. So we hope that on the private sector side, that this allowance will stimulate investment in cybersecurity software and hardware. Clause 5 is a continuation of the work we've been doing in the energy sector. A couple of years ago, we introduced some improvements with respect to small land oil producers, where we changed the threshold rate for the imposition of supplemental petroleum tax. It used to be $50, and there was an argument made by the small oil companies that they make money up to $49, and then when they crosses 50 and goes to 51, because of the way the tax structure was organized with respect to SPT, supplemental petroleum tax, they went into a loss position. So we did a lot of analysis. I had a team from the IMF assisting me to examine all of this, and we concluded that we did need to raise the threshold. We raised it to $75 for small land producers of oil and gas, and now SPT does not kick in for small producers producing less than 4,000 barrels a day on land. What we're trying to do here now is the same thing for the shallow water, marine, well, shallow water areas, small shallow water producers. And we are going to include now within the group of producers of petroleum, small shallow marine producers. They now will also benefit from the adjustment in the threshold for SPT, and SPT will not kick in for small shallow marine producers until the price of oil is $75. We're also increasing the discount of the sustainability incentive, which is geared towards reinvestment in increasing production, from 20% to 25% under the Petroleum Taxes Act. There are other things we will be doing in the new year. We have to be very careful when we adjust the petroleum tax regime, because on the one hand, you want to motivate people to drill, explore, drill, produce. And on the other hand, you don't want to lose revenue. If you go overboard with your tax incentives, the reduction in revenue will be tremendous. And we, in fact, witnessed that when we came in 2015, where we saw energy revenues drop from 20 billion a year down to 400 million because of accelerated capital allowances that persons have been granted. Of course, some spokesmen denied that, but it's easy to deny something if you have an audience that is willing to believe you. But I do know, I saw, and you could see it in the estimates of revenue. If you go back to the estimates of revenue for 2015, 2016, and so on, the published documents, you will see the revenue from petroleum dropping from 20 billion in 2014 to 400 million in 2016. It's there in black and white. So people could say what they want, but a lot of statements that people make are self-serving, especially spokesmen from companies that benefit from tax avoidance. So I need to define some terms for you for the sustainable incentive, the increase from 20% to 25%. This is for mature marine oil fields and also small marine oil fields. Now, we are a very old oil province, one of the oldest in the world. We've been producing oil commercially for 100 years, since 1920s. And I've always made the point, when I get the opportunity, that my research shows me that the first oil well ever drilled in the world was in Trinidad and Tobago in Forest Reserve. There's some claim from some American that they drilled for oil before anybody else, but I have discovered that in Forest Reserve, a well was drilled and produced back around 1860 or thereabouts. The first producing oil well in the world was drilled in Trinidad and Tobago. So the point I'm making is that we have been producing oil commercially for over 100 years. That oil well did not result in commercial production. In those days, believe it or not, ships used to come to Trinidad and acquire oil when we were a British colony and get oil from Trinidad and use it in their ships for fuel, believe it or not. And this was an experiment by a ship captain who came, he drilled an oil well. It found oil at a very shallow depth. He took the oil, he filled up his ship, and he went. But that was not commercial. But we have been commercially producing oil for 100 years. And what that means, when you're producing oil for so long, it means that you are, by definition, a mature oil province. When you're in a mature oil province, it becomes more and more difficult to produce oil, because oil comes up to the surface because of pressure. But as you drill, the pressure dissipates, and it becomes more and more difficult to get the oil out. And you have to use secondary recovery techniques, such as pumping steam into the well to push the oil out. Also, I noticed that Woodside, which used to be BHP, was using gas produced from its Ruby field and pumping that into the oil well to push the oil out. But it's difficult and it's expensive. So in Trinidad and Tobago, because we are a mature province, it is more expensive to produce oil than it is in other much newer territories, Guyana as an example, They have only been producing oil for a couple of years, and therefore that's why they have these huge volumes of 100,000, 200,000 barrels a day. That is what we used to have. Back in the 70s, we produced over 200,000 barrels of oil per day. But because the fields are depleting, because the pressure is going down, our production has gone down, and therefore we need to incentivize producers to drill, because the only way you can continue to produce oil or maintain your production is by drilling. If you don't drill, you're dead. So that all of our incentives are geared at encouraging companies to drill for oil. So that this particular sustainable incentive is to encourage companies to reinvest some of their revenue into secondary techniques and into drilling and so on. Again, the Minister of Energy must certify the expenditure or certify the parameters to allow persons to qualify for this particular incentive. With respect to property tax, we have decided that we should waive property tax for the period January the 1st, 2010 to December 31st, 2023, because there's a lot of ambiguity, a lot of misinformation out there about property tax and when it will be applicable. So we decided to remove the uncertainty, and this clause adjusts the Property Tax Act to make it crystal clear that property tax will not be imposed up to December 31st, 2023. Because if you read the tax laws together, you would see that it would have been possible to impose property tax in 2023. We could have sent out tax notices this month, for example, but we decided to cut it off cleanly, and the regime will come into effect on January 1st, 2024. So the first year that property tax will be applicable by law will now be 2024. So we're going to forego any revenue that we might have been able to collect for 2023 by starting in January 1st, 2024. Mr. President, the usual suspect is grumbling and disturbing me. I seek your protection.
Okay, so, all right. Let's just keep the levels a little low. Minister, continue.
So let me just repeat that, because we are a country of misinformation. Property tax will be waived until December 31st, 2023. It becomes applicable from the 1st of January 2024. Okay? Mr. President, seriously. Well, I just hope they will reduce their volume and not increase it. Now, persons would have seen notices going out from the Valuation Division. When the notices first went out, there was a lot of confusion and misinformation, deliberate misinformation, where persons were led to believe that the notice of valuation was a notice of property tax. It is not. You have to take the value, the annual rental value, and multiply it by 2.7%, which is 90% of 3%. So if, for example, you were told that your annual rental value is $100,000, then you have to multiply that by 2.7% to get the tax. The tax would then be $2,700. But if it's $50,000 you're told, and you multiply that by 2.7%, you get $1,350 per year, just over $100 a month. But people were misled into believing, when they got the notice of valuation of their annual rental value, that that was the property tax. Fortunately, I was able to quash that mischief quickly. So now we are into the realm of, are the rental values fair? And I have had, and I'm going to call some names, I've had persons from the most prestigious neighborhoods in Trinidad and Tobago complaining to me about the annual rental value that has been assessed for their property. And I'll use an example of Federation Park. People from Federation Park have complained to me that their houses have been valued at a rental value that is equivalent to just around $20,000 a month, $19,000 a month. And I had a very passionate group coming to me to tell me that can't be right. Nobody in Federation Park is getting more than $10,000 a month for their property. Now, how does one deal with that? How do you deal with that? Because one knows that that is just not so. That is not so. There will be, yes, 10,000 TT. I have people from Federation Park telling me that they can't rent their properties for more than 10,000 a month, and they get a valuation of 20,000 a month. It can't be right. They're going to challenge it legally in the courts. It's all right. There will be improper valuations, incorrect valuations. I have no doubt. You know, this is a new system. There will be valuations that make no sense. And that is why we have a challenge process in place that if you are of the view that your valuation is incorrect, you can challenge it and you can provide evidence that the valuation is nonsensical. But there are some noises I'm hearing that don't make any sense to me. Okay? And the other thing that people need to understand is that if you are financially challenged, you're a pensioner, you live in a house that you bought years ago, it is now in a neighborhood that is an expensive neighborhood. I'll use Woodbrook, for example. You would have bought a house in Woodbrook 40 years ago, 50 years ago. At that time, it was affordable. It would not have been very expensive at all. But now, because of the commercialization of Woodbrook, properties in Woodbrook are changing hands for $3 million, $4 million, and so on. And rental in Woodbrook is now $20,000, $25,000 a month. And therefore, you have an old couple, they're on pension, and they're confronted with a rental value of, let's say, $20,000 a month, and the tax on that would be $600 a month or $7,000 a year, and they can't pay. I had somebody speaking to me yesterday about that. And the solution to that, it's in the Property Tax Act, is you make an application to the Board of Inland Revenue for deferral of the tax, so you don't have to pay it. So you, as the pensioner who has been assessed with this high valuation, you don't have to pay it because you have demonstrated that you're on fixed income and you simply can't afford that additional $600 a month. If you're getting pension of $3,005, Mr. President.
So, Senators, the procedure is if you have something to respond in relation to what the Minister of Finance is saying, you can ask him to give way, or you can wait for your opportunity to speak. Continue, Minister.
Mr. President. 1, 2, 3. I noticed this side is making no noise. Thank you for that. Let me explain the concept of deferral. If you're an elderly, financially challenged person, and you can demonstrate that you cannot pay property tax of $600 a month, which I am sure many pensioners will be able to demonstrate easily, because the fact that you are on old age pension means that, or senior citizens pension as it's called now, you have to demonstrate to qualify for senior citizens pension, you have to demonstrate that you have no income. So once you're a senior citizens pensioner, you would meet the criteria of financial challenge automatically, because unless the Ministry of Social Development has not done a proper assessment of you. But the fact is that you're on disability, on public assistance, whatever you are, a social grant, automatically you have been screened and deemed that you are in an impecunious position. Therefore, a person like that would automatically get a deferral. And the deferral means that it is deferred for all time that you are in that situation. In that situation. So you're 70 years old, you're in receipt of a senior citizen's pension. One does not expect your situation to improve. You may pass away at age 75 or whatever it is, or age 80 or age 90 as the case may be. And what would happen now is the property would now be inherited by somebody else. That person may be a very wealthy lawyer, like somebody in front of me. And that person who inherits the property now will now be required to pay the tax because they no longer are in the financially challenging situation that the pensioner was. So that the pensioner will pass on the property to a wealthy person. And that person is no longer in the situation where they could continue with the deferral. It's common sense. There's no
Minister, you
rocket
have 5 more
science here.
minutes.
Yeah, I'm almost finished.
Mr. Minister,
Sure.
can I just ask one question? In the notices that are going around to people with the total annual rental value that's causing so much angst among people, is there any reason why it couldn't also say, as a result of this ARV, your yearly tax would be so and so, so that people can immediately see what the annual tax is?
Certainly. The notices of valuation are issued by the Commissioner of Valuations. That's a completely different legal entity to the chairman or commissioner of the Board of Inland Revenue. The Commissioner of Valuations cannot legally send you a notice of tax. Only the Board of Inland Revenue can do that. I was asked that question right away, but I can assure you that if those valuation notices had at the bottom of it a little sentence saying your tax will be, one of my friends in the front bench would have taken me to court the next day to say that the Commissioner of Valuations has no legal authority to determine what tax should be. And Senator Lutchmedial has agreed with me. So that's why that could not have been there. So let me just move on very quickly. With respect to property tax, we're cleaning up some provisions, giving the municipal corporations, all of them, UNC, PNM, the ability to collect property tax, retain it for their own benefit, just residential, and also report to the Board of Inland Revenue on persons who are not paying property tax. So that now allows the Minister of Finance to empower the regional corporations to collect tax without the proclamation of the legislative reform package for local government, because that is taking a while, and we don't want to complicate things, because we don't know when that thing will be proclaimed, and therefore this now empowers the Minister of Finance as a stopgap, as a fallback, that we can empower local government corporations to collect tax. The last important clause is to deal with a legal argument over the definition of goods and services in the $1 million exemption for public procurement. When we came to this place and the other place, we agreed on simplified procurement rules for procurement under $1 million for goods and services. Now, in the international forums, goods and services applies to construction, but apparently not in Trinidad and Tobago. So the Office of the Procurement Regulation mounted a fierce argument that we needed to add the word works, or if we didn't, to the definition, small contractors would be excluded, persons who would do a contract for $100,000, a footpath, a box drain, whatever. Because goods and services, according to the OPR, does not include construction works in their mind, we have decided to remove all ambiguity, and we just add one word to the definition of items that are under $1 million simplified procurement. We add works, because I know, and I know some honorable members know, construction is services. I know that. I know senior lawyers here know that, but apparently some lawyers don't. So I decided just to add the word works to get rid of the old talk. So that is what that is all about. The bill has various commencement clauses. The National Insurance Amnesty will be December 20th. The clauses 4, 5, and 6 will come into effect on January 1st, and the other clauses will come into effect on assent to this bill. I beg to move.
Honourable Senators, I shall now propose a question for debate. The question is that a bill entitled "An Act to Make Provisions of a Financial Nature and Other Related Matters" be now read a second time. Senator Mark.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, we are here today to address what has been called a finance bill. want to serve notice on the Senate. This abuse of the omnibus process by parachuting matters that ought to be addressed separately and distinctly will be challenged. Mr. President, as I understand it, before I get into the meat of my presentation, a finance bill supposed to reflect measures requiring legislative changes to meet certain deadlines arising out of a budget statement. That is what a finance bill is supposed to accomplish. But we are seeing, Mr. President, efforts being made to introduce measures that ought not to be in a finance bill. Procurement, national insurance, property tax are examples. Mr. President, I am not going to detain you or this honorable house any longer. I just serve notice. This is a matter that will be brought to your attention because it is becoming an abuse of the process. And I serve notice that that is unsatisfactory. Mr. President, let me begin my formal address to you on this issue before us. That is the Finance Bill 2023, which contains, as you have been advised, some 8 clauses, and it amends 6 pieces of legislation that are before us. But in looking at this piece of legislation very closely, a very famous political philosopher comes to mind. His name, as I recalled, Harold Laswell. And he, Mr. President, coined like a phrase, when we talk about politics, we are talking about who gets what, when, and how. That is what Laswell tells us about politics. And when we look at the bill before us, and we look at the various provisions contained in the bill before us, Mr. President, it does manifest clearly Laswell's statement, because what we are seeing in this Finance Bill 2023, in this period of peace and goodwill upon all men and women, what we are seeing is a gift coming as we approach Christmas. But the gift is not coming to the working class. The gift is not coming to the poor, the downtrodden, and the wretched. The gift is coming in large quantities financially to the financiers of the PNM. It is almost like a bonanza, a windfall for the financiers of the PNM. Some of them even beginning to deal with the dead. And I'll talk about that because I had a challenge going to a conference in Switzerland where I was only allowed $300 US. But I am seeing where financiers of the PNM and their bizarre rituals, these elements who are performing that, are getting tens of thousands of US dollars. I can't get that. But people who are dealing with the dead and talking to the dead and messing with the dead, they are now, Mr. President, able to access tens of thousands of US dollars. I raise this in passing, Mr. President, because there's a particular clause in this bill that talks about supporting exports of manufacturers and allowing those exporters, once they reach within a 30% category of their gross income, not to pay business levy. And that is designed, Mr. President, to encourage these exporters to export more. And the purpose of exporting more is to earn more foreign exchange, which is a scarce commodity in Trinidad and Tobago. So we are encouraging, by foregoing business levy to the manufacturing class so they can export more, so we can earn more foreign exchange. But what are we earning more foreign exchange for? To give people to perform obia? That is why we are earning foreign exchange? So that somebody could go to a place called Fort Myers in Florida, and each participant can get tens of thousands of US dollars to perform what? Bizarre rituals? Mr. President, let us be serious. This is serious business that we are dealing with. And the government comes here with a series of measures to give more and more incentives, more and more allowances, more and more opportunities to the business, to their business friends, to their financiers. Mr. President, we have our Minister of Digital Transformation. I don't know if the minister himself needs a transformation, because digital transformation is going nowhere. So here it is. We are the victims of cyber attack, ransomware attack, left, right, and center. Ministry of the Attorney General. The Prime Minister, well, I don't know if the Prime Minister's office has been hacked. But you have private companies like Massey, where almost 1 million customer files is on the dark web. You have TSTT, same thing. What is the Ministry of Digital Transformation doing about this? Absolutely nothing. So what we have come here to do is to give their big financiers up to $500,000 to buy what? Software, cyber security software, and network hardware to protect themselves purportedly from cyber attacks. But these are the same people, Mr. President. Some of them, and they have to explain it to this country, using our foreign exchange to perform bizarre rituals. Look, I call on the Chancellor of the University of the West Indies, who is the chairman of Massey. I call on Gervais Warner, who is the CEO, to explain to Trinidad and Tobago this headline story in today's papers where they are using our foreign exchange to perform devil.
Senator Mark, we have a bill before us that is very specific in the clauses and what it lays out. whereas you may have started to connect it to the bill, you're starting to veer off and go into a realm that's not relevant to what is before us. So I ask you to come back to the bill before us.
Thank you, Mr. President. Whenever you find me straying, it is your duty to bring me back in line. So I welcome that. Mr. President, I have said that there are several measures in this bill. One, public procurement. Two, public property tax rather. Three, national insurance. Mr. President, you were here, but you weren't sitting there. 18 months ago, you were the vice president. I recall distinctly on the 30th of June 2022, the minister in the Ministry of Finance, the Honorable Brian Manning, made his contribution on the same measure that we are debating today. Mr. President, we got an undertaking. I remember Senator Vieira rising on his feet, seeking from the minister assurances that they are taking action against delinquent employers. And we got an undertaking from the minister that yes, we give you the assurance, we are tackling it. Not only are we tackling it, Mr. President, but we were told by the minister that there's a particular kind of equipment that they have purchased or they have at NIB to detect all delinquent employers who are not making their contributions to the NIB. So you could imagine my shock and surprise that I saw in a finance bill another amnesty for employers who have failed to make their statutory contributions in accordance with the law on behalf of their companies and employees. So we are being told, let us, through this bill, legalize fraud, legalize lawbreakers, legalize people who are not upholding the NIB law or the National Insurance Act. Mr. President, how can that be fair? What are we doing to the NIB? Yes, we might get a little 100 million, as the minister said, but what is that doing? Mr. President, I call on the Honorable Minister to be transparent, to be accountable, to be open by telling the Senate, who are these companies? What are the names of the companies? Are they financiers of the PNM? We want the names of the companies that are going to get this bly for a second time in 18 months. We want to know how much money each of them was supposed to pay and they didn't pay. And Mr. President, if we are going to waive penalties and interest, what is the sum involved? We don't know. We have no information. We have no evidence coming from the government on this matter, Mr. President. So here it is. The Minister of Finance comes to this Parliament, Mr. President, and he seeks to get our approval for not only the same matters that we dealt with 18 months ago, but he goes a step further, Mr. President. The minister tells us that the public procurement law was proclaimed last April. And before that, in July, there was an amnesty. So they got caught up with the timelines. So because they got caught up with the timelines, they are asking us now to give them a bly. So not only is the minister seeking to extend through the National Insurance Board National Insurance Clearance Certificates, Mr. President, from what? 1 month to 3 months. Not only is the minister coming here to ask us to legalize a process of payment of national insurance to the National Insurance Board because they want to be pre-qualified, Mr. President, under the public procurement law. They want to be pre-selected under the public procurement law. And to be pre-selected and pre-qualified, you must meet all your statutory obligations, including NIS contributions. That is what we are being told that the government is seeking us to support this morning in this parliament, Mr. President. Is the government serious, Mr. President? After 2 consecutive wrongs? Why is the government weaponizing legislation in order to fund their private interests through their financiers? So Parliament is now being weaponized in order to achieve certain objectives and goals on the part of the government. That cannot be fair. So, Mr. President, when you talk about national insurance and this so-called amnesty, which is being introduced for the 2nd time consecutively over an 18-month period, it is unacceptable. It is not keeping with what we are. We are supposed to be a law-abiding population, a law-abiding nation. We are subject to the rule of law. Yes, you came the first time. We objected. Mr. President, you come the 2nd time in 18 months and saying, give these people a second bly. Mr. President, they collected your national insurance contributions, 1/3, 2/3. They utilize it. They spend it. And then they come back to you now and to me in the parliament and say, listen, we want an amnesty. You see all the money we spend? There's no problem. Just give us an amnesty, we'll pay it back. And we must support that. How can we support that? That is illegal. That is law-breaking. Mr. President, how can we solve crime when white-collar criminals are able to get through scotch-free? What are we doing? So you have, Mr. President, the parliament taking out from your income and my income, salary, every month, NIS. And they send it statutorily to the NIB. We are upholding the law. So when we retire, we can get what we are entitled to. There are other employers who are collecting and they are spending. They are retaining, then they are not sending their monies to the NIB. And we come here with legislation to give these people an amnesty. You're giving lawbreakers an amnesty? Mr. President, how can we support that? We can't. We cannot support that. We didn't support it in June of 2022, and we will not support it in December, on December 19th, 2023. So that is an area, Mr. President, of grave concern to us. Now we go to the property tax. And the government has indicated, Mr. President, but before we go there, to the property tax, I want to share with you, Mr. President, this whole issue of public procurement. The government is bringing an amendment to the Public Procurement Act. So instead of putting goods and services, Mr. President, they are now including goods, services, and works. And Mr. President, you know what that does? When you go to the bill, when you go to the act, Mr. President, on public procurement, it tells you, it gives you, Mr. President, what is called a definition of works. So if you go to this piece of legislation, it tells us that works includes construction and engineering works of all kinds. That is in the definition section. So you are coming to us. You want $1 million. Your permanent secretaries in every public body, whether it's a ministry, whether it's the president's house, whether it's the parliament, whether it's the judiciary, whether it's WASA, you have up to $1 million to spend without any accountability, without any transparency, without any integrity, without any honesty. And we must support that. We must give, Mr. President, the executive a blank check. Mr. President, this could amount to hundreds of millions of dollars over a period of time. And all they have to do, Mr. President, is to go up to 300,000 and they're okay. Go up to 400,000 and they're okay. Go up to 500,000, 600,000, up to 999,000, and there will be no accountability, no transparency, no honesty, no integrity. Is that the purpose of this exercise, Mr. President? What are we doing? Mr. President, when you talk about value for your money, how is this adding up when you do what the government is seeking to do here? Mr. President, it's $1 million. $1 million might sound small change for a billionaire, for a multi-billionaire. But when it comes to public interests, when it comes to the people's business, $1 million is plenty money. And there is no accountability for that. Mr. President, I would suggest to the government, scrap the Public Procurement Act. Repeal it. It really has no value. Because what this government has done, Mr. President, they have come year in, year out in an effort to undermine public procurement in Trinidad and Tobago. So whereas we thought $1 million, if you want, and the minister said in his contribution in the other place, if you want to build a box drain, if you want to build a pavement, if you want to repair a school, you could get that for $500,000. You could get a small contractor for $700,000. But, Mr. President, what does that mean? It means that the government can select who they wish to give the $700,000 award of that particular project to. So elections is around the corner, 24 or 25. So is this part of an election campaign to just give the government a blank check to do whatever they want, Mr. President? So here it is. Whether you talk about public procurement, you're seeing they're having a free ride. When they talk about cybercrime or cybersecurity, you have a maximum of $500,000 for their friends. You talk about education, private and public, $500,000 in forever, as far as the minister is concerned. And Mr. President, here it is. We are back on this issue of the property tax. 200,000 people are supposed to be on the valuation roll. We were supposed to get 400,000. We have 200,000. So, Mr. President, the government is so desperate right now for revenue that you know what they have done, Mr. President? They cannot even operationalize through proclamation the miscellaneous Local Government Reform Act to give it effect. So you know what has to be done? The Minister of Finance has now issued an order under a section of the Act that allows him to order municipal corporations to collect taxes on properties belonging to citizens who happens to be residents in the particular corporation. And the Board of Inland Revenue is providing the names, the addresses, the identification numbers of all those owners of property and land in the particular corporation. And Mr. President, they are to collect. So regional corporations have become policemen. They are policing this whole process on behalf of the Board of Inland Revenue. So they are collecting, Mr. President, corporation, that is, residential taxes. So they are collecting. And when you don't pay, Mr. President, the regional corporations have to provide all those names of delinquent residential owners of property. Any failure on their part not to meet their property tax obligations. So they are watchmen. They are watching after the interests of the Board of Inland Revenue. And if you don't pay, Mr. President, your information will go to the Board of Inland Revenue. And you know, Mr. President, there's a process under the Property Tax Act. Starts off with high interest, and then it graduates with forfeiture. So you could be deprived of your property if you're unable to pay. And this nonsense, Mr. President, that if you can't pay, you're an elderly person or you're a pensioner, leave it up to your children who inherit your property. So there is forever a burden on the next generation. That is what slavery was about. But I thought we abolished that. But the PNM seem to have reintroduced it. Mr. President, I want to make it very clear. A united National Congress government that is coming into office very shortly after the next general election will review and revisit this entire Property Tax Act. We are calling on the people of Trinidad and Tobago. It's only a few more months. We will not support and we will never support this version of property tax. We have made that very clear. We are not supporting this PNM version of the property tax. We will replace it. So the people can be assured that the United National Congress will address their concerns as it relates to this draconian measure. Mr. President, why has the government, at a time when people are undergoing so much economic, social, emotional, psychological stressors, why would a government choose this time to introduce such an oppressive tax on the backs of the residents of Trinidad and Tobago? You know, you have industrial users who can afford. They bypass them. They give them a blind. They say, no, we are coming for you now. They have commercial people. No. But you know who they're coming for? They're coming for you. They're coming for me. They're coming for us as residents. And you know what was even more tragic, Mr. President? They were supposed to have 400,000 persons on the valuation roll. They came to this parliament. They cut it by 50%. They say, look, to get that valuation roll going and for us to effect property tax, all we need, Mr. President, is 200,000 persons who own homes. So we are prisoners of the government. 200,000. So, Mr. President, what is going to happen to the other 200,000 that are not incorporated in the legislation? Are they going to be given a blight? So are we 200,000 residents who are being called upon to pay residential tax? Is it a situation of we are going to be subsidizing those people? Are we going to be subsidizing, Mr. President, the industrial users? Are we going to be subsidizing the commercial users? Mr. President, the government has to get serious. This cannot be fair. We in the United National Congress reject out of hand the PNM property tax in Trinidad and Tobago, and we will repeal it.
Senator, you have 5 more minutes.
We will repeal it. So, Mr. President, this package of financial measures that we are called upon to debate today is designed, has been orchestrated, it is almost premeditated to benefit only a certain group of people in Trinidad and Tobago. They give crumbs to those people who didn't get their measly 4%, and they give them a $4,000. What is $4,000 in Trinidad and Tobago for a retiree when the cost of living is so high in this land? We give them $4,000 and they patting themselves on the back for doing so. But whilst they give themselves a pat on the back for giving $4,000 to a retiree, you know, Mr. President, no business levy for manufacturers who export within a tax bracket of 30%. People who run private and public schools, they can now get up to $500,000 in benefits once they offer support. They can claim back up to 150% expenditure. Those people who are involved in cybercrime or cyber security matters, and they have had their businesses attacked, whether it is Blue Waters, whether it is ANSA, whether it is Mercy as conglomerates, they can now access up to $500,000 in order to buy cybersecurity equipment, network hardware, and cybersecurity software. So, okay, but there's no overarching legislation in Trinidad and Tobago to protect the citizens. So the government has not brought data protection legislation to protect the rights of the people. There is no proper cyber security law on our statute books, but you're giving out money. You're giving out money to your friends and your family without any legislative framework. Where is the cyber security legislation? Where is it? Where is the Data Protection Act to protect my privacy? Nowhere to be seen. But you're giving out money to financiers. You're giving out money to your supporters. This is discrimination, Mr. President. So, Mr. President, we want to make it very clear in closing. The government of this country, through their policies and actions, have undermined, subverted, and weakened the national insurance system in Trinidad and Tobago. Would you believe that when the PNM came to office, in closing, Mr. President, there were 531 contributors to the NIB. You know what it is, according to the minister? It's down to 491 in 2023. He said in 2022, it was 451. So under the PNM, some 39,000 persons have dropped out of the system through retrenchment, through closures of companies in this country. So the PNM government is actively contributing to the undermining, the subversion of our national insurance system in Trinidad and Tobago by their policies. Mr. President, why after all these years, self-employed people have not come onto the national insurance scheme as a group? That has been something that we have been called for years, but not done. Mr. President, I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to make my contribution on this very important matter and look forward to the government addressing our concerns as it relates to these handouts that they have given to their friends, family, and financiers in this finance bill of 2023. I thank you very much.
Senator Maharaj.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President, for allowing me to join this debate. I want to start off by saying I too have a problem with these omnibus bills. In the event that you want to support one thing but not another, it complicates life. And therefore, it stands up to the charge that things are slipped in. So I just put that on the record. In the case of this particular bill,
it could have been, the minister's case could have been greatly strengthened by data. He said earlier in his introduction, he made accusations of mischief and so on. But in the absence of data, one is loath to accuse people of mischief when the issue becomes not only communication, but effective communication based on objective facts. In the case of the National Insurance Act, the amendment, he made the point that this is the third time in recent years that the state has foregone penalties and interest, and that the majority of people are small business people, and therefore there is a sympathy, I would say. I would prefer to have had him explain why the last, both, in fact, why those measures, this very expensive initiative, where the state forgoes interest and essentially penalizes those who do comply, why they did not deliver the result, which is that you've given businesses an opportunity to get their house in order. And you say, just pay your contributions, we're going to forego those things. What happened, and this is where an analysis has to be done, that got you back into the situation at this time? And I would also like to know, because if you know what happened, then those are the steps you take to address the problem so that you do not find yourself again here. I cannot believe the Minister of Finance is happy about foregoing interest and penalties. And I would also need to know the majority of those non-compliant may very well be small businesses, because you're looking at it numerically. But I would like to know from the minister the percentage of penalties and interest that are due to public sector employers and private sector, and a further breakdown in the private sector about the level of businesses, whether it's corporations, medium, small. Because that would give us an insight into what is happening in that environment and how are we getting to this problem. Because surely this pattern will only lead people to believe, I just have to hold on until the next amnesty comes. So that is, I would leave that there. In terms of his 400% tax-free lump sum payment to that category of public sector workers. Again, I would like to think that the minister did not pull that figure out of a hat, and that he has a solid basis for selecting $4,000, not $3,500, not $6,000. And therefore that should be, I'm sure he would have had an evaluation, but an argument, a study of the numbers before him. But how am I or any other citizen to evaluate this measure? And why aren't we entitled to say, well, the minister just figured that was an arbitrary figure and he figured people will be satisfied with that? No, the public is entitled to understand and to know what was the basis of the calculation. And I think if the minister has that, which I am assuming he does, he needs to say that. I personally welcome the measure regarding the exports, and I happily go along with that. However, I have very strong reservations, some of which were mentioned by the previous speaker, about the tax allowance on corporate sponsorship. Not because I object to that allowance. My concern is how is it going to be implemented, and whether, in the minister's own words, in fact, his expectation is that it will be embraced by corporations, that alumni, they will be given towards their own schools, any school they would like to support. The danger of that is that the corporate sector, at the level of CEOs and so on who make those decisions, they likely came from prestige schools. They likely came from the better off schools. I am not saying that is a total fact, and again, we come back to analysis and data, because I too am making this statement without having that data. I think the ministry has to, this measure, I would support this measure, but I think it must be underpinned by the ministry's own assessment of the schools that are most in need of corporate support. And that those, there's something the member wishes to say? No? Okay. And that those, you are not legislating that, but if you are not to end up widening the gap between the better off schools, the ones who, some of them who don't have proper desks, but the others have a computer lab that they want to enhance, you can guide corporates, you can guide the corporate sector through your own identification of these are the schools that most help, and we would like, that what that suggests is that you have to have a prior policy basis that you can engage the corporate sector. It means, again, going out, taking this allowance and going out with it, using that as a basis to channel that kind of support. The great risk here is that the schools that are most in need of help will not be the beneficiaries. But there is so much value for a corporation if they understood, if they were to go and see that a school that is really in need is the one, never mind who's on the board and who's on the executive management team, that they're helping a school that is in need. And so I think that the ministry has to put some thought. Also, the ministry needs to define what enhancement and promotion of education means, because that is the basis on which that allowance is going to be given. But what does it mean? Does it mean that you do a lot of educational ads and you put your company's name behind it and say you're promoting education in a particular, or you have an exhibition about the kinds of products you would like to sell children, and you say this is educational, you cover it up? You have to go into this with a clear idea of what is the standard by which a corporation is going to benefit, can benefit from this allowance. Otherwise, you're going to get yourself, the minister made a reference, in fact, to the kinds of things people might do and get away with in terms of tax avoidance. And yes, as long as there is no clear guidance and clarity on the criteria by which this allowance will be given, and it must be a priori, it cannot be after when they've filed for the allowance, and then you say it doesn't qualify. It has to be clear to the corporate sector what it means. What does enhancement and promotion mean? We are given that, it doesn't say where the decision of approval lies. It says where the certifying entity is a school principal, administrator, and I would expect we have a variety of capabilities and interests among principals and administrators. Some people, some schools are very intimidated. They're very happy that the corporate sector is coming in and they're going to get some money. They will go along. Are we going to say, for example, you have to have rules. These are children you're dealing with. Corporations sell products. Children are a great target, and you could end up with what are the demands people make. Are they just going to get an allowance? Of course, that is what the allowance is for. But can they say, we want a big sign, a billboard on your premises to say, we did this, we did that? What are the rules? So I want to make a strong case for this matter, and it's going to be implemented very quickly, for this matter to be anchored in the protection of children and in a certain equitable, a need to promote an equitable approach to the expenditure on education by the corporate sector. So we need to set standards for what corporate sponsors can get in exchange for their sponsorship, in addition to the tax allowance. We need to institute a process for approving the expenditure before it is incurred and claimed. We need to develop a priority list of schools that are most in need of sponsorship. I am not here saying to deny a group or a corporation that is insisting this is the school we want to do that. but I want them to be sensitized to the needs of the education sector. We will recall that a similar allowance was given to, I think, for films and for the film production many years ago. It would have been good to hear in introducing this allowance how that allowance has performed. What has been the impact of a similar 150% incentive to stir the interest of the corporate sector in supporting the production of local films? It would have been good to hear what impact it had and what was the responsiveness, what has been the responsiveness of the corporate sector. Because there's no guarantee. We do not know whether this incentive will work as it stands here. We should also ensure that we have an evaluation mechanism. After 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, we should know whether this is working or not and whether we should stick to this or just leave it as open-ended as that, or whether you have to change tax. In terms of the cybersecurity investment tax allowance, well, I can support that, but I think it's another allowance that needs to be monitored and evaluated in terms of its impact. This is clearly to be able to spend up to $500,000, we're looking at fairly big business. Small businesses too are at risk, and they are as dangerous to the public who use their services as any big business. And I would like to see whether, in fact, this does actually incentivize the big business even, or whether people continue to shortchange their investment in cybersecurity because they have to cough up the money first and they claim the allowance after. Because if it's not working, cybersecurity is so important to the information environment of this country and the security of people's information that we should consider, if it's not working, we find some other way to get these companies. I heard the minister talk about the issue of the courier companies. The one that was not, security was not working. I don't know if the security was not working because the hackers disrupted the security system and then not the hackers, the bandits, and then got a free opportunity to go and rob the place, or if it was just another company that was living on hope that we would not be hacked and ended up. The issue of compliance, therefore, must at some stage, you are dealing with public information, compliance, a minister said that they had not complied. So what? If they're not complying, then what's the penalty? So I think that this is one that we should not have in perpetuity. I think we should give companies a period of time to say that we are going to do this, and if you see that maybe in 3 years they are not making use of it, then you have to find, so maybe the answer is a fund of some kind that people can access and borrow from. The last, regarding property tax, I would simply like to know from the minister when commercial industrial property taxes are coming into effect. I think those are big ticket items, and I would like to find out, I assume that it would be introduced very soon after the residential taxes. So if we can have some word to offer on that. And the Procurement Act amendment. We have had allegations in this country, I think it might even have gone to court, about cartels in the construction sector. Of when companies get together and they all agree, except one, that we will all bid low and you will bid high, you will get this one, next rounds, I will bid low and you will get high, and so on and so forth. So we are very aware of the many ways in which construction companies can get around the rules. In this case, we also know how the exemption on expenditure under $1 million can be subverted in ways that to avoid having to come under the Procurement Act. and that is by breaking up contracts. How do we know who is going to police whether what we have are 10 as one company applying or bidding or whatever with a PS to get under $1 million, 10 contracts? Who is policing the beneficial interest in those companies to determine that it's actually one person, one company that has reconfigured itself, and in that as 10 small companies? Some time ago in this chamber, I made the case for a serious attempt at creating an environment that is supportive and works with small business and NGOs. The minister has said before in his, I think his budget speech, about the importance of the SME sector. But our SME sector, until we begin to get serious about protecting them through such things as policy, as what percentage of certain contracts go to small business, and we have a regulatory framework that protects small business from the sharks of big business that can reinvent themselves as small business, we will be putting that sector in peril. So I want to make the case here that this is something that you need to pay attention to. If you do it, you have to be clear that you are not creating an environment that is just allowing big business to reconfigure themselves and have the benefit without going to the Procurement Act, and that small business does indeed benefit from this. At one point I want to go back to with the NIS. We may feel sorry for those who are unable to pay, but the ultimate people to feel sorry for is the employees whose contributions were not paid, and they find out to their horror when they're ready to go and file for the national insurance that they worked for several employers and their contributions were not paid. So with that, I will thank you.
Attorney General.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I am honored today to contribute to this debate on the Finance Bill 2023 as laid by the Honorable Colm Imbert, Member of Parliament, Minister of Finance. Mr. President, the bill is 8 clauses in length, amends 6 critical pieces of existing legislation over Trinidad and Tobago's fiscal regime, namely the National Insurance Act, the Income Tax Act, the Corporation Tax Act, the Petroleum Tax Act, the Property Tax Act, and the Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Property Act. My contribution today, Mr. President, will serve only to highlight some of the amendments before this chamber, with reference to continuing recent achievements that this government has accomplished in line with the proposals set out in the bill before this Honorable Senate. I would commence by taking a holistic approach in the context of the work of the Caribbean Financial Action Task Force, CFATF. This government, led by the Honorable Prime Minister, Dr. Keith Rowley, continues to drive the anti-crime plan to take the profit out of crime and to improve Trinidad and Tobago's profit ratings on the international front. Mr. President, the government works closely with the Caribbean Financial Action Task Force in the implementation of the FATF standards on combating money laundering and financing of terrorism and proliferation in order to protect the international, regional, and domestic system from money laundering and terrorist financing risks, and to further encourage greater compliance with the anti-money laundering and combating financing terrorism standards with our neighbors in the Caribbean and Latin America. The Office of the Attorney General and Ministry of Legal Affairs has undertaken several measures implemented to ensure transparency in land, cash, and business transactions to directly target rampant corruption, fraud, and criminality in this country through the enactment of 23 pieces of AML-CFT legislation, swiftly followed by their operationalization. In addition, Mr. Chairman, recently, as Attorney General and prime contact for Trinidad and Tobago to CIFATIF, I attended the 57th CIFATIF plenary and working group meetings in the period November 26 to December 1st, 2023 in Aruba, leading the head of the anti-terrorism unit, Mrs. Vieira Sharma, and officers of that unit, and others from the criminal justice unit of the Office of the Attorney General, led by Mrs. Farzana Nazir Mohammed, and the Legislative Drafting Department, led by Mr. Ian McIntyre, Senior Counsel, and the Director and Deputy Director of the Financial Intelligence Unit. We attended high-level meetings. Key discussions were held on combating environmental crimes, potential implications of decriminalization, legislation, and a number of hybrid decriminalization approaches with respect to cannabis on the AML counter-financing terrorism front. Trinidad and Tobago's participation, Mr. President, in these meetings demonstrates the government's very firm commitment towards implementing the FATF standards. As Attorney General and Minister of Legal Affairs, I am fully committed to delivering to the people of Trinidad and Tobago a very strong AML-CFT regime in order to take the profit out of criminal activities and reduce the country's exposure to cross-border illicit flow of goods or funds. Arbitration, Mr. President, in the context of enhancing our fiscal regime. In its continued strides to improve the justice system, the government recently passed the Arbitration Act in August 2023, repealing the previous 1939 Arbitration Act. This 2023 Act provides for a modern legal framework to facilitate domestic and international trade and commerce by encouraging the use of arbitration as a means of resolving disputes and related matters. So that Trinidad and Tobago is better positioned as a center for international and regional commercial business. It allows the country to build its capacity and competence to become a seat of arbitration as the preferred place for international arbitration. In preparation for the early proclamation of that act in early 2024 and its full implementation, my office recently hosted a conference on December the 15th, 2023, just a few days ago, as an outreach mechanism for stakeholders in order to ensure that there is full awareness and exposure to the law. This piece of law allows disputes to be resolved through a modern, efficient, and internationally recognized procedure and promotes Trinidad and Tobago as a center for arbitration. I take the opportunity, Mr. President, to thank my colleague, Senator the Honorable Paula Gopi-Skoon, on whose behalf the keynote address was presented. Mr. President, the response of stakeholders to that piece of legislation has been nothing short of overwhelming. AGLA's drive towards digitization, the Registrar General's Department under the leadership of Mrs. Karen Bridgewater, Registrar General, is ensuring that all companies sign on to new registry systems at the company's registry. The system was created to improve the ease of doing business and to help Trinidad and Tobago maintain its international obligations to combat corruption. Just recently, this very Senate unanimously passed the Miscellaneous Provisions Registrar General Companies Registration of Business Names and Non-Profit Organizations Bill 2023 with amendments. This bill will serve to fully operationalize this new online system defined as a Computer Online Registration System and known by the acronym CROS or CROSS. Mr. President, in piloting that bill in the Senate, I spoke to the whole of government cybersecurity drive under the very able leadership of Senator, the Honorable Senator Hazel, Minister of Digital Transformation, indeed, and from whose command of his portfolio my ministry has benefited. Mr. President, this is an appropriate point to turn to some of the fundamental clauses introduced in this bill before this House, which have an immediate nexus to the current work of my office. Clause 4 of the bill, which amends the Corporation Tax Act, Chapter 7502, Clause 4 of the bill seeks to amend the Corporation Tax Act by inserting after Section 10X a new Section 10Y, which seeks to introduce a cyber security investment tax allowance to companies that incur expenditure in respect of investments made in cybersecurity software, network security monitoring equipment, up to a maximum of $500,000. This amendment, Mr. President, proposes to introduce that allowance for companies which incur expenditure in respect of investments in cybersecurity software, network security monitoring equipment, in order to secure and to protect sensitive information from being penetrated. And we cannot undervalue the importance of that allowance providing an incentive to continuing to build out our cyber security. To qualify for this allowance, the expenditure must be certified by iGovernment TT. This is beneficial in light of the recent advancements in technology and the growth of the digital economy, leading to increases in threat of cyber attacks. Mr. President, cybersecurity is an area of increasing importance in an era of globalization and the rise of threats from cyber attacks on businesses and governments. In keeping with the government's development plan for 2030 and its measures introduced in past budgets to promote digitalization, it is therefore imperative that focus is placed on safeguarding the security of networks, devices, and personal sensitive information from cyber threats, and the Minister of Finance the Honourable Minister of Finance is to be commended in this regard. Mr. President, the Office of the Attorney General and Ministry of Legal Affairs ICT Department, led by Mr. Roger Seeley and Mr. Samraj Haripal, Senior Counsel of the Law Reform Commission, supported by Senior Legal Officer Ms. Solange D'Souza, are committed to preparing the Office of the Attorney General and Ministry of Legal Affairs actively to pursue the fight against cybercrime by preparing a cybercrime legislative package that will replace the existing Computer Misuse Act, Chapter 11, Number 17, a subject which I know is very dear to the heart of Senator Richards of the Independent Bench. Mr. President, the most notable legislative reforms include the advancement of computer-related crimes, seeking to protect against the involvement of our youth in this type of criminal activity, and the need to streamline our laws with that of international legal advancements. The Attorney General's Office has already completed a legislative package to amend that act to accommodate the robust criminalization of cybercrimes through new advances of information and communications technologies, ICTs. This has been prudently operationalized while allowing for the proposed amendments to take into consideration our anticipated international commitments. These measures, Mr. President, will support the ongoing anti-money laundering detection and flagging initiatives, red flagging that is, as it can support the efforts of financial institutions in identifying suspicious patterns or anomalies in financial transactions. Clause 6 of the bill, which amends the Property Tax Act, Chapter 7604, Mr. President. That clause amends 3 sections of the Property Tax Act, Chapter 76, Number 4, namely Sections 33, 34, and 52A. Indeed, Section 33 was further amended to make specific provision for a municipal corporation to retain for its own use all taxes collected, which shall be paid into the corporation fund established under Section 109 of the Municipal Corporations Act. This government is fully aware that those who are vehemently opposed to the implementation of property tax clearly do not have a strategic plan or process on how provision can be made to provide local government corporations with a steady stream of revenue to provide goods and services to their constituents. Clause 7 of the bill, Mr. President, seeks to amend the Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Property Act, Number 1 of 2015. To prevent the government from having to face a plethora of litigation cases due to confusion and maladministration and misinformation, it was recommended that Section 58A of the Act be amended to include goods, services, and works up to $1 million, as opposed to simply goods and services up to $1 million. And the Honourable Minister of Finance has already spoken to the wisdom of that proposed amendment. Mr. President, the new framework of the Public Procurement and disposal of public property legislation, which came into operation on April 26, 2023, continues the modernization process for procuring property and services using public money, bringing the multifaceted, varied, and different procurement procedures used in the state sector to an end. This legislative structure, with an associated regulatory framework, applying objective standards evenly across all stages and actors in the process, Mr. President, serves to improve governance and in the process achieve value for money, transparency, and accountability. The implementation of this act serves to strengthen the rule of law in Trinidad and Tobago and increase investor confidence. Its proclamation marked a significant step by this government toward implementing a decentralized government procurement system to be overseen independently by the Office of Procurement Regulator. It is anticipated, Mr. President, that this shift will foster the development and seamless integration of an appropriate internal control framework, one that will include robust controls to enhance monitoring and ensure compliance effectively. On July 26, 2023, the legislation was further amended to strengthen and make more practical the procedural framework for procuring goods and services to be used by public bodies. Given that this legislation is primarily driven by the Ministry of Finance, my office continues to provide and to hold itself able and ready to provide support towards ensuring compliance with the public procurement procedures to prevent and combat corruption. Mr. President, in conclusion, I'd like to reiterate that this government continues to take a number of comprehensive measures and approaches in order to improve the governance of this country, allowing for greater accountability, transparency with the advance of digitization. I fully endorse the measures as contained in this bill and its rollout for 2024. The bill mirrors the government's solid commitment to addressing the economic challenges and opportunities that lie ahead and represents a significant step towards achieving our national goals and aspirations. As we approach 2024, the government of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, Mr. President, has striven to strike a balance between supporting critical sectors of the economy while maintaining fiscal discipline and sustainability. I thank you.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. President. I join this debate on the Finance Bill 2023, which should be better titled the PNM's Pass the Buck Bill, because there's no foreign exchange in the country because of the failed policies for 8 years of the PNM. And we get to clause 4.1, where we're trying to encourage exporters to export more, to fill the deficit and the chasm that is creating pain across Trinidad and Tobago due to the lack of availability of foreign exchange. The failure of the government to protect our data and our information at government ministries, at TSTT, 1 million customers, and we were told stories and fables from October 9th till November 14th of what took place and what didn't take place. TSTT, Attorney General's Office, TT Post, across the board. The failure to protect our data and our people. We now have clause 4.3 to try to encourage private sector to protect themselves because the government is unable to protect the citizens. The PNM government is a total, complete failure in every aspect, every responsibility known to be that of a government in a Westminster system. The failed education investment from 2016 coming forward, leading to the worst performances in history at SEA, O-level, A-level, lower tertiary enrollment down from 59,000 in 2014 down to a paltry 29,000. They now come to try to encourage private sector to do their job. With a failed program that has existed in sport and culture since 2009, this 150% tax break that will encourage those to come forward. Nobody came forward in sport other than the normal people who come to sponsor, whether it's a half marathon, a football, and so on. It encouraged no greater participation. In culture, no greater participation. Those who sponsor PAN continue to sponsor, and it has failed. We heard the Minister of Finance come here to regale us about this being used in international developed countries. I would have liked him to tell us what happened since 2009 in sport with this $150,000 tax benefit and tax credit. Nothing. But because they have failed to invest in education, they have shut down the gate, they've closed the gate, they've reduced the gate from 726 million in 2014 to 285 million now. They shut down THTTI, but say they want to improve tourism, but they're not training the children to get jobs in tourism. They shut down NESC centers, MIC centers, cut funding to COSTAT, cut funding to UTT, and now they come to say, private sector, please invest in our schools because we, the PNM, are unable to do our job, and we will give you a tax credit. That has not worked, it will not work, and the PNM does not work. The national insurance is collapsing because for 8 years they could not do the mathematics. They simply wanted to put a failed friend of the finance minister in charge of NIB, Mortgage Finance Company, and the Home Mortgage Bank, the new Calder Heart, and the NIB and the national insurance is collapsing because of the high unemployment. But yet we are regaled here during the budget to say that a 6-month late lag information from CSO is saying we are at the highest employment levels ever, full employment levels of 3.7%, abject total nonsense. If you live in this country and you talk to the people and you see the pain, over 123,000 people have come off the NIB rolls. Where are they gone? Is Massey Communications discussing with them? That's what they pay in the US for? Where are those people? So the failed finance bill, this finance bill is past the buck because PNM can't solve a problem. They exacerbate problems and they come here today to tell us that there are problems. They are problems because the PNM cannot solve problems. They create problems. Problems that did not exist now exist, and existing problems get worse. That is the PNM policy. We also see, when we sat here to debate recently, I stated that the PNM put all the eggs in the dragon gas basket because the Honorable Minister of Energy came here and regaled us about 2016, the trillions of TCF in cross-border gas and Venezuelan gas between Dragon and Lauren Manatee, and all the work that he and his government put in from 2016, 2017, up to 2020. We were supposed to be getting that gas. We got no gas. The only gas we got was from poverty. We couldn't eat, and we get gas pain in our belly because they did nothing. And now they come here in this bill, in clause 5, to try and encourage on land fields that have been decimated and production is going down, and they're coming to encourage now when it is too late, when they have done nothing, when they did not maintain. We are now at the lowest oil production in our history. The Honorable Minister of Finance said he researched and saw that we in Trinidad and Tobago started to commercially benefit from oil in 1920s. Well, me ain't know what research he did, because we started to commercially benefit from oil in 1908. So I tell him to read again and come again. And this is the worst in our history of 115 years of being in the energy sector. The PNM has decimated the sector, leading to a foreign exchange crisis. They did not listen to the Solomon report, the Lashley report, the McKinsey report. They did not take the advice of the then Minister of Energy, Oliveri. They did not take the advice of the then Petrotrin board not to shut down Petrotrin, but of their own volition, of the Prime Minister and member for Dago Martin West. They shut down Petrotrin on false, flawed rationale, claiming that that people, the maids and the tea ladies were making exorbitant salaries and therefore it was a drain on the treasury. Not true. The numbers show that the Petrotrin was making upwards of $2 billion US per year to add to our foreign exchange pool. And since the closure of Petrotrin, the foreign exchange crisis has been exacerbated. This has also led to a collapse in the energy and gas sector. The Ryder Scott report shows diminishing reserves, possible, probable, and proven. We are flat on gas and diminishing. So that's why they put all this effort in Dragon. But now in a 57-minute press conference, the Honorable Prime Minister, who boasted for 8 years that this was his egg, this was his legacy, spoke about Dragon gas for 22 seconds. Well, that has some problems and it going on. But we were told and we were boasted upon, and editorials were telling us, oh, how great thou art, Dragon gas is coming. The Dragon is not dancing. There is no gas. They have renegotiated an Atlantic LNG equity scale and a Chinese company that left 5%. The other shareholders give Trinidad and Tobago 5%, and these PNM come to pound the table and say, great, we are. 2024 October, we might get something, and in 2027, we might get something if we find gas. But there is no gas. They've collapsed the sector. NGC made a loss for the first time in 2019 after a failed negotiation of the PNM in 2017, led by the Honorable Prime Minister and member for Diego Martin West and the member, the now Minister of Energy. They caused a total collapse at Point Lisas. In 2014, Point Lisas was up at 74% capacity. Point Lisas now is at 28% capacity. 11 companies have shut down and gone. Foreign direct investment has been at a negative for 3 or 4 years since 2019, excluding COVID-19. And we have no foreign exchange. So when we come here today to see in a newspaper in The Guardian, and this is not a funny thing, I saw members of the PNM laughing. Well, I ain't such shock, because I am not one to believe in them thing. But when I see that the leader of the PNM believed in it, so much so that he made a speech, and I quote 2011, I quote on the platform.
So, Senator.
So I can't quote the speech?
Senator, have a seat.
You see?
So I'm following, and now you've gone past what is in the bill before us. You're on Clause 5, that's where you started.
Yes.
Dealing with what Clause 5 speaks to in relation to the energy sector. I've allowed a little leeway for you to generate your context in relation to the point that you're making about that, but now you're going past what is required. Therefore, it's irrelevant. I would ask you to move on.
President, I am so guided and so pleased that your ascension to the President, and I would take your advice immediately and I move on to Clause 4.1. And this Clause 4.1 of this bill tries to amend, or seems to amend, or wants to amend, or purports to amend the Corporation Tax Act. In Section 3A.2, by inserting a new paragraph, H, which seeks to exempt manufacturing companies whose gross receipts fall within the 30% tax bracket from business levy charges in respect of only export sales. Why only export sales, Mr. President? This Clause 4.1 is to try to encourage foreign and exchange accumulation, opening up and encouraging manufacturers to sell goods outside so that we can earn foreign exchange, US dollars, because of the crisis that we find ourselves in because of the policies of the PNM that have brought us here. So, Honorable President, when I read today's front page of The Guardian, and I see a major corporation spending hundreds of thousands of US dollars on a training program which included learning and trying to contact the dead and speaking with the dead, when I get reports and calls from citizens across the board. One lady called me last year and said, Senator, I need $1,500 to visit my daughter in Delaware, but the banks are only giving me $50 per day. I would like to pay $23,000 for 50. I said, stop, ma'am. Do not do that. If the banks are giving you $50 US per day, ma'am, go to the bank 30 days consecutively and get your $1,500 US. When we saw during COVID that 6,000 SMEs closed down and employees averaging 4 per SME were out of work, and right now, there are another, as January hits, another 6,000 to 8,000 small and micro enterprises are due to close down because of the lack of foreign exchange. It is a critical situation. When a citizen gives me a letter from First Citizens Bank, when he requested $100,000 US to pay his suppliers, and First Citizens Bank, our beautiful, brilliant, amazing bank that was Workers' Bank, and we are so proud of it, tells the customer, and I have the letter, that we cannot give you access even though you have the money to purchase your US. What we can do is give you a loan of $100,000 US at 9%, basically extorting the situation of the crisis that exists because of the PNM. So it's unavailable for you to just get it, but they could lend you it at 9% over a 6-month period. That's where we are. When a major businessman calls me and says his credit, his 90-day credit limit is gone, that he requires $150,000 US to pay suppliers from 90 days ago, and the bank sends him $15,000 and asks him if he's all right. And he said, well, how could I be all right? It's $135,000 short. When Republic Bank in the last 2.5 years cuts down credit cards in US denomination by 70%, we are in a crisis. So when I open my newspaper today and I see that a corporation it was alerted by a former central bank governor. We have to link everything here. We did not reach here by guess. Our former central bank governor was removed because he disseminated information in 2016 about the allocation of foreign exchange. Now we are seeing in 2023 critical crisis. We also, when I read this, and Mr. President, you're talking, this is not from the senator from the UNC. This is from a high executive management member in one of the major corporations in Trinidad and Tobago who took advantage of, well, not took advantage, or was forced to go into it and utilize US dollars, she said, per person in the tens of thousands.
Point of order. Standing order 53-1B. 53-1.
Okay, so raise one of tedious repetition. And as much as you're speaking to what you read in the papers this morning, and you're making that point has been made. You've used several examples in relation to foreign exchange and the fact that there's a crisis and so forth. Finish off your point, move forward.
No problem, Mr. President. I am trying to form the base. I don't like you to stand up and do squats here. You wanted me to link it to the bill. The bill is coming here to encourage people to get foreign exchange, manufacturers to sell, so much so that they don't even understand by encouraging our manufacturers to sell externally, they are going to put pressures right here internally where people are already suffering, where $100 in 2014 can only buy you $68 now worth of goods, where people go in the grocery with $100 and come out with a paper bag with 2 buns and a sausage. This is a very critical. So I am taking my time to form the basis of the point that I am making, because with the situation is that all the citizens out there, a minister, the Honorable Minister of Tourism, a very intelligent human being, sat here and berated the citizens about those who would send their children outside to university, not knowing where and where they'll get US from, that they were not thinking properly. This is a very serious situation. So when children cannot get US to study abroad, But a corporation that was noted by a former central bank governor could get so much foreign exchange that them could waste it on talking to the dead. This needs to be discussed here, and it's not a joke. This is not a joke, and those who think it is funny, I am not laughing. I would want to laugh at something so ridiculous. But when an honorable prime minister, when he was leader of the opposition, said, and I quote, that someone put me out of the cabinet. I live and born in Mason Hall, close to Lake Oto. And do you see what happened to him when he put me out of there?
Mr.
Now I see
President,
Massey
point of
talking to
order.
the dead. I'm very worried.
Mr. President, a point of order. This has been rehashed by Senator Mark already, Standing Order 53-1B.
So again, Senator Roberts, you've made that point earlier in your contribution, tried to. I raised it and indicated it was not relevant. That line that you're now going down, you've made the point in relation to what you've read in the paper's front page this morning. You've added several examples as to why it's valid, which is all well and good. So I'm asking you now to move off of that point and move on to another clause in the bill.
Thank you. Mr. President, let them don't get scared, because I am scared. Because to link it further to the clauses that we are here to deal with, 150,000, 150% of 500,000 up to give help in education. When crime is spiraling out of control, there's an evil that pervades the society. Children are dying in inordinate numbers from bullets and murderous victims. We are so scared in this country, people are not even going out. So when you have a situation where we are discussing connections that I do not understand, I was not brought up so, I do not fathom, but clearly people in the PNM believe in that, and now the whole country is suffering from a darkness and an evil. And the Prime Minister says...
No. Senator Roberts, again.
We're not suffering from
that,
evil.
No, stop. That inference isn't allowed, period. So I'll ask you to just refrain from using it and make your points. You are speaking about clauses in the bill, you're calling the clause number, speaking to it, and making your examples of the points that you're trying to make. But that further inference is what is not allowed.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll leave it for the population to decide. But I personally see a causal link. But I now quote from the Honorable Prime Minister. I won't show it, but I'll quote from it, because it's the Honorable Prime Minister, the member for Dago Martin West, who is saying that crime is costing Trinidad and Tobago millions. He is the Prime Minister. He's in charge 8 years. When he came in, the murder rate was 389. Now the murder rate last year was 608. We are already at 553. The gold and silver medals of his government, 2019 was 539 murders. And now the Prime Minister is saying crime is costing Trinidad and Tobago millions. Crime is costing Trinidad and Tobago millions of dollars, says Prime Minister Dr. Keith Rowley. And this is from the Express, Saturday Express, 16 December, page 7. He said it was the government's hope that spending more money on community programs such as these, which was a pool, $11 million pool, open up with 25 meters by 15, 1.2 meters deep, which value is about 1.7 million. But they spent 11 million, but crime is costing TNT millions. The Honorable Prime Minister said that the utilization of this pool will lead to a reduction in crime and by extension result in less money being spent on courthouses and the Privy Council. And Privy Council, foreign exchange, Privy Council, pounds, foreign exchange, very scarce, crime situation out of hand. We come here to look at Clause 5 to try and get more oil, to encourage people to drill more. The Honorable Minister of Finance said that our aged infrastructure, and we in the business so long, that the on-land wells would suffer to get oil out. But yet in 2016, in this very Senate and this Parliament, in this House, we heard the PNM government boasting about a certain company that increased their on-land oil production by 1,000%. They put it on the record from 3,000 barrels to 15,000 per day, and yet it didn't hit them as weird that wait, the infrastructure old. You need all kind of fancy technology to get it out. But just so it was coming out, flowing out, and exacerbated, they didn't see that as weird. But somebody has benefited to the tune of $118 million and more land worth $960 million over 10 years. But that situation leads us here to a finance bill, which is a pass-the-buck bill. You see, everything is connected here. We are here today on a Tuesday, while cricket playing in a stadium that was budgeted at $175 million and finished at $1.3 billion, and the PNM would not even allow us to go and watch a game, one of 4 games for the year in the $1.3 billion full of corruption stadium. And that is the problem that we have. They have no clue, they have no plan, and they proceed to create chaos and corruption. While we are seeing, the Honorable Prime Minister says crime is costing the country millions. And during a Christmas season, we see that citizens are so hard pressed for funds that they are willing to be scammed at Court's mega store to try and get goods and furniture for half price and end up dead on the floor in the car park looking for furniture. That's where we reach. The English cricket team is on high alert because murder outside the window. And we have a Minister of Tourism here who is telling us that we want to increase our revenue streams where the whole world has options to holiday. When they Google Trinidad and Tobago, they see PNM, they see blood, they see mayhem, they see murder, they see drive-by, they see AR-15. And today the Honorable Minister of Finance came to say that the ports are closed down and the ports slow because under what the PNM is amazing at doing, they come and tell you about a problem that exists that get worse and pretend them are not in charge, you know. The PNM in charge, one of the members of Tobago said, we in charge and we in your face like a jumbie from Lekoto. Or you forget that, we must remember that. They come here and talk about there's so no security in bonds that guns and ammunition could come in, you know. I thought it was FUL of legitimate gun license holders was causing crime. Now you're talking about the port. The whole country suffering. Businesses shutting down. People paying demurrage that they have to pay and add on to the prices of Christmas shoppers because the port is in a state of collapse. And the Honorable Minister of Finance comes to tell us that the Revenue Authority will come to save this when he knows full well that in most of those bonds, number one, for the last 8 months, they've been firing the younger BIR customs officers and hiring retirees.
Senator Roberts, you're beginning to respond to
the minister?
A whole other part of the order paper that was dealt with in relation to the urgent questions I've answered this morning. We're dealing with a debate. We're on to the debate section of today's proceedings, which is the bill. You're contributing, but as you're contributing, you're broadening the scope of the debate, which is what can't happen. So again, I'm going to ask you to tighten it and come back to the bill before us.
Mr. President, but you will forgive me because I respect you very much. The Honorable Minister of Finance answered the question, urgent question, but in his debate, he alluded to that also. Because he said, and I quote, it was very quiet. We don't need sometimes to tell people everything because it's national security. In his 40-minute presentation, he brought back that port situation. So that's what I'm responding to. It was on his mind from the Honorable Senator Mark's urgent question, and he brought it into the debate to show that part and parcel of what they need to improve the security and cyber security, he made an analogy with the port situation and so on, and said that this is why we need the revenue authority, which will save us and bring us into the new age and get us revenue than this finance bill. So that's what I'm dealing with. But we also see that the Honorable Prime Minister said crime is costing us millions. And I just read a little article from page 18, quite in page 18, hidden in the Newsday. It's a very interesting article. Sunday, December 17th. 4 illegal quarrying suspects to appear in Sangre Grande Court. 4 men are expected to appear before a Sangre Grande magistrate on Tuesday, facing charges of illegal quarrying after police operations at an area known as 5 Acres Vega de Oropuch, Sangre Grande on December 2nd. The accused, all employees of Presticon and Warner Construction, are charged before the court.
What?
But the Honorable Prime Minister says, crime costing us millions. Now this is a very serious thing, because Warner Construction, on record here in the Red House, the Honorable Prime Minister said, that is my friend and that is my former business partner. He was business partner back in Landate, for those who would know, I won't go into details, in a sheep farm.
Senator Roberts, have a seat. Again, too broad, way too broad.
Thank you, sir.
I'm really going to have to ask you, seriously, to focus on the bill that is before us. Right now you're on crime. And been on crime for a couple minutes. So come off crime and all of that. Get back to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. I would love to come off crime. The only way we can get off of crime is to get the PNM from there over here, and so we can handle the problem, because they can't handle it. And the Prime Minister that says that crime is costing us millions, and if there are no millions to serve the people, it's because they have allowed crime to get out of hand. And that's why we are here with a finance bill, trying to encourage public sector to do their work for them, trying to give tax breaks for public sector to invest in education, trying to get tax breaks for private sector to protect themselves against cyber attack and so on, because the PNM has admitted and confessed to their incompetence. They must call an election and come out of there, let somebody else who have a little brain handle the situation.
Contract with TSAT, PNM must go.
Now the Honorable Minister of Finance, well, he sold out himself, because today he said he spoke to many people, but all of them seem to only have money. Federation Park, Woodbrook, 20,000 rent. He ain't talk to nobody down on the ground. You know, he ain't talk to no doubles vendor. He ain't talk to the nuts man. He ain't talk to the CPEP worker, you know. He come here and say, well, I talked to Fed Park and so on. And he attacked these people. And he said, and he actually said that when they said that they cannot get 20,000 rent for their houses, that they were untrue, that was not true. Well, that's a problem. Because anybody who lives in Trinidad and Tobago over the last 8 years knows that the real estate market has dried up and crashed. That the places down in West Moorings, those high-rise things that I don't like, because
no expatriates.
My mouth big, sir, so I don't want to live so close to people and so on. But this 8,000 US and so on was the going rate in 2014 for one of these things. And you would see over 2017, 2019, they dropped down to half price, 4,000 and so on. People, the energy sector has collapsed. The people who were propping up those high rental values of 20,000 a month and so on were working in the oil and gas sector that the PNM has decimated. Yes. So I take umbrage to the Minister of Finance coming in the Senate to attack citizens and calling them, telling them, I will never use the wrong words, saying that they were telling untruths. when they were talking the truth, and he is just out of touch and out of time and out of time, and that's why the PNM must be removed, because to attack citizens like that is totally unfortunate. The PNM is also coming here and trying to convince people, never mind nothing works, never mind their policies bring pain, that they're coming to take more money out of your pocket, but there's so much. That's their point. Never mind your bus, your tire. Just this on the highway in Diego Martin, everybody knows. 4 cars over the weekend. Just so you're on a highway going down smooth, you feel you're cruising. One big sharp pothole in the direct place where your left tire will go. At least 3 ladies on the edge of the road. 2 tires bust and rim dent. Who paying them back for that? And that's just Diego Martin. Diego Martin is the constituency of the Honorable Prime Minister, the Honorable Acting Prime Minister, and the Honorable, I don't know what he is. But that is what happened in Diego Martin. So what about the people in Library? What about Point 14? What about Barrackpaw and Coover? What about Princestown? The entire place is in a mess, and the Honorable Minister of Finance is coming here, want to attack citizens wrongfully, because anybody who is aware knows that the PNM has collapsed the real estate market also, that people are running away from here. The reason they could renegotiate Atlantic train and so on, because people don't want it. The Honorable Prime Minister come to tell us that these energy companies, all of a sudden, they have a heart. They are charities. They are serve all. Them come to serve people. All over the world, they take and they take from countries that have left developing countries in poverty. All of a sudden in Trinidad, they have a heart.
They go on Guyana now.
And then the Honorable Minister said he's going to define deferral for us, as if we need his intellect. The day I need his intellect is when I come down from 5'10.5" to something shorter. I don't need his assistance in understanding deferral. Deferral, he said, well, elderly people who cannot afford his property tax, it will be deferred until, for in perpetuity, whatever he said, until they're dead, right? So 20 years, deferral. And then, miraculously, all these elderly people will have a rich lawyer daughter. Really? They have so many? That's what his argument was. That when the tax accumulates and is deferred, when the unfortunate event occurs and elderly people pass on, that whoever is left to inherit the property will have to pay every last cent. And his justification is that the child will be rich. Where is he living? What fantasy world does that Honorable Minister of Finance live in to come in this Senate and talk that kind of nonsense? There are people out there, the middle class has been decimated. Since 2015, it is costing the middle class between 40,000 and 80,000 extra annually to have a PNM Prime Minister rather than a UNC Prime Minister. Whether it is the removal of the fuel subsidy, the lack of gate to pay for your children's education, the lack of laptop, all of a sudden the PNM talking about, hey, we go finance laptop and get laptop. They're the government that said laptop, no laptop.
Senator, you have 5 more minutes.
Thank you, Honorable President. And then, en passant, the Minister of Finance slips in. Well, all corporations, UNC and PNM, they could collect the tax, but only residential. What does that mean? Commercial, industrial, the big money people. The PNM is a government for the rich, and the rich must get richer. They come here and they say it openly now. You come in there and you just say only residential. You say it quiet, you know. Just slip it in. What did Douglas don't miss that? But
expand on that.
Honorable, I need another hour. But Honorable President, let me just tell you, this bill, this finance bill, at the end of the year 2023, at the end of the year 2023, the priorities of the PNM are here. All they talk about crime. They want to handle crime. No, nothing about crime. They were nothing about increasing the 4% paltry, ridiculous 8-year nonsense that people are getting. They come to call a $4,000 for a 4-year period, 5-year period. They call that a lump sum. They really defining lump. A lump sum is when you're in the cabinet and you rent a building for $23 million, that lump sum. When you get $38 million to outfit your own building, that is a lump sum. You come to tell citizens $4,000 a lump sum? You know, one tire bus day, what a lady was driving an Audi Q7, one tire is $4,000. She lump sum gone under the PNM. But when you hear, and the best analysis and description of a failed government is when you keep an article. I wouldn't show it. Sorry, I don't mean to show it. I'm showing you.
This is the third time I've asked you not to brandish.
All right, no problem.
Just be careful.
All right. I take offense to the word brandish, though, sir, especially in this crime climate. I'm not brandishing the paper, but I humbly apologize. It was a reflex. But I'd just like to show the truth. This is an article from January. We'll hold it low. Sunday, January 7th, 2023. Prime Minister Keith Christopher Rowley says 2023 would be better. Well, boy, I'm not going to go through all 10, but I'll just give you some of what he said will happen in 2023. We are here at the end with a finance bill, and nothing here is discussed here at the beginning of 2023. The Honorable Prime Minister said we are expecting to have the Heritage and its associates make a greater effort in oil production. They went down. They come now at the end of 2023 to give a little tax incentive, hoping that man go and pump pump oil. We are the Phoenix Park Industrial Estate, which will be a major initiative. We heard last week in the Senate, out of 80 possible places, they get 18. That's their major. The last time I checked, if my child get 18 out of 80, I'll have to have a serious discussion with her about her scores in mathematics. The PNM said for 2023, the non-oil sector, the encouragement of the manufacturing sector is going well. And in the new year, we'll have much more to say about that. Nothing to say, failing, coming here to now say that they're going to give some incentive to try and sell more exports, to get more foreign exchange because they decimate the entire non-oil sector and energy sector. The PNM has collapsed just like what they said would happen. None of these things have happened. It will not happen. The only thing that will happen positive in the future is when the PNM calls the election and we could move them from there, Obiaman and all, and put a real government in place with real solutions. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Teemal.
Mr. President, I thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the bill before us here today. I'd like to go directly to Clause 4, Section B, 10X, 1, that deals with the corporate sponsorship allowance for public and private schools, and also 10Y, 1, that deals with cybersecurity investment tax allowance. And, Mr. President, just to note that those two sections refer specifically to companies being able to derive the 150% benefit for expenditures to schools and private contributions to public and private schools up to $500,000. Mr. President, my concern is really by limiting this benefit, this allowance, to companies, because the clause is very specific that it is company. And when we look under the Income Tax Act, and particularly which refers to the Corporation Tax Act, Section 5.21, what is there is a definition for company, an interpretation of company, and it is stated that company does not include partnerships. And And I would like this to be addressed because I would have thought that in order to attract, businesses to make contributions under this particular clause, for-profit businesses, of which partnerships would fall in that range, would form a significant part of the business community. And by just restricting the allowances for companies, we are leaving out a significant part of businesses who most likely are already contributing to schools and public and private schools, and as such I'm sure would like to avail themselves of this allowance that is being granted here under 10X and 10Y. So I'm asking that the Honorable Minister of Finance consider that in addition to company, provisions be made for all for-profit businesses, which would include partnerships. And I think in keeping with the objectives of the clause, to bring help to public and private schools to be better able to manage their entities, I think it would be more inclusive. And the net that would be cast by including for-profit businesses, including partnerships, would be much more than just only companies. 10X2, Mr. Vice President, states that the expenditure referred to in subsection 1, this is regarding public and private schools, shall be certified by the principal or the most senior administrator. Mr. Vice President, I have some concerns here about the certification by the principal or the most senior administrator. My concern stems from the fact that the principal or the administration of the school would be engaged in the actual process itself in terms of the expenditure that would be engaged in the execution of whatever contributions come to the school. The principal would be a vital part because the principal would be liaising with the respective companies. The principal would be assessing the necessity of what is being contributed, and the principal would sort of be definitively play a guiding role in the whole process. And to have a person that is intimately involved in the process be a certifying body, be a certifying agent, there's a conflict of interest, in my opinion. And I'm being fairly diplomatic in my words. I'm very kind with my words. Because the country has seen money is coming to schools through school boards, right? And the whole system was very questionable in what the school board, led by the principal, in terms of the millions of dollars that were given to these boards for school repairs and school rehabilitation, and whether we really got value for money. So what I'm suggesting is that the principal or the senior most administrator should not be the certifying person for the expenditure, which is quite considerable. We are talking about up to $500,000 per year. Not just a one-off $500,000, but it's per year. Per company. So it's quite substantial. And what I would prefer to see as the certifying agency or certifying entity would be maybe, it depends on the type of help and how the monies are spent. Maybe a certified accountant, providing that certification. Or in the case of works, particularly dealing with repairs and rehabilitation, maybe a chartered quantity surveyor. In other words, the appropriate professional who would be able to certify the works and not an interested party in the execution of the works. So I'm submitting that for consideration by the Honorable Minister of Finance. Mr. Vice President, I'd like to just express some thoughts on Clause 7, which deals with the addition of works to procurement, Clause 58A. And Clause 7 essentially stems from the Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Property Amendment and Validation Bill 2023, which was debated in this House, in this Senate, on July 20th of this year, 2023. And Section 58A of that particular bill would have stated, subject to regulations made under Section 63, the procurement of goods and services up to $1 million are exempt from the procurement requirements under this Act. And what we have before us now, in Clause 7 of the bill before us, is the addition of works to goods and services. So the Clause 58A is being amended such that goods, services, and works would fall within the $1 million exemption that was the intent of Section 58A. Mr. Vice President, we did have extensive debate on this section, on the bill overall, and this section in July of 2023. I would just like to briefly summarize some of the points that were raised in that particular debate, because it relates to what is being proposed in Clause 7. And the first point was that government and procuring entities were finding it almost impossible to procure small items with respect to goods and services due to the provisions or due to the complexities or the difficulties being experienced with the Procurement Act. We were informed that operations were literally grinding to a halt due to the inability to use suppliers from the past for goods and services because they had not gotten on to the procurement register. And most of the small entities that provided services for goods and services just were not either seeking to be registered with the procurement regulator, or for some of them it was beyond their means due to one, lack of knowledge, lack of awareness, lack of information, and lack of wherewithal just to get registered with the procurement office of the procurement regulator. Another point was that the office of the procurement regulator itself, this is the office itself, was not sufficiently operational at the time to ensure or to deal with the workload to register suppliers of goods and services, and particularly to educate the public, to inform the public, to ensure that small contractors and medium enterprises get on the list. That was one of the points that came up. And another point, at that time in July, almost half of the procuring entities had not developed the capacity to enact the procurement regulations in terms of even appointing a procurement officer as required by the legislation. So both the Office of the Procurement Regulator and the procuring entities were experiencing difficulties in terms of time, in terms of capacity, in terms of resources to get themselves going, to comply with the provisions of the Procurement Act. Now, concerns were expressed by several senators, myself included, that the Procurement Act may have been prematurely proclaimed, in that a significant number of the entities, including departments of government, were just not ready to implement the Act. Within the public procurement and disposal of property, procurement methods and procedures regulations of 2021, which was passed in both houses, I'm still of the strong view that there are adequate provisions for the procurement of small goods and services without having it classified as a yoke around the neck of businesses. And these provisions, after careful examination of the regulations that were passed, outside of the open bidding process, which is really geared up for large contracts, the regulations do allow, for one, request for quotations. This is to deal with small contracts, small suppliers of goods and services. It allows for request for quotations under Part 4, Section 10 and 11 of the regulations. It allows for single source selection under Part 4, Section 12 of the regulations. It allows for framework arrangements for procurement. And Section 4 of the regulations also allow for thresholds to be established, subject to approval, to be established by the procuring entities themselves. So the regulations do allow, to a large extent, provisions for small suppliers to get on board, small contractors to get on board, to provide goods and services and now works that would fall under $1 million. And I am still of the view, as I said, that the subsidiary legislation in terms of the regulations is really a very good reflection of the practicalities that are engaged in procurement, the difficulties that are engaged in procurement, particularly when it comes to small businesses. The intention is clearly not to place unnecessary restrictions on the procuring entities. And that is my take on the regulations with regard to small entities. The intention of the regulations is not to place adverse restrictions on such bodies. And I would submit that the real reason behind Section 58A and the further amendment that we have before us here today in Clause 7 to include works is the lack of readiness. The lack of readiness to fully operationalize the procurement law in accordance with the regulations that we have approved in 2021, both from the Office of the Procurement Regulator and also the procuring entities. It is just a huge task. And what I'm seeing evolving here, I must re-emphasize my concern. What we see evolving with this amendment, this further amendment, is a perpetuation of a parallel system of procurement that is exempt from the Procurement Act. Now, we may say that the Office of the Procurement Regulator still has a role because reports have to be submitted by the procuring entities. And I would have liked to hear the Minister, Honorable Minister of Finance, advise the Senate as to where we are with the regulations regarding this particular Section 58A, because the previous amendment did allow for the Office of the Procurement Regulator to establish regulations that would guide how we go about spending or procuring goods and services and now works under $1 million. Now that was in July. We are in December. Where are we with those regulations? Where are we with those regulations? So a parallel system of procurement is evolving in which the Office of the Procurement Regulator is being diminished. There is some accountability, but the powers of the Office Regulator is still being diminished to an extent. And in the context of all what I have said, Mr. Vice President, what I'm proposing for consideration by the Honorable Minister of Finance, seeing that the real issue, in my view, is lack of readiness to operationalize the Act, I'm proposing a sunset clause for Clause 7. Because at some point in time, we are going to be ready. And when we are ready, why do we have to retain this parallel system of procurement? So I'm proposing a sunset clause with regards to Clause 7, and it's up to the government whether or not a year is needed, whether 18 months is needed, or 6 months. But at some point in time, we are going to get ourselves organized, all parties involved, so that this act would be fully operationalized. And which is why I think, to avoid duplication, to avoid the route that we took with the Central Tenders Board, where we had so many parallels, so many parallel streams for procurement, it became murky. Because every time there was a hindrance, and I'm not saying it was not necessary at times, because at times the procurement under the Central Tenders Board was stifling. And we saw a lot of the enterprises have their own procurement unit. And under the law, they were able to procure goods and services and contracts. Billions of dollars were spent through the private enterprises, the government, state enterprises. Huge mega projects were done outside the purview of the Central Tenders Board because, understandably, there were serious reservations and constrictions, and it was stifling the whole procurement process. But if we start doing this with the Procurement Act, and we start putting in parallel systems, I see the possibility of the Procurement Act, all the noble objectives that led to it. I see that it would be, it may not be achievable. So, which is why I'm proposing the sunset clause. Mr. Vice President, I thank you for the opportunity.
Minister of Tourism, Culture and the Arts.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President. Grateful for the opportunity to contribute to this very serious bill, introducing some serious and very helpful measures into the economy in this Finance Bill 2023. And of course, many of the measures have come from the Minister of Finance's budget statement for financial year 2024. And Mr. Vice President, I didn't intend to spend a very long time. While these are serious measures, I intended to come, speak to the measures, of course, that attracted my interest, and explain it to the population. But of course, that was in the Yuletide spirit. And today, after hearing opposition senators, my spirit is disturbed. And not the spirit that they're talking about in Florida or Fort Myers, Mr. Vice President. And I don't understand what Massey has to do with this bill. If you have a problem with Massey stores, well, don't shop there. What does Massey have to do as a foreign exchange earner themselves, who deal in foreign exchange and spend foreign exchange in their business? What does that have to do with the PNM? If you have a problem with Massey, one of our proud conglomerates, publicly traded, if you have a problem in the opposition with Massey, well then don't buy their shares. But you're coming here with a very serious bill, the Finance Bill 2023, and making a mockery about the dead and talking about the dead. Mr. Vice President, if Senator Mark and Senator Roberts are so concerned with the dead, there are pills in the pharmacy for that. But leave that out of the debate here today. You're making a mockery of this very important clause, the amendment to the corporation tax, business levy exemption for export sales. And after hearing Senator Roberts, another clause becomes very important, and that is the increased resources going into the education sector by corporation entities, because clearly, after the presentation of Senator Roberts, we need more resources going to our young children in the education sector. Senator Roberts does not even understand the whole forex market. He does not understand it. You come here talking about the government has failed to protect our foreign exchange, as though government takes all the foreign exchange it has and puts it in a vault and just locks it up and leave it there and protects it. He's completely clueless, without an understanding that there are many claims on foreign exchange in this country that government has to manage. Healthcare. We provide free healthcare in this country to a very good, high standard. We provide a program called CDAP, introduced by the People's National Movement. And we import drugs. We import medicines in our free healthcare system. We import equipment. That is a claim on our foreign exchange. The Salcott water, an agreement agreed to by the opposition. We pay millions and millions of US dollars per month for the Salcott water. Our public utilities, TNTech, WASA, have a big claim on our foreign exchange. Most of our public goods. So Senator Roberts comes here as though he was never in government and he does not understand these things. He also does not understand that as a hydrocarbon-based economy, hydrocarbons are a depleting resource. And more than that, the prices that we're fetching on the international markets are also less. So there will be challenges to our balance of trade, and there will be challenges to our foreign exchange earnings. And for that very reason, we are incentivizing our manufacturers to look towards global markets, to increase their sales, to increase their earnings. And we've done it before, we're doing it again. They're now going to be exempt on their export market, on their export sales earnings from business levy. Of course, business levy, as you're aware, Mr. Vice President, is a tax, 0.6% on your gross sales. Not on your net profit, on your gross sales. So we're exempting them from that. And with those savings or those additional earnings, we expect the manufacturers to go out and compete more, become more competitive, and become more productive in our domestic market, expand their productions, hire more people, improve the economy, improve our gross domestic product. And we have not just done it here. If you examine the Corporation Tax Act, in Section 10B of the Corporation Tax Act, provision is also made for an allowance of 150% for the promotional expenses for the creation or promotion of the expansion into foreign markets by manufacturing companies for the purpose of increasing sales. It's an additional allowance, an additional incentive, all towards improving the competitiveness of our manufacturers on a global scale and improving the foreign exchange earning potential of our manufacturing sector, which has been doing extremely well under this government and under the current Minister of Trade and Industry. But he does not understand that. Everything that Senator Roberts comes here to say, you can hear it on Douglas Politics, and he just repeats it with no reference, just calling out figures, off the top of his head, unchallenged, because of course this is a debate. We can't challenge him, we have to respond to him. But nothing he says is credible. Nothing he says can be referenced to anything. He just makes it up as he goes along. And if you hear him today, he might say one thing, he might say 10%, if you hear him tomorrow, he might say 20%, and it just keeps going on and on and on. Senator Roberts made the point about tourists. All the tourists are seeing crime and mayhem and AR-15. Now, there is a cruise ship import today. There is a cruise ship import on Sunday. And of course, I reported here that we're seeing a 51 increase in the number of cruise calls coming to Trinidad and Tobago, and we're very happy for that. Crime is a problem with respect to our tourists, and we work with the police, the municipal police, and the police force to ensure the safety of our tourists, and knock on wood, we have not had any incident to date. But it just strikes me, Mr. Vice President, the temerity of Senator Roberts to speak about crime, the incidence of crime, the impact of crime, the causes of crime. If you forget, Mr. Vice President, let me remind you, Senator Roberts was the brainchild of a program called Live Sport, a sport where, according to a former national security minister who became a former commissioner of police, according to the Central Audit Committee, according to the police service, was a program that birthed, took from its embryonic stages and created a gang culture here in Trinidad and Tobago. And Senator Mark has the unmitigated temerity to stand, Senator Roberts, apologies to Senator Mark, has the unmitigated temerity to come here and speak about crime and AR-15. I don't even know what an AR-15 is. He probably does. No shame, you know. And of course, it takes me now to clause 4B, as Senator Roberts takes his seat. It gave me an idea while listening to Senator Roberts that perhaps when I return to my private life, I can cause my corporation. I would like to invest in some schools, develop some debate clubs, so that they could understand first principles, the difference between fact and fiction, and then pure rubbish. I can't understand it at all. Mr. Vice President, we in this country, Trinidad and Tobago, while the opposition will criticize up and down, we in this country enjoy a very high standard of education. But talk it as you like. They make the mistake sometimes because they like to visit foreign countries. Some of them have land there and happily paying property tax. They like to compare us with very, very developed nations. But compare us with some developing nations or similar nations to us, this small island developing state. We have a very high standard of education in this country. We spend a lot of money annually on our educational system, on the physical infrastructure, on the labs and all the equipment required for the labs, on the training of teachers, the payment to teachers, and the list goes on. We enjoy a very, very, very high quality and standard of education here. However, due to our own expectations and standards as citizens of this country, we all would like to see improvements. If you ask any principal of any school whether they could do with some more resources or some more money, they would all say yes. They would all say yes. And therefore, this amendment, where we're encouraging corporations to invest in schools registered with the Ministry of Education, is a very, very important one. Because education does not only stop with the curriculum as set out by the Ministry of Education. There are lots of other things that goes on in schools that perhaps we take for granted, but that impacts the lives and the educational activities and experiences of our students. I went to a school. The school had cadets, the school had scouts, the school had every single club of every single sport played here in Trinidad and Tobago. We had a biological society, we had an astronomical society, we had all of these societies. And who paid for all of these things? Who paid for all of these things? We have a football side, we have a cricket team, all sponsored. Who pays for all of these things? So it is extremely important to get the corporations involved. And it goes to their corporate social responsibility. It goes to their corporate social responsibility. Some senator has indicated it. I heard some senators speak to it before about the increasing community of these schools. You have the students, you have the staff, you have the parents, teachers associations, but now you have past students associations. And of course, you have the community within which the school resides. The community is increasing, and that is a good thing. It is a good thing where you have a large community supporting a school. So, to Senator Maharaj's point, she made a point about bias. Of course, Senator will accept that to coerce, to compel, to mandate that corporations spend towards certain schools who are in most need is an infringement to a person's constitutional rights. So it can't be done. Of course, Senator Maharaj, it has to be done by moral suasion. But to that point of bias, I will say this. In a company's corporate social responsibility policy and position, if a company or corporation resides in the same area, the same village of a school, that company ought to be interested in the positive development of those schools. And that is the kind of thinking that you will find emerging. Because that company would want to boast of this school, about the behavior of the students, about the discipline of the students, about the alumni of the students. If I own a corporation, or I'm a shareholder in a corporation and there's a school nearby, I would want to invest in that. Not just to paint the school and ensure that the infrastructure is good, but ensure that the educational experiences within that school are up to standard where they can contribute positively to society and positively to the economy. It does not help them to ignore that fact. So I would say that on that point. On the other point, and both Senator Maharaj and Senator Teemal spoke to it, and the question asked was, well, how is this going to be administered? It's a valid question. But if you scan clause 10b to now clause 10y, X and Y being the new proposed provisions, the provision is there. The Ministry of Education where 10X is concerned, must now come up with a policy on how this thing is to be administered, and that policy must be approved. So let me give by way of example. Senator Maharaj, you spoke about there's an allowance for the corporate sponsorship of local videos that promote local content as well as for educational purposes. In the Ministry of Tourism, Culture and the Arts, we have the Art and Culture Allowance. So the legislation says in 10G, subject to section 10L, where in a year of income, company incurs expenditure in respect of an artistic work, there shall be allowed as a deduction in ascertaining the chargeable profits for the company for that year of income, an allowance equal to the actual expenditure incurred up to a maximum of $3 million. That is in respect of visual art. So it says that the deduction may only be claimed in respect of the initial acquisition of the work. The deduction be allowed where the work is done by a national of Trinidad and Tobago and is certified by an art gallery, which shall submit a valuation of the work done. Of course, in practice, what you do, you have to purchase through an art gallery. The art gallery, the person who is in charge there, must be a certified art valuer. He does a certificate, stamps the certificate, and the corporation now, in compiling their annual accounts for payment of corporation tax and other taxes, they would produce that certificate to the Board of Inland Revenue in the requisite form. But more importantly, in the case of a performing art, we have at the ministry something called, a unit called the National Registry of Artists. And a policy was created. There is a procedure, it is online, where persons, there are 5 application degrees: individuals, organization, certification of work by individuals, certification of works by organizations, certification festivals by organizations, and an application has to be made. A committee provides an assessment of it, it is documented. They produce a certificate. It goes to the permanent secretary, comes to the minister for sign-off, a proper certificate. And then the corporate entity goes to the Board of Inland Revenue when it is producing its accounts and producing its forms to make its corporation tax payments or whatever other tax payments. They produce it there, and that is where it is allowed. So it's a long process. In fact, with respect to this provision, I am fearful that the provision may become a little too bureaucratic. I am fearful of that because, yes, it says by the principal, but in the bureaucracy that revolves around these things, you will find the work has to be done, so estimates have to be submitted before the work is done. The work is then done. An engineer has to certify the works. An auditor has to audit the works as compared to the estimates. And then the principal certifies it by way of some sort of certificate. Perhaps the Ministry of Education will come up with it. And then they go to the Board of Inland Revenue. I am worried that it becomes a little too bureaucratic. But suffice it to say, the point I wish to make is that there is going to be a bureaucratic process in this clause 10 to ensure that the taxpayer is not disadvantaged. The same with cybersecurity. And with cybersecurity, I want to make this point, Senator Bacchus, to Senator Mark and to Senator Roberts. No cybersecurity bill. Of course, we have to put forward a cybersecurity bill. And yes, we have to fix the Data Protection Act, amend it, and put it into force. But, Mr. Vice President, common sense. The Data Protection Act or the Cybersecurity Bill is not going to protect you from cybersecurity acts, you know. What will protect you is the very same thing that we're trying to incentivize corporations to invest in. This is what, if the Data Protection Act or the Cybersecurity Bill becomes act and goes into full force, would that find the people who hacked into TSTT or who consistently, continually hacks into Answer McCall and all the other conglomerates' database and the banks? It's not going to find them. We can't find them now. We will find them with the bill. We will find them with the act. It's not going to. What will is these protective measures that we're putting into place. So please, again, fact, fiction, and a reasonable opinion. Reasonable opinion. It makes no sense to bad talk or to complain about 10Y. The Data Protection Act is not going to assist. Mr. Vice President, I would also add, lastly in closing, that I'm happy that the Property Tax Act is going to be amended to, as a next step, into putting our local reform agenda into place, and therefore the local bodies will be able to receive their taxes and put it into use into their municipalities. And as a last retort and rebuttal to Senator Mark and to Senator Maharaj, you know when Senator Mark really has nothing to say? He starts off with a very, very spurious, ambiguous point that really makes no sense. So he started off by talking about this government's abuse of process by bringing omnibus legislation under the guise of the finance bill. Permit me, Mr. Vice President, to just read into the record clause 63.2 of our standing orders of this Senate 2016. Before any bill is printed, the clerk shall satisfy himself that the bill is divided into successive clauses numbered consecutively. B, the bill has in the margin a short summary of each clause. And C, the provisions of the bill do not go beyond its title. Mr. Vice President, omnibus pieces of legislation are a feature of our work here in the legislature, and they will continue to be a feature of our work in legislatures to come. Mr. Vice President, with those few words, I thank you.
Senator Jayanti Lutchmedial.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, thank you very much for the opportunity to contribute to the debate on this bill and act to make provisions of a financial nature on other related matters. Mr. President, at the onset, and I didn't have much time to prepare, but from the beginning when I read this bill, what stood out to me is that there's a serious, but more so when I listened today to the contributions from the government side, I realized how serious the disconnect is between this government and reality of what is happening in this country here today. And I will just get right in and just go clause by clause and deal with a couple of the areas here today. There's nothing for me to respond to from the Minister of Tourism. He obviously disagrees with Senator Roberts, and he's well versed in the pharmaceutical interventions that could raise the dead. I find he's a bit young to be so, proficient in that field, but it's all right. That was his contribution to this debate here today.
He's a OBM man in training.
I want to speak firstly about the provisions here about the waiver of penalty and interest to the National Insurance Board, about monies owing to the NIB and the amendments made. Now, the minister in piloting the bill spoke about one particular group of persons who would have paid just before the amnesty took effect. And they would have paid the contributions, but not the penalty and interest. So this will now permit them to benefit from the waiver of the penalty and the interest. So there are a couple of things here. Why not make it specific to persons who would have already made payments of the contributions owed and just give a waiver of the penalty and the interest? Because those are the people who have complied. What we have instead is yet another amnesty being given to persons who have broken the law. And to introduce a further amnesty in relation to NIB contributions when there is such an absence of solid data that can help. You see, I want to support good measures, I try real hard, And I know most of you all agree. I try really hard to find things that I could support coming from this government and to speak about things that could be sensible and could benefit the country. But you have not, it's really difficult. It's really, really difficult because no one can say we hear from time to time, they say, well, the last amnesty, it brought in X amount of money. But how much is still owing? What percentage of the outstanding contributions have actually been paid? And are you now, and all the people who have been so delinquent over the years, all of the people who failed to take advantage of the past two amnesties to even pay their contributions, you are now giving them a further amnesty. So we need to have more information about how many people actually paid, how many people paid just before the amnesty but didn't pay the penalty and interest, and if those are the ones you want to cover, I would suggest that the minister amend this provision. If you want to, quote unquote, for want of a better word, reward those people who came and paid up their contributions but may have outstanding penalty and interest, and you want to give them a blight, I could perhaps stomach that. But I cannot understand why persons who are consistently in breach of the law, in spite of the fact that they have had the opportunity to comply without facing penalty and interest, why you want to give them another opportunity. The next thing is, so the actual success of these past amnesties is something that we really need to have more information about. The other thing is that instead of only giving amnesty after amnesty and trying to bring in money, because we all know the National Insurance Board, they are in dire straits. They are now in a position where they are recommending raising the retirement age. They want to freeze pensions. I think they want to also increase the contribution rate, which was last increased, I think, in 2016 or 17. So I think I read in their last annual report that they are actually having to go into their investments in order to meet their obligations. Mr. Vice President, I'm sorry, the minister is disturbing me. When I know he pointed out that we weren't disturbing him, only this end. Perhaps he could go and speak there.
Kindly allow the member to make a contribution in silence.
Because the National Insurance Board, thank you, Mr. President, Vice President, the National Insurance Board is now going into their investments because contributions are falling. They are unable. The contribution base is also getting smaller because we have an aging population. Contributions and the collection of contributions are falling, and they cannot meet their obligations. And so what they are doing is they are going into their investments. And that is the situation that they are facing. So rather than the government try to invest in stricter compliance and enforcement from the NIB, and to get that done, they are giving more and more amnesties. The National Insurance Board could use that penalty and interest right now so that they don't have to go into their investments. It is very important for them to get those funds in there because they are in a dangerous and precarious situation. Apart from that, the whole notion of continuously giving these amnesties to persons who essentially broke the law, it really does work to the detriment of the contributor and the employee. I want to give you an example, real life situation. Someone came to us to file a judicial review matter. A woman retiring from the public service, from the teaching service, ready to get her gratuity and her pension, is told that her leave has been reclassified from when she went on maternity leave. The child in university now, by the way. But when her leave has been reclassified because she was on extended sick leave and she got pay, and they reclassified it to no pay leave. And what she has to do is to now, or ought to have done at the time, some 20 years ago, while she was a teacher in the public service, is to apply for NIB benefits. When that person goes in to find out now what can happen at NIB, giving you a runaround about timelines and so on, she said, I never knew that I was entitled, so I now have to do it. And that was a real life case. We had to file it, and a judge had to give a ruling to say, well, listen, you can't penalize somebody and enforce a timeline for not applying for something they didn't know they had to apply for 20 years ago. But more than that, when the person goes in to try to process their benefits, they find contributions missing. And that is a real life situation. There are real situations now where businesses are going into receivership. Contractors and so on, their wife driving Mercedes-Benz. But when the receiver go in to look at what is happening in the business, you know what they've been doing? They've been collecting and deducting NIS contributions from people's salaries and not remitting it to the National Insurance Board. Those are the issues that the government should be addressing, not giving waivers. And I heard the Attorney General, I don't know where it came from, but he took the opportunity to speak about AML-CFT compliance. Do you know what AML-CFT country compliance really is? It is not in passing laws, it is in enforcement. And when you take money out of an employee's salary as an NIS deduction and you do not remit it to the Board of Inland Revenue, that is fraud. That is a predicate offense to money laundering. So if you want to be AML, CFT, and CFATIF compliant in the next round of evaluations, what you should be doing is not coming here to say we're giving our bly again to all these delinquent employers. What you should be doing is going after them for committing fraud and money laundering. Because you cannot take money out of people's salaries on the false premise that it is a statutory deduction, using it to enrich yourself and benefiting from it in your business. And when your business flops and you go into receivership, creditors are lining up and waiting, and there's nothing for them to get because you know where the most money is owed? All of the assets that could be realized have to go and pay in NIB and Board of Inland Revenue because they haven't been paying their corporate taxes, they haven't been paying their national insurance contributions for their employees. And the bottom line is that when it comes to the payment of taxes and statutory deductions in this country, we need to foster a culture of compliance and enforcement and not try to encourage this lackadaisical approach to the payment of statutory deductions. That, at the end of the day, it is the employees who do not benefit from this. Mr. Vice President, since 2016, as I said before, the NIB has been dipping into their investments. And at this point in time, if the alarm bells haven't gone off in the minds of the decision makers that something has to be done, well, then I really do not know what to say. We are now going back in time to do debt forgiveness for persons who would have paid their contributions late so that we can give a waiver of penalty and interest to them. And this goes against everything that the government had said that they were going to do when we debated a bill to deal with the National Insurance Board in this Parliament. I remember a very theatrical and riveting performance from the Minister in the Ministry of Finance talking about winter is coming and that we're going after this one and we're going after that and you better put your house in order. Well, it seems to be endless summer. He got the movie wrong. It's not Game of Thrones. There's a movie called Endless Summer about surfing. And that's what we are allowing here. It is endless summer for the delinquent employers.
1, E, F, and G. Both the Minister of Finance and Minister Brown are becoming nuisances. They are always nuisances.
Senator Mark, I'm on my legs. Senator Mark? Senator Mark, you've made your standing orders, and I would like to enforce but one, and that is 51.1 for the running commentary and the volume at hand. Continue.
Vice President. So, Vice President, I disagree with Senator Maharaj. They're not becoming nuisances. They generally are nuisances. But to the country as a whole, not in here. I would never say that about in here, but just to the country as a whole. All of them. Mr. Vice President, they raise the issue that, it is really the small businesses who are have a difficulty in becoming compliant with NIB and so on and so on. Well, you know what? If you were collecting more contributions rather than giving a free pass, NIB could invest in assisting small and micro enterprises. And the next thing is that you come here and you make a comment like that with no supporting data. And that is the bottom line of every single proposal put forward by this government, where they try to convince the country that they're doing something good. They cannot produce a single scrap of evidence to support it. So we have to sit here and listen to them say, but it's mostly these small and micro enterprises that cannot be compliant. When the truth and in fact, it must be all the big businesses. It's a whole set of ministries. It's a whole set of statutory enterprises who are the biggest defaulters in terms of contributing to NIB. And we are now going to be giving them a free pass, and they don't deserve it. So bring the data. I think Senator Maharaj raised something like that. Bring some data to support that. And secondly, the free pass to the small and micro enterprise, if it is in fact that they are the ones who cannot get into compliance and you want to bring them into compliance, is not to waive penalty and interest. It is to assist them further. And NIB could use the money if you enforce and collect penalty and interest. They could use that money and invest it in greater technology. I know that they have incorporated online payments. They now have a system where you can apply online, employees can check, and so on. And the minister in the Ministry of Finance spoke about that right here when he talked about the winter coming and all of that. He said that they were making massive investments in enforcement. They were going to, and I think they were hiring more staff for audits and compliance and all that. So why, if you are doing all of that, you have come here now to go back? Is it that somebody that is important to the PNM pay up their contributions, but has a big bill, has a big bill for penalty and interest, and they need a waiver? Because this seems very ad hominem. It really seems like there is some particular entity or enterprise that requires this waiver, because it is so very specific, and the details that they are given and the total absence of any actual data to support the necessity for this particular measure really makes me believe that it is some partner they're trying to help out here, right? It's a partner that they're trying to help out. The other thing about the National Insurance Board, I want to say, instead of bringing amnesty after amnesty, there was a project done some years ago about bringing all self-employed people into the system. That has only been partially rolled out. If you were previously employed and you were a contributor, I think you can now make something like called voluntary contributions. But a government that claims that they are promoting so much entrepreneurship and so on, do you not, if you are an entrepreneur and you are you're a self-employed person, you cannot participate in the social safety net called national insurance, still to this day? And if you were to roll out that system and make it in such a way that self-employed persons can then come in and register and make it so that they have to register and contribute to the system, then you will widen the base of contributors. So whereas we have an aging population and we have fewer and fewer people that we can collect contributions from, instead of trying to raise the retirement age, try to widen the base of young people, young entrepreneurs, self-employed people, taxi driver, fisherman, doublesman, and everybody, and let them contribute, because they can also benefit from the social safety net. So allow more and more people to participate into the system. Don't just hand out amnesties. And the last thing I want to mention here, and I got some of the data online. For example, if you are employed, you want to make voluntary contributions, the highest rate at which you can contribute is if you're making $8,300 a week, or a month or over, and you're contributing $218 a week. There are higher rates if you actually fall into the regular system, where you can contribute up to $414 per week. So why not even out the system and get the system working? And where it would come in really, what would come in very handy in order to make these types of decisions? The actuarial review. NIB has not had an actuarial review since 2016. The 10th actuarial review, the 10th actuarial report is dated June 2016. And we have promised the 11th report. They said it was in their last annual report. They said it would be laid in Parliament in early 2023. Here we are on the 19th of December 2023, and we have not yet seen the 11th actuarial report of the National Insurance Board. So all of these decisions are being made in the absence of a proper actuarial review, which should have been laid in this Parliament a long time ago, but at least, I would say, in the first quarter of this year, based on what was said in the last annual report of the National Insurance Board. I want to move on now to this issue of corporate sponsorship. Mr. Vice President, with everything that is happening in our schools and all of the information is so much out, and this is why I say my only conclusion I could draw reading this bill is the total disconnect between this government and reality, because it is blatantly obvious that there are certain schools that need targeted interventions and investments in order to get ahead. And I sat here and I listened to the minister talking about, Fatima, and this one, and Napariman. I'm a very proud graduate of what we refer to, although I don't agree with it, people call prestige schools. But at the end of the day, what you have created, I swear to God, somebody just roll out of their bed one morning and say, you know something? Instead of this headache, because we have completely failed in the education sector. So instead of this headache that we have to take on now, all them contractor partners we have and they who give out some laptop and take picture with us during COVID, let me get them a little tax break. And that's all they did here, that is all that they have done here. The management of this entire thing will lead to a perpetuation of the inequalities that already exist in our education system. Instead of the government trying to manage, and that is your job, and stop abdicating your responsibility to manage the education sector. You took away laptops from children, you cut school feeding, school transport, people are always striking because they cannot get their money on time. Many of them have dropped out of the program. And now you are coming to say, well, you know what? If schools need things, let corporate Trinidad and Tobago come in and give it to them, because that's part of their corporate social responsibility. What about your responsibility? What about your responsibility? At the end of the day, what you're doing right now with this provision here is making it possible, or you're cutting track for Guti to run. Because you are basically saying that any corporate sponsor could write a check and hand it to a school principal, and a school principal could certify it and say, this is a contribution to the school and so on, and they will get a tax break. Who is going to audit and monitor the expenditure of that money in the school? Who is going to administer the expenditure? Who is going to identify the needs of the school and say this is what is really needed and so on? Who is going to approve the needs? I remember one time I heard about a school raising money and having giving children tickets to sell for whatever, barbecue, curry, whatever it was. And the money was being raised because they wanted to air condition the staff room in the school. And the rest of the school, falling down. Like many of the schools that have fallen down under the PNM. So you are putting it on the principal of the school now to determine what the needs of the school are, source the sponsorship, and verify that the money that they are receiving, and what are they going to do, spend the money as well? And they always feel they're so bright, they think they could come here and fool up somebody else. All the best schools in the world, they survive on endowments. You know what an endowment fund is? An endowment fund is a registered non-profit organization that is regulated and audited every year. It's not a principal taking a check and putting it in the top drawer. And then suddenly the businessman who gave the check, the child, a name on the 20% list to get into the prestige school. Exactly. That is what you want to encourage? That is what you want to encourage? That is nonsense. I have never read something as in all of the madness and ridiculous things that I have seen since I've been here. This had to be the most ridiculous. This one take the cake. that you will basically say that I will give anybody a tax exemption if a school principal give them a certified somehow or the other and tell them, yes, they give money to the school. On the basis that what? Because, well, I went to that school, so I want to give back money. So what about the schools where you don't have the top executives and so on who want to contribute? People don't, again, out of touch with reality. People don't only give money to the schools where they went to. They give money to the schools they want their children to go to. And we should not be allowing or creating a system through law where people could buy a place for their child in a secondary school. Again, yes, perpetuating the cycle of inequalities that exist already, rather than they try to close the gap that exists within our schools in this country. They want to make it. Mr. Vice President, there are registered non-profit organizations called alumni associations or whatever name they want to go by, old boys association, whatever. Many of them are registered. Now, with the law in place and to become FATF and CFATF compliant, they have to be regulated. So, let people continue to contribute. The school that I went to, we put up a whole 4-story building selling cookbook. Right? Selling cookbook. It's a good cookbook. Naparima Girls High School cookbook. Best cookbook in the whole Caribbean. We were able to do that, but you know what? Every 5 cents was accounted for. And people gave willingly. The association ran fundraisers. They did whatever they had to do, and they contribute to the school. You do not have a system like this. You do not have a system like this where there's zero accountability, but people are getting tax exemptions. If you want to take corporate sponsorship from individuals and corporations and so on to improve the education system and invest in education, you collect the money, give the certification, and spend the money where it is needed, because that is a program where you can measure the input coming in and how it is being applied and how it is, the results that we are getting. The Minister of Tourism and I, we were in school together, and the first thing that we learned about any program and any intervention, it must be smart. You have to be measurable, targeted. You have to have a timeline. You have to be able to understand what are the results. If you just allowing school principals to collect money, then I don't know how you intend to measure the success of such an initiative. So please put some thought into these things before you all come here and try to make it sound nice, because it might sound nice in your head, but anybody else listening to this will see that this is going to be riddled with problems for the future. Moving right along to 10Y. Mr. Vice President, it is interesting that they want to make the buy a place for your child in secondary school program to be perpetual and no timeline in that one. But for cybersecurity, they're making it applicable for 2 years. Now, anybody who understands cybersecurity will know that you need continuous investment. So giving a one-off, or I don't know, maybe over a period of time saying, look, you could invest up to a certain amount of money and then you can, benefit from a tax exemption. I don't really know how much sense that makes, because what happens when the tax exemption expires and is no longer there? You'll have outdated hardware and software, and then you'll just be just as vulnerable again to an attack. So I can't understand why an intervention like this, encouraging people to make investments in something that's obviously necessary, would have a specific time frame, but the other one would be, perpetually every year you can, or how much ever time your child writes SCA, how much children you have, you can give, or whatever it is. So that's the first thing I want to make a point of. The second thing, and Senator Mitchell, the Minister of Tourism, made the point that, look, it's not about data protection and cybersecurity because the law is not going to protect you. And he's right to an extent. The law doesn't protect you, but you know what? The hardware and the software and so on could only protect you to so much. You know what would help and what can reduce cybercrime and so on? It is that if we make investments in the type of law enforcement that we need to find criminals and to punish them. Because you could have hardware and software, and you could make this investment, and come December 2025, when you have no tax benefit to get anymore, your software is outdated, your firewalls are not the best. The cybersecurity environment is one that is constantly evolving. New threats are always going to be popping up, and we don't have enough investment in, at the end of the day, which we heard at our Joint Select Committee where the minister appeared before our JSC to discuss it, we don't have enough qualified people to really deal with cybersecurity threats, whether it is in the public or in the private sector. So if you want to give a tax exemption, again, to this, you can help people along the way, but I think it is much more important for us to say that we will make investments in law enforcement so that we can have more money put into catching these criminals. We could have more money invested in being able to deter cyber criminals from wanting to attack our state enterprises, particularly holding a lot of information about citizens and so on. The minister mentioned that the Trinidad and Tobago Incident Response Team, and he read their mission, and I looked at this when we had the recent spate of cyber attacks. And, really their goal is part of it, and a big part of their mandate is the restorative aspect. So they come in after the fact to try to preserve your information and to minimize the impact of a cyber attack, but it's not really that much preventative. And there's only so much you can do to be preventative when you are in a constantly evolving environment. But if you have consequences, right? If you have consequences, firewalls don't deter people. Having a restorative team to come in and try to save the information doesn't deter people. Law enforcement is what will deter people from wanting to attack our various law enforcement, public, particularly public and state enterprises holding information. So again, Mr. Vice President, I would suggest that they look again at this cybersecurity investment, perhaps even if they want to reduce the amount of it, but make it for a longer period of time so that people will continuously invest in cybersecurity, because there's no sense making a big lump sum investment in a period of 2 years and then thereafter you have no benefit no tax benefit, and you have a whole set of outdated hardware that you invest in or outdated software, or you aren't able to keep up with the investments needed in the software to be as current as you need to be in order to combat these cybersecurity threats that will be continuously evolving in that particular environment. Let me get to the dreaded and what I consider to be, again, totally out of touch with reality, these proposals by this government about property tax. The minister comes here to talk about misinformation, because every time someone criticizes his administration about property taxes, well, it's misinformation. People are seeing the annual rental value and they think that's the tax they have to pay. Nobody thought that. Really, nobody thought that. People could read. And again, you all underestimate people, you think people are stupid, but they are not. But people get a notice in their mail and they realize that, listen, somebody walked by my house, take some pictures, look around, and decided that I could rent my house for $20,000. And I don't know who he's talking to in Federation Park, but I really need them to come down from there and get on the ground and listen to what people are saying. The fact of the matter is that this entire system of property tax is based on some imaginary income that you think people could earn from the house that they're living in. And that is what people resent, because you are investing. And you know what this is contributing to? This is really targeting and is furthering the decimation of the middle class in this country. And I don't know why this government has waged war on the middle class since they have assumed office. But that is what they have done, because it is people who exist in that middle class bracket who make investments in their home, who make it a little bit nicer. Yes, they might want to put in a swimming pool. You can't hate nobody for that. They might want to put in air conditioning unit. You can't hate nobody for that. Right? And that is what people in the middle class generally, that's what they do. They put up big gate because you can't keep them safe, and it's not the Minister of National Security responsibility to make them feel safe. So they put in security cameras, they put up high walls, and all of those things increase the value of your property and increases apparently what you all think the property could be rented for. And so those same middle class people now who are living in that house, not renting it out, not earning any income from it, will now be taxed on it and pay a tax. Shame. It is shameful. And it is disgraceful. And what really makes me believe that they are out of touch with reality is that they don't realize that since they have assumed office and the economy has performed so poorly, and we had the COVID pandemic, which they managed very poorly as well, is that people in this country are maybe asset rich, but income poor. Because people who had thriving businesses before COVID they still own the house that they were living in before, but their business has closed down. So those 6,000 small businesses that closed down, those people now have to find money to pay taxes on the house that they bought when their business was open and doing well. I would like to invite any of them, because I don't think any of them have ever been there. I want to invite you to come and take a walk through the once bustling, thriving fence line community of Marabella in South Trinidad. When the refinery was open, every business, every little hole in the wall on that Marabella main road had a business. There was a business, and a thriving one. And since the closure of the Petroleum refinery and the inability of this government to restart that refinery and the total mismanagement of that entire process, Marabella has become a shadow of what it once was. It is a ghost town. I cannot understand how you can sit there and look around this country, and that's why I say you are out of touch with reality, because you do not know what is happening. But I do not understand how you can drive through a community and see businesses just closed and not realize that these are real people who you are now coming to knock on the door and say, listen, you no longer have that food establishment you have there. You no longer have that little small business you have there. You no longer have as many people coming to do the nails by you there. You no longer have that little small restaurant that you had. You no longer have that contract to supply meals and so on to people working in the refinery, or one that have shut down and all of those things. That was a booming business community based solely on the operations of Petroleum, and there are many more all over South Trinidad, Palo Seco, Erin, going down Santa Flora, all of those communities. Those people do not have income, but you're coming out and knock on the door and say, if you were to rent this house, you don't even know if they could pay their mortgage. But you come in and say, you know what, if you could have rent this nice house that you built when you was making money, it would have rent for $20,000. So now pay taxes based on that. It is an absolute disgrace. It is fundamentally unjust and disgraceful to bring property tax on and impose it on our population right now. And whoever you talk to in Federation Park, or if you go down on City Gate and talk to people, they will tell you the same thing. And Mr. Vice President, there's a person that I don't agree with on very many things, but I will quote from this person, because in an article, Sean Douglas, is he here today? No, I've not seen him here today. An article written by Sean Douglas, December 20th, 2009. Right, 2009. Let me read. But this is the only thing this person has probably ever said as published that I agree with. Well, let me read it. Diego Martin West MP Dr. Keith Rowley believes that people from all walks of life are angry at the government's property tax, which they blame on squander mania. I agree with that 100%. It is as applicable.
You have 5 more minutes.
Sure. It is as applicable today as it was then. Saying that property tax, in my constituency, he said, there's anger, anxiety, and resentment at both ends of the spectrum. Stop taking your own advice that nobody is annoyed, he advised the government. Well, I would advise you all to get down from your ivory towers in Port of Spain and get down on the ground and listen to what people are saying about property tax. Stop taking your own advice that nobody is annoyed. He said they have brought property tax at the worst possible time, alluding to tough economic times. But if you think things was bad in 2009, obviously you all understand what's going on now. We had a refinery earning foreign exchange in 2009. We have no refinery now. He repeated that they were not against the idea, they are upset about the measure. And I thought that the most interesting part of this article, it was reported that the member said, rejecting claims that property tax won't cause hardship. He said, I know a lot of people for whom $100 is a lot of money. A lot are struggling to make ends meet. Like, I don't think he talked to the people in Federation Park in 2009 when he said this, right? Because clearly, that was then, and now what citizens are facing right now is 100 times worse than what they had to do with then. So the government has brought an amendment, and I think it has been adequately dealt with. The whole point that is residential property tax going to the municipal corporations. You know, there's a meme going around now about what is the greatest lie ever told in Trinidad and Tobago's history. Somebody says that Leroy Mother went parang. I say it's a running, very close race between the two biggest lies ever perpetuated on the population of Trinidad and Tobago. Is one, the government in closing down Petrotrin, and two is local government reform. Because up to now, the only part of local government reform that has been proclaimed, all the timetable and all of that went out the window, was to try to postpone the election. But you are now telling the local government body to go and collect property tax. And, the minister spoke about the fact that the assessment is done by one person, the valuation is done by another person. So now you are bringing a third entity into the mix to collect the tax. And if the people don't pay the tax, then they have to send it back to the Board of Inland Revenue. And again, this is a way of trying to make people feel a little bit better about property tax. Don't worry, your taxes are going back into your community. But if I live next to two grocery, and a man have a cement batching plant in the back there, and this commercial property on the road, they are not, the taxes that they should be paying will not be going into the community, and they are a greater drain on resources. So until you have the equitable collection and use of taxes, this is just another form of hardship imposed upon the people of Trinidad and Tobago, and no amount of nice different ways that you can spin it about regional corporations getting the money and so on will change those facts. The fact of the matter is that one, local government bodies, I do not know that they are equipped to deal with the collection of taxes and the administration of taxes. Two, getting another body involved in the collection of property tax when one is assessing, one is valuing, and another one will now be collecting doesn't make sense. And three, the residential taxes, as we all know, those of us who can read the legislation, will be offset against the allocations made in the budget. So the next biggest untruth being perpetuated by this government is the fact that you will have more money going into regional corporations when that is absolutely untrue. There will be an offset between what is collected in the residential property tax and what is allocated in the budget. So there will be no additional money going to the regional corporations that need it. There will be no improvement in the ability of the regional corporations to deliver services because they will get less money from central government, while central government will continue to collect the money from the big boys if they ever bring out the property tax for industrial and commercial and use it to do God knows what, buy paintings. Right? Because that's what we've had. And just like in 2009, where the Member of Parliament for Dago Martin West, now Honorable Prime Minister, said that people resented property tax because they thought that it was based on squandermania. Today, I can definitely say that the people of this country who have suffered for the last 8 years under the mismanagement of the PNM government will now have to dip into their pockets, find money to pay property tax. And I can tell you this, that I don't know anybody who will come and ask for a deferral so that they can leave it for the children to pay when they're dead, whether the child is a rich lawyer or not. Nobody I could see wanting to do that. But at the end of the day, it is because of mismanagement and squandermania that we have to now impose this hardship on the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. So as I said before, This bill is just a bill that should say PNM is out of touch with the reality of Trinidad and Tobago.
Senator Thompson-Ahye.
Mr. President, thank you for allowing me to join this debate on the Finance Bill 2023. This is without doubt a short bill, but long enough to give a comprehensive view of what it seeks to deliver as it spells out its intent in a relatively short, long title, an act to make provisions of a financial nature and for related matters. What a breath of fresh air in this chamber after the long, unwieldy titles we have had to bear like a cross lately. This piece of legislation is capable of bringing to fruition some exciting possibilities for much-needed development in at least two areas of governance: the local government landscape and the education sector, both of which are in urgent need of repair and/or maintenance, but more of that anon. Did I say a breath of fresh air? It has, in fact, generated quite a lot of heat. I begin with Clause 2, which amends Section 39 of the National Insurance Act. Mr. President, if I believe in reincarnation, I would say that I am convinced that in his earlier life, the Honorable Minister of Finance enjoyed a different occupation. He must have been a horseman. Why else would he show a predilection, a fondness for his carrot and stick approach to the collection of taxes and other monies payable to the government? But he seems to know his fellow countrymen well, because from all reports, it works. With great pride in his strategy, he has told us of the millions of dollars in outstanding taxes he has collected by using this approach. So here he goes again, dangling before errant employers the carrot of a waiver of all penalties and interest due and payable in respect of any contribution paid by employers under the National Insurance Act prior to December 20, 2023, and any contribution outstanding as at 19th of December 2023 by an employer under the National Insurance Act where the contribution is paid during the period 20th of December 2023 to the 31st of January 2024. Clause 2 introduces a new section, 39C2, which states that the waiver applies to an employer who was registered with the board prior to 20th of December 2023, and 39C3 says, further, it does not affect the obligation of an employer to pay contributions prior to 20th of December 2023. Then he produces the big stick in section 39C4. There we find the warning, and I quote, that where an employer fails to pay his outstanding contributions by the 31st of January 2024, the penalties and interest which would have been payable in respect of the failure to pay the contributions shall be revived and become payable as if the waiver under subsection 1 had not been granted. But then, like an indulgent parent, or perhaps because it is a season of goodwill and he bears a slight resemblance to Santa Claus, he relents somewhat, and he offers a glimmer of hope to the tardy. Consequently, he proposes in a new section 39C5 that, and I quote, the minister may by order prescribe a later date for the payment of contributions under subsection 1. He has a heart, after all, sometimes. Clause 3 seeks to amend the Income Tax Act to provide for a one-time lump sum payment of the sum of $4,000 to persons who are retired compulsorily, voluntarily with permission, or on grounds of ill health for the period 2014 to 2016. As the Honorable Minister of Finance has explained, that provision is to cure an injustice occasioned by a previous amendment to the then existing law under which these people did not benefit. Clause 4A of the bill seeks to amend Section 382 of the Corporation Tax Act to exempt from levy charges manufacturing companies with gross export sales or receipts that fall within the corporation tax rate on profits, namely 25% for every dollar up to $1 million and 30 cents on every dollar exceeding $1 million. I must thank the parliamentary staff for their assistance in setting this out in the bill essentials. I've said time and time again that researching the law in Trinidad and Tobago is a nightmare, as updates are not readily available online. I take this opportunity also to thank the Honorable Minister Gopi Skoon, Minister of Trade and Industry, for the hard work in her ministry, work that is so frequently underplayed. She is an unsung hero whose wonderful achievements I became aware of only when I had to conduct research to deliver a paper at an international seminar at the invitation of an official of the government of Pakistan, whom I had met in South Africa at the Equality and Justice Forum for Commonwealth Parliamentarians in 2019. In preparing my paper for that international seminar on current challenges, imperative of South-South cooperation, to mark the United Nations International Day of South-South Cooperation in September 2020, I had reached out to the minister, Minister Gopi Skoon, for her assistance. She promptly complied, and I learned from her staff about millions of dollars in trade being conducted between Trinidad and Tobago and many states in the South. It was a well-kept secret that I proudly shared at that forum. My presentation was well received. Thanks, Madam Minister. When I attended the Commonwealth Law Conference in India in March, the official in Pakistan, on learning of my visit to India, determined that I must visit Pakistan, but I told him duty called. I had to return to Trinidad for the launch of the Parliamentary Women Caucus and the inauguration of our new president. Now, I dare say that this amendment to the law being proposed should undoubtedly act as a stimulus to manufacturers and will positively impact our foreign exchange. Many of our citizens find the problems to obtain foreign exchange is not only an irritant, but it is downright wrong and very, very frustrating. When they are going abroad and have to be given only $300 or $200 from the bank, it is a great frustration. And even if you own a US account, Mr. President, the bank sometimes has the temerity to ask you, when you want to withdraw money, what you want the money for. Well, I would tell them in no uncertain terms, that has nothing to do with you. But the policing of foreign exchange and sometimes the favoritism that obtains it really leaves much to be desired. So, Clause 4, the amendment of Section 10 of the Corporation Tax Act to include Section 10X is an exciting and most welcome development. The marginal note to this section reads, Corporate Sponsorship Allowance, Public and Private Schools. It provides for an allowance of 150% of the actual expenditure incurred up to a maximum of $500,000 on the chargeable profits of a company for that year of income. Now, I don't know why it was thought necessary to be 150% and not just 100% of what you have put in. This allowance is for companies that incur expenditure in the enhancement and promotion of education through corporate sponsorship to public or private schools registered with the Ministry of Education. Mr. President, as someone who has taught at every level, from 5-year-old infants to postgraduate law students over 65 years of age, I can say this is a great initiative. Educational institutions at all levels are always in need of greater resources to enhance the quality of their delivery of educational and other related services. And I hope that this question of education is not going to be rigidly interpreted. My one concern is the management of the contribution and then to ensure transparency. And I hope that the boards of the institutions will be involved in that process. I recall as a young teacher falling off my chair when the chair leg broke. It had nothing to do with my weight. I was light flyweight. Having received a report of the incident, the much beloved late Reverend Father Keaton, manager, came to my class with a hammer and nails. There was no money to buy a chair, so he fixed it. I also remember the late P&M stalwart, Phyllis Mitchell, school supervisor, giving me an assignment to enhance the literary skills of the pupils in Port of Spain and environs. I had to collect and choose all the best prose and verse writings of children from 9 schools. In those days, children could have written proper English. I then had to put them together in a book. We had no printer, no binding machine. I asked her, how am I to achieve this? She said, go to Balize House. Tell the General Secretary that she had given me permission to use the facilities. All right, while I was there, I took opportunity to collect, with their permission, Eric Williams' annual addresses, and I cherish that. During the pandemic, when online teaching was the order of the day, it was clear that all schools were not equally resourced, or their children equally served. Both teachers and students needed resources which were in short supply or sometimes non-existent. This inequity remains real up to today, in spite of the amount of money being plowed into the education ministry. Some schools have science laboratories, some do not, and this impacts the future of many who, as a consequence, cannot realize their full potential. It is not only physical resources for educational purposes that a school needs. Ever so often, I hear from the Mayaro Pass People Association President Oliver Alexander about school things that are needed for the people in the Mayaro community, from Rio Claro right on to Guayaguayari and beyond. Things like transport to and from school, all of those things are lacking. And that, if you can perhaps get a bus or something from the people to the education fund, this will go a long way in assisting them. On my first teaching assignment after Teachers College, I was assigned to Mayaro RC as a conspiracy between my father and Eric Cameron, who was the head of the Catholic board, both holy name Sodality men. The school had a school feeding program that was unique, and it was different because sometimes people don't realize differences between the country schools and the schools in town. Every teacher had to cook for a month. Well, someone quietly told the principal they didn't think that Miss Thompson could cook. And because I spent all my time with my head buried in a storybook. So the principal said he would give me a chance and January would be my turn. And during the Christmas break, the school was broken into and the stove was stolen. And so alternative arrangements were made for school meals. I had nothing to do with that. From then on, the 7th standard teacher would cook and bring the food to school. Mr. President, despite the hard work of the Minister of Education, our schools are in crisis. Last Saturday, a headline in a Saturday newspaper screamed, marching orders, 7 St. Anthony students expelled over attack on schoolmate. And the report stated that the Ministry of Education had made recommendation for the suspended to attend the military-led academic training program. My lad, this approach is a one-size-fits-all approach. There's been much talk from all quarters about zero tolerance from school misbehavior. It makes for a good soundbite. It says we are tough on miscreants, but what about being tough on the causes of crime? The news report stated that those expelled students were in trouble previously. How was that dealt with? Do the advocates of zero tolerance even understand what that means? I could do an entire lecture on that topic, but suffice it to say, it has been discredited as not allowing school administrators to use their judgment or consider the circumstances of the crime. And research shows a zero tolerance policy is not a silver bullet, but a zero intelligence policy. What assessments were done to determine the root causes of the school misbehavior? When the Joint Select Committee on Human Rights, Equality and Diversity conducted its inquiry into education, I shared my concern about St. Anthony's College, stating I had seen a number of their students before the court one day. I tried to get from Father Fanfa what was happening, but he couldn't help. I'm making a strong plea for money from the corporate sponsorship allowance to be spent on not only physical resources or even for more social programs for schools, but for mental health programs as well. At the recent crime symposium, I recommended as required reading for those dealing with children James Gabarino's book, Raising Children in a Socially Toxic Environment. I was very pleased when Army personnel told me later they had obtained copies of the book, and I trust they are using it in the MyLAT program. Garbarino teaches that the needs essential to our children's well-being are stability, security, affirmation and acceptance, family time, values, and connection to community and basic resources. The degree to which we meet those needs shapes our children's social maps, their behavior, and their hope for the future, the degree to which they will thrive. Mr. President, in an article titled The Relationship Between Child Maltreatment, Intimate Partner Violence, Exposure, and Academic Performance, published in 2016 by the Journal of Public Child Welfare, researchers Hazel, Pisher, and Edison, using the 10-item Adverse Childhood Experiences Scale, show the long-time negative outcomes of experiencing multiple childhood adversities. All of these experts show the need to investigate, understand, and treat with the problems of children evidenced by their so-called bad behavior. This is where we should spend our time and financial resources. Social workers and child psychologists continue to be few and far between, overworked and underpaid. But more importantly, we need more child mental health professionals. After decades in the position, who is to replace Dr. Sharp or Dr. Shafi? In 1999, on the 100th anniversary of the founding of the first juvenile court in the world, I traveled to Chicago, Illinois, the birthplace of that court, for a conference to commemorate the historic occasion. One of the things that was produced is a book titled Second Chances, which documented the success stories of children who had passed through the juvenile court system and had gone on to achieve great success in life. I hope we could do something like that here. Research in the US on zero-tolerance policies has shown a finding of bias against students of lower socioeconomic status and minorities, especially African American and Hispanic youth, who receive harsher and more punitive punishments than non-minority counterparts for the same behavior. It would be interesting to see what research here would show. Many studies have shown that school-based restorative justice is a successful alternative for zero-tolerance policies. And I urge that the Ministry of Education move towards a greater integration of restorative practices in our nation's schools. It has started, and I hope it would be greatly enhanced. Clause 4 also introduces Section 10Y1 into the Corporation Tax Act. This section provides a deduction of up to $500,000 to be made from the chargeable profits of a company for a company's investment in cybersecurity software and network security monitoring equipment made for 2 years of income, January 1, 2024 to December 31, 2025. There is one stipulation that any expenditure incurred by a company in procuring for its own use cybersecurity software and network security monitoring equipment is to be certified by iGovTT. Mr. President, we have been made shockingly aware of the threat of cybersecurity. We have become very uneasy, and we fear the devastation that could result. From, if breaches in cybersecurity occur, as has occurred. We trust that iGovTT possesses the required expertise and experience and professionalism to execute their responsibility under this legislation. Clause 5 amends the Petroleum Taxes Act to provide for taxes for crude oil. It would be good if a caring government will at the same time remember the retirees whose health is failing, who are dying and have died, having been locked out of facilities provided to them previously at Augustus Long Hospital and the clinics. They have no alternative medical care. Every so often, TECU publishes a long list of those who have died. Clause 6 amends the much maligned Property Tax Act. I have said before, I have no problems at all with this act. And my colleagues in the Caribbean always ask me, what is wrong with Trinidad and Tobago? Why are they against property tax? And, we have heard today a lot of arguments against the tax. Until 2019, we faithfully paid property tax. We had 4 years of non-payment. Is it reasonable for us to continue that way? There is provision for relief in the Act for special circumstances of the aged and infirm. Many of us are ready and willing to pay what seems to be reasonable according to what we have been told. There are so many rumors of people not having properties in their names and they have it in other people's names and fear that the tax will open up a can of worms. But I see so many positives coming out of this tax for the work of the regional corporations. I see community centers being renovated and refurbished, new ones being built. There are so many possibilities for programs for the youth and the aged. We need daycare centers. We need homework centers. We need to have even the aged employed in passing over or passing on to the young how to care for children. When I entered my home community, we had nothing. No school, no parks, no postal services. We did what we could to build the community. We held meetings in one another's garages and homes. We planted trees. We looked out for one another. I've complained about the removal of the community patrol, and I'm still waiting for its reinstatement or an alternative. I intend to hold my representative to account as we collectively continue to build our community as a place where people can live in peace and harmony, where roads and pavements are in repair, where parks are well maintained, canals are clean, a center where we can celebrate all our national festivals in safety and with mutual respect. Mr. President, I thank you.
Honorable Senators, before I call on the next speaker, we have, at this point in time, gone through approximately 3 rounds of debate, several clauses. As a matter of fact, all the clauses in the bill have been spoken to. So at this point in time, I'm just notifying senators that tedious repetition will come into play. So if you are going to contribute to this bill going forward, be mindful not to repeat any of the arguments that have been put forward before. Minister of Public Administration.
Oh, yes. Thank you, Mr. President, for giving me an opportunity to make a brief intervention in this debate. I will deal with a few of the issues before us rather than all of them, and start with the National Insurance Amnesty. I listened to Senator Mark carry on ad nauseum about this being illegal and we are encouraging criminal behavior and white-collar crime. I listened to Senator Lutchmedial talking about the fact that we, of course, are only seeking to benefit P&M financiers and that we are encouraging people to not comply with their responsibilities and so on. One would not believe, listening to Senator Mark, that during the period 2010 to 2015 there were 2 amnesties, because it seems from what he said that amnesty is something that should never be considered. So I don't know who was responsible and present in between 2010 and 2015 to bring forward these 2 amnesties, but they were there. I would remind the Senate and the listening community that we went through a difficult period in 2020, 2021. In 2022, we began recovering. In 2023, to me, you are now seeing more of a recovery. You're seeing it in the activity that is heightened during the carnivals, during the Christmas season. You're seeing it in what is anticipated for Carnival 2024. It was expected in 2023, but 2023 was not the mother of all carnivals like it was anticipated, because people were still recovering, and they continue to recover. So the very Senator Lutchmedial who said to us that we should not be giving this amnesty, we should be forcing people to comply with their obligations, when she's talking about the NIS amnesty, in talking, on the other hand, about property tax and why we should not be imposing property tax on people, say that we need to bear in mind that people are maybe asset rich, but income poor. To me, that is a contradictory statement. If you are saying people are income poor, then you are recognizing that they may not have the wherewithal to settle their national insurance liability. And why did the national insurance liability develop during the period that we just came out of? to an extent that people are not able to settle it as expeditiously as they should, and to the extent that even if they can settle the NIS liability, they are not able to pay the penalties and interest that attach to them. It is because, I will remind you, that during the COVID period, the government said, as the government, we will continue to employ and to pay full salaries to our employees. And we encourage the private sector to the extent that they can to do the same. And many members of the private sector took that challenge and retained the services of their employees and continued to pay them. But they continued to do that in an economy that was significantly depressed. So while they pay the salaries, and we acknowledge that what was done was against the law, they were not able to also find the funds to pay their national insurance contributions and to pay their income tax contributions on the employees that they retained. Employees who may or may not have been working because businesses were shut down, the economy was moving slowly. So we asked the private sector to bear this burden, and many of them stepped up to the plate and did. But because they did that in the context of a significantly slowed down and dormant economy, they created liabilities. Many of them, since the economy has started to pick up, are seeking to settle those liabilities, but they're having difficulty doing that. And in recognition of that, the government came last year and said, let us waive the penalties and interest in respect of both income tax and NIS for these people. And what we have heard from some of these people and what we have seen more since the procurement legislation came into place, and we're saying to them, you cannot participate in procurement with government offices and government agencies unless you settle all your taxes. We are seeing that people are still trying to catch up. So we are saying this is a final opportunity for you to do that. We are giving you this amnesty to allow you to become up to date with your liabilities, and therefore to allow you going forward to participate in the wider economy, to make supplies to the government of Trinidad and Tobago and its various agencies. There's nothing unreasonable about that. We are trying to say to the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, when you support the government, as you have done during the COVID period, and the people of Trinidad and Tobago, the government, to the extent that it can, will be reasonable with you. That is the sole reason for the amnesty. It is not to benefit P&M finances, because I read the legislation. There's nothing in the legislation that refers to anything P&M. It is a general amnesty that's available to all. So that I will ask you to consider the broader picture and accept the fact that the proposed amnesty is more than reasonable. It is for a very limited period. It is not to encourage white-collar crime. It really is to provide relief to persons who, during our greatest hour of need, provided relief to our citizens. And what we are doing is seeking to provide them with some support. There's nothing more sinister than that. So I would ask you to accept that provision and support it.
Accept it, Lyder. Accept it. You're a businessman. Yeah, I know.
The next provision that I will treat with briefly is the business levy exemption that is being provided in respect of sales income from export sales. Now, in the normal course of things, when an individual earns income, he's allowed to deduct from that income the expenses incurred in producing that income and pay a tax at the relevant rate on his net income. Yes. So that you know that when somebody is paying income tax, it is because he has a profit off of which he can live. Yes. Business levy is different. Yes. Business levy is imposed on gross income. Yes. If your margins are high, then chances are, even after you pay your business levy, you will have income to live, because business levy is on gross income, but if your margins are high, it means that more likely than not, you will have a significant profit. But there are lots of people in Trinidad and Tobago who operate on narrow margins. The narrower your margin is, the more of a burden business levy is. So that while some people have heard it certainly in the other place, and I think here as well, some people are saying this is a mama guy, business levy is only 0.6%, and therefore it's no big deal. But I have dealt with members in the private sector, and one of their biggest complaints since business levy was operating is that it is a difficult task to bear for persons who are earning small margins on their businesses. And Senator Lyder, somebody engaged in the retail gas sector, will tell you that that is correct.
Correct.
So that providing relief from business levy to people like that, he knows, he's nodding, so people like that is a significant benefit. We are trying to encourage exports. And so one of the ways we are seeking to do that is to introduce this exemption. And I believe that the businessman, the person who my colleague, Minister of Trade, treats with all the time, will be very appreciative of this effort, because it allows them to avoid tax on export sales unless and until those export sales generate a profit on which they will pay corporation tax.
Yes.
So this is a benefit that people will appreciate. It is reasonable in the context. We are trying to diversify. We are trying to encourage exports. And so, again, this is one that I strongly recommend for consideration and approval. One of the measures that attracted significant negative reaction, especially from Senator Lutchmedial, is the relief being provided in respect of support of educational institutions. And one must wonder why that is. The general consensus in Trinidad and Tobago, and certainly across the bench, is that the government must bear sole responsibility for every problem that Trinidad and Tobago faces. And that is just not the way the world operates. Problems that face society are problems that must have societal solutions. So, yes, the government has to bear the main responsibility for education, but why should it be required to bear the sole responsibility for education? We have crime that is affecting all of society. The government, again, must bear the main responsibility for solving that, but it cannot be solved by only the government. Unless the entire society comes together to solve these problems, how we raise our children, how we treat with crime, how we educate our children, we will not succeed in finding workable, long-term, viable solutions. We have to work together. And this measure that treats with giving an incentive for corporate citizens supporting schools is a recognition of the fact that treating with our education system cannot be a government-only problem. It is a whole of society problem. So what are we seeking to do? We are seeking to encourage corporate citizens to contribute to schools. And I would say in response to Senator Lutchmedial's very negative and dark interpretation of that being, well, you're encouraging people to pay to get your child into school. People who are minded to pay to get their children into school do that already.
Yes.
And principals who are minded to accept that do that already. What we are seeking to do is to encourage people who have nothing to benefit themselves to contribute to the development of our education system by making contributions to schools. Why don't we do it as a whole of government approach? The government gives the incentive, takes the money and distributes it. Because one of the reasons is it is easier to get somebody to contribute when they feel they have a direct influence over what will happen. They want to contribute to the school in their area. They want to contribute to the school that they went to. They want to develop a particular underserved area, for example. They don't want to put the money in the hands of the government and have the government distribute it however the government feels. And it is not that when we do this, if certain schools benefit, it's not that the other schools will be ignored. The government has identified a pool of funds and will continue to identify a pool of funds to support and develop the education system. So if one school is disadvantaged, the government can step in and supplement the needs of that school. As we do. As we do. And this is not a Trinidad and Tobago issue, a Trinidad and Tobago approach. If you look at the literature, it shows you that across the world, the private sector is either being encouraged or is volunteering to contribute to the development of education systems throughout the world. True. And it is, you will see the most successful educational systems being those where the private sector is making a significant contribution. Correct. There's an article written by the Center for Economic and Social Development, September 2020, entitled Private and Public Education, Expenditure on Education in India, Trend over the last 7 years. That article says that the public expenditure on schools in 2020 was 4% of GDP. The private sector investment on schools in that same year was 2.5% of GDP. 4% public, 2.5% private. A significant contribution by the private sector. The article also says that over the last 3 decades, the relative contribution of the private sector to education in India was increasing vis-a-vis that of the contribution of the public sector. So that is a recognition of the fact that the private sector in India sees the benefit of developing the educational system. So they are significantly contributing to the development of that system, and India is reaping the gains of that. One of the benefits of private sector investment is the private sector foresees the needs of the economy. They are looking to see how they're going to expand their businesses, what areas they're going to get into, what is the trend. And in investing directly, they can influence how the education system develops, what we train children in, what kind of support is provided, how mechanized we become in that training, so that when we produce graduates who are relevant to the very private sector who are contributing to their development. Yes. I went to the University of the West Indies research award ceremony the other day, and they had this trade fair as well. Yes. And you can see the quality and depth and breadth of the work being done by the university. So they're producing all of these wonderful products and systems and so on. And what they're looking for now is to take these things to market. The more private sector gets involved in those things, is the easier going from research to market is going to become. We are going to create opportunities for greater export. We're going to create opportunities for greater employment and development and expansion. So private sector involvement in education is not a bad thing. It is not a thing that we should be ashamed of. It is not government's attempt to promote corruption in the education system. It is our attempt to make the education system more robust, more relevant, more equitable. And so again, I would urge you to support this provision.
Lyder, support it.
Cybersecurity investment tax allowance. Now, another misconception emanating from Senator Lutchmedial is that this incentive is very reasonable and very relevant, but what sense does it make to only allow it for 2 years? And that demonstrates a misconception of how tax works. Because when one is introducing a new measure into a business like this, a cyber security protection measure, it is likely that it will be a capital expense because you have to invest in new equipment or new systems, that kind of thing. So it's a capital expense, and therefore it's not deductible for tax purposes. What this measure is going to do is make that expense deductible for tax purposes, so you recover the expense in the very year that it is incurred, and therefore you make the expense more affordable and more palatable. However, going forward, beyond the 2 years that the minister has identified in this bill, during which the relief will be provided, going forward, you will have to incur maintenance costs. And maintenance costs are revenue expenses which can be deducted. So by the end of year 2, the special allowance for capital expenditure may no longer be necessary. And if it is necessary, it is open to the Minister of Finance to reconsider and say, let us extend it. But for now, we are saying if we give people an incentive for 2 years, that may be sufficient to allow them to put adequate systems in place, and thereafter they maintain it and get the deduction, so they are no worse off than they are with the relief. You will see, you may notice that while the education benefit is uplifted, so you're allowed to deduct 150%, not 100% of the expenditure. In the cyber investment allowance, you only allowed to deduct the actual expenditure. To me, this makes sense, because the cyber investment tax allowance is to allow you, to give you an incentive to protect your business. So there is self-interest there, and to me, because there's self-interest, it's reasonable to allow you to deduct only what you spend. In the education allowance, where we are trying to incentivize you to benefit others, it makes sense to enhance that benefit by making it 150% of the actual expenditure. So again, I would recommend and promote that.
Yeah, dissertation in tax law. Listen.
Why are you so miserable? Senator Roberts came up with his normal misinformation and gaslighting about Petrotrin making so much foreign exchange, and we shut it down, and because of that the economy is in a mess. Nothing could be further from the truth. We have explained Petrotrin ad nauseum. Petrotrin was losing money. We were spending foreign exchange every day to purchase crude oil outside of Trinidad and Tobago, to bring it to Trinidad and Tobago to refine it at a loss. How on earth could that be a viable solution that we could continue indefinitely? We could not. We closed on Petrotrin because the people of Trinidad and Tobago could not afford to continue to run it. And while Senator Lutchmedial may be concerned about the fact that people in Marabella would have been negatively affected, and I am also concerned because I grew up in San Fernando, and I'm concerned by the fact that San Fernando is no longer the place that I grew up in, the vibrant, bustling metropolis that it was. But we could not continue to maintain those communities at the expense of the national community. So we had to take the tough decision to stop the refinery and restructure. Now we are making foreign exchange out of Petrotrin and Heritage, because now we are making profits. Now we are earning foreign exchange in excess of what we are spending.
Correct.
But do not believe anything that Senator Roberts told you in respect of that matter.
Fairy tale man.
So what we are seeking to do in respect of the energy sector is to encourage people to invest in the exploration of shallow marine fields. Because as we become an older oil producer, finding new reserves is becoming more and more difficult, so we have to encourage people to continue to invest. And that is what these provisions are seeking to do, to give relief in respect of what is called the windfall tax. Because how the windfall tax operates is that you pay, there are essentially two basic types of tax in the petroleum sector. You pay petroleum profits tax, which is tax on your profits, equivalent to income tax or corporation tax, and then you pay what is called the supplemental petroleum tax. The supplemental petroleum tax is what is called the windfall tax, because it does not kick in until the oil price gets to X level, let's say $75. And when it gets, so you pay no supplemental petroleum tax while the price of oil is below $75, but as soon as it hits $75, you pay a significant amount of tax. So that what the producers have told us is that making investment decisions in this kind of scenario is difficult. Because if you anticipate that the oil price will hover around the $75, then you're not likely to want to invest more, because when you invest more and you earn more, the tax kicks in. So it retards investment decisions. We want to remove that disincentive to investment. So we are amending the supplemental petroleum legislation to make investment decisions easier, to encourage people to find more oil so that we can benefit from that. So that is essentially the rationale for the supplemental petroleum tax. I think we have done property tax to death. So I don't know that there's anything I want to add to that. Those are essentially the provisions I wanted to treat with, because cognizant of the President's caution that we avoid tedious repetition, I just wanted to ensure that we understood the measures that we were treating with, what is inspiring the government to head in that direction, to assure you of the fact that all of the measures that we are putting forward are reasonable in the circumstances, are designed to create positive results for us all and to benefit us all, and to ask you to support them. I thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Lyder.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I thank you for this opportunity here this afternoon to contribute towards this finance bill. And although I am accepting and aware that I am low down on the batting lineup, I am inclined to take your advice, Mr. President, and try to avoid tedious repetition. In fact, Mr. President, I think that my colleagues here today, Senator Lutchmedial, Senator Roberts, and Senator Wade-Mark, did justice in really uncovering all of the shortfalls in this bill to show the pain and the suffering that this government intends to inflict on many citizens in this country, as well as the little meager handouts and breadcrumbs that they intend to bring to citizens through some of these clauses here today. And, Mr. President, as I sit here in this chamber, I reflect on the legislative work that we've done over the last year, especially when I see some of the clauses here today. Mr. President, it was in July of this year where this government called us out, forced us out to come out on this extraordinary sitting of Parliament in the middle of an election season. I remember it well, when the government proceeded to present one of their famous gutting of this procurement legislation. And of course, after several exempted wooden ladders later, unusable ladders later, we're here again to once more to bring about a further gutting of this procurement legislation. And then, of course, Mr. President, I remember the budget presentation that was brought by this administration, that to me was one of the worst fiscal packages of a lifetime that I've seen. One of the worst presentations of a budget that I've seen. Did nothing for the people brought nothing to anyone in this country. And funny enough, we come here today now to confirm and pass some of those measures that were presented in this budget, of which not much is expected to benefit citizens in this country. You see, today we are here in this chamber to debate these 8 P&M clauses that will either bring little benefit or that what we've heard today from my colleagues on this side will bring pain and suffering to not only the citizens in this country, Mr. President, but especially to those who are marginalized and sit below the poverty line. Those are the ones who are really going to suffer. And I heard my colleague, Senator Lutchmedial, speak about the middle class, or what I call the dwindling middle class and middle lower class. So when I look at this clause 3, Mr. President, in this bill which seeks to amend Section 8(1) of the Income Tax Act to provide a tax-exempt one-time lump sum payment of $4,000 to persons who, as the Minister stated, were retired compulsory, voluntary with permission, or on the grounds of ill health during the period of 2014 and 2016. And Mr. President, do you know what the irony of it is when I listen to this being presented to this Senate? I look back in 2016, Mr. President, and I remember that famous Express article. I think it was on November the 1st, 2016, and it was entitled 000. I think it quoted final offer from the government to public sector unions, where the Minister of Finance had stated, and I quote, "Our only way forward is fiscal consolidation, reducing subsidies and transfers, trying to cut back on the expenditure on goods and services, wage restraint." Now, we know it didn't end up being 000, 002, 002, which is next to nothing, Mr. President, when you consider the level of inflation that has happened in this country since 2015. Mr. President, we see a government now racing to this parliament with their backs against the wall, losing popularity at a time when an election is looming, where they come Christmas time now, trying to make up for their sins of 002, 002. Trying to make up for the statements and the comments that they made to then the unions and to the working class of this country, especially the public servants. Mr. President, they are coming here to ask for forgiveness and pray that this meager settlement of 4,000 to some 1,600 or so workers, as the Minister indicated, would mean that the government is being charitable. The government is being kind to these workers. Mr. President, 8 years later, and the P&M comes here with Clause 3 to throw mere breadcrumbs to these 1,600 workers. Mr. President, now don't get me wrong, I am very happy for any small mercies that are given to these citizens who are struggling to survive under this P&M administration and an economy that has fallen and collapsed under this government. So I am happy for any little blessings that they get, Mr. President. Don't get me wrong. But you can't pretend that you have not seen the worst economy in the history of Trinidad and Tobago under this P&M government. You can't pretend you haven't seen that. And I ask myself the question, what is this Clause 3 doing for those thousands of citizens? I think you said, Senator Roberts, over 120-something thousand who are on the breadline today.
Off the rolls of the
Not the 16,000 that are getting the 4,000, but what happened to those who are on the breadline today as a result of this government? Mr. President, you see, this government here comes in this sort of desperation to bring this level of propaganda. And they come to us and say to us, well, we are going to do this tax-free. We're doing this tax-free. Let me take you back to the debate, Mr. President, in the budget, when this was stated by the Minister of Finance. And I want to quote him, because it's important to hear the language being used during this budget debate to understand why I have a problem with this clause here today. See, Mr. President, the Minister is on record and quoted by saying, listen to the language, as a gesture of goodwill, I have decided to make tax exemption this one-time 4,000 lump sum payment. Mr. President, there's a word in the dictionary for this kind of statement. And I'm not going to use it to describe the Honorable Minister of Finance, lest you stop me for being unparliamentary. But there's a word in the dictionary that speaks to that type of a sentence. You know what that word is, Mr. President? It's called arrogance. That type of statement is arrogant. To say that as a gesture of goodwill, I, who have been elected to serve the people, I will do so and provide this 4,000 as a gesture of goodwill. Let me remind everybody here today, and those who are listening to us here today, I want to remind you that every single dollar spent by this government in this country, every single dollar, whether it's to pay rent, whether it is to pay for some grant, or whether it's to give this $4,000, meager $4,000 back pay, is not any gift from any minister. This money belongs to the taxpayers of Trinidad and Tobago, Mr. President. This is taxpayers' money. So to come here and say as a gesture of goodwill, you're being disingenuous to the people of Trinidad and Tobago, Mr. President. It is the duty of the government to assist those who have been treated unfairly and to ensure that they get a fair share of this pie. So, Mr. President, the PNM government must not beat their chest on this $4,000, this meager $4,000. The government wants to believe, Mr. President, also, because I heard the Honorable Minister of Finance, who had the audacity to come here in the budget debate and speak about that they are going to be losing or sacrificing, rather, Mr. President, some $19 million to be able to facilitate these 1,600 people, workers. They're going to have to sacrifice $19 million. That was the statement that was made, Mr. President. So the government believes that this massive sacrifice is made out of some love from a politician or from politicians who will get their big salaries at the end of the day, Mr. President. Yes? So it's a big sacrifice, $90 million. Mr. President, when we think about the more than $20 million that this government pays in rent, when we think about the $12 million that was spent on a bypass road in Manzanilla that's falling apart by this government, we hear them crying about having to sacrifice $90 million for workers in this country. Hard workers who have contributed to the building of this economy. When I think, Mr. President, about the $150 million spent on Skinner Park, you can't play a proper international football game today, or even a secondary school game today. Total waste of money. That wasn't a sacrifice, Mr. President. When I think, Mr. President, about the $90 million spent on an agro-maruga processing plant that is empty today because the government fails to fill it.
Processing oxygen.
And then they come to spend $700 million and climbing on a Phoenix Park industrial estate. But yet it is a big sacrifice to give $19 million to people in this country who have fought for this country, many of them, Mr. President, who are struggling to survive today, looking for this little pittance to get them through the Christmas season. We must never forget that, Mr. President, because they all called not for 002,002. They wanted a fair wage that would represent the increased cost of living in this country from inflation. Fair pay for fair work, Mr. President. Not $4,000. Mr. President, so the government is quick to speak about wage restraint and sacrifice. But the only thing they are quicker at doing, Mr. President, is how to spend taxpayers' money in the billions on these vanity projects that we see here today. They're quicker to deal with that matter, Mr. President. But, Mr. President, let's look at what this administration is offering, which they call a big sacrifice, that results in citizens getting a $4,000 back pay. And many of these people in this country who are struggling today will be grateful for it. I am grateful that they're getting something. But what is $4,000 today, Mr. President? I listened to Senator Mark speak about what $4,000 and Senator Roberts speak about what $4,000 could do today. They skirted over the issue. Mr. President, I took the liberty, and that's why I said I would speak a little bit more detail about things I wasn't spoken about. But I took the liberty, Mr. President, to do a bit of research, to see which on the Maslow's hierarchy of needs, which is most important for the average citizen in this country. Food, shelter, safety and security, clothing. These are the basic needs, Mr. President, where the average citizen needs to be able to survive and pay for the basic needs. And you giving them $4,000 back pay as gratitude. Well, let's take a look, Mr. President. I just use a few examples. I have a long list, but I don't want to take a long list.
There's no need to use any examples. You've been on clause 3 now for quite a number of minutes.
Yes.
I would ask you to move on to any other clauses that you wish to bring new information.
So, Mr. President, if you allow me just to wrap up this clause then, Mr. President, because if I was given the opportunity to go through the list, I would have shown you that food inflation has gone from anywhere from 50 to 150%, depending on what basic commodity item, such as potato, flour, butter, and these things would cost. I would have done that, but I take your ruling. But it doesn't stop there, Mr. President, because we see fuel that have gone up 6 times. We see hardware gone up, pharmaceutical gone up. We see that they're coming to increase water and lights.
6-1.
So, 46.1 is the point of order as it relates to relevance. But what I've ruled on just a few moments ago was being tedious of your own points. So, you've made the point. Yes. Move on. Don't go back to it. Just move on.
So, thank you, Mr. President. So, Mr. President, I won't go back to the increasing expenditure in all different sectors. So I will just close on this point by saying that what this clause wants to bring to the citizens of this country is at least some small, meager handout for Christmas. But the population must never forget the government, the PNM government, that gave them 002 versus a United National Congress government led by Kamala Prasad-Bissessar, who settled more than 140 wage negotiations, Mr. President. The people of this country should never forget that. They must never forget that. Mr. President, I move on.
Absolutely.
I move on. Sometimes the truth is painful, Mr. President. It is painful. Mr. President, when I look at clause 7 of the bill, I find myself once more here in a very familiar place, dealing with a familiar issue, with a familiar government that has perpetrated this issue. Mr. President, Clause 7 of the bill proposes that the Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Property Act is amended in Section 58A by deleting the words goods and services and substituting the words goods, services, and works. Now, Mr. President, once again, the Minister of Finance has come here with his promise to continue gutting the legislation, as we saw in the Parent Act, that gave the Minister these extraordinary powers to exempt whatever he so desires when he wakes up in the morning. Yes, because every day we see something else coming off. I heard nobody speak about that, but every day we see somebody speak, we see another exemption, another gutting and emasculation of this Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Property Act. We see that. So, Mr. President, once more, I have a major concern, the same concern I had with this part of the Parent Act, where they now come to seek to make amendments to include the word works. It is the same problem that I have with the Act from the last time we came here to exempt this. And Mr. President, I want to tell you why, when I read this clause, the concern that leaped out to me and what I started to think about when I read this clause, Mr. President, is a document I had reviewed a time back from the United Nations. And I want the opportunity to read this here because it is very pertinent and relevant to systems, to legislation, and to regulation, and for us, and for any government to promote transparency and accountability in all of their regulations and legislation. So when I read this UN document. It is the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crimes, Module of Public Corruption, on public corruption. And it states, and I quote, Mr. President, systematic corruption in the public sector erodes public trust in government institutions. It damages policy integrity and distorts public sector outcomes. It also has a deep-seated negative impact on the public sector in that it leads to a self-perpetuating organizational culture of corruption. I'll come back to that in a second. The vested interests of the different actors in the systems make systematic corruption very difficult to fight. It thus becomes necessary to base anti-corruption efforts as much as possible on both intrinsic elements in the public sector and on external controls, including laws and regulations. Mr. President, that is what I thought about when I saw this procurement legislation continuing to be emasculated and gutted. The lack of public trust in the government when citizens of this country see that the laws, the regulations are being gutted, that transparency and accountability, and in this case, losing the ability of the public procurement regulator to chime in, to bring about better transparency, to fight against corruption. I look at this article and take this article serious, Mr. President. Mr. President, so why did I pose this here to you today? Because for me, every time, I have to ask you this, every time an administration comes to this Parliament with legislation for the sole purpose of watering it down, Mr. President, restricting the oversight of the procurement regulator, how can anyone, Mr. President, on this side here, and even on the independent side, how can anyone support further gutting and emasculation of this bill, taking away transparency, Mr. President? Mr. President?
46.1, we discussed all this in the debate, and 53.1B as well.
Okay, so 46.1 is relevance, but 53.1B is tedious repetition. And yes, you yourself have indicated that this has been spoken to before by members on your bench. It is not for you to go further into it to sort of rehash what has been said. You can glaze over it just to emphasize your point and then move on to another. So now I invite you to move on to another clause because we've heard that argument.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'm hoping to continue on this point because there are points that have not been made by anyone on any side here today. There are points that haven't been made. For example, Mr. President, no one brought up the fact that we came racing to this Parliament here to deal with a matter and to validate that crime summit that we had in Hyatt that cost the taxpayers millions of dollars.
Senator Lyder, I think you're misunderstanding what no one brought up. Just because you use an example doesn't mean that the premise of what they've raised before hasn't been raised. It has been. So there's no need to give an example to help what somebody else has already raised. It's still tedious. Hence the reason I'm saying another clause, new information.
What I want to say to you, right, because this part I've heard nothing coming from either side, right, on this clause. Mr. President, but the risks that are faced by gutting the legislation, the risks that are faced by government members as well as contractors. Because when you remove the oversight of the public procurement regulator, you now put people at risk of being pulled into something that they're not a part of because of their position in the government. And that is a completely new point, Mr. President. Mr. President, I want to go on to another part of the clause, right? When we look at clause 58A, let me state for the Senate what it states, and I quote, subject to regulations made under section 63.
What clause is that, 58A? Repeat.
Yes.
No.
What clause? Sorry. Clause 7, right? We have to understand what Clause 58A in the Parent Act, states, all right? 58A. Mr. President, it states, subject to regulations made under Section 63, the procurement of goods and services up to $1 million are exempt from the procurement requirements under this Act. Now, Mr. President, let me tell you what is the danger here. Because we are here now today including something new, which is works, into this pot of soup. Goods, services, and works, Mr. President. And Mr. President, it is the same issue that I had, is the same issue I had when we had debated this a while back. When it comes to the potential for corruption coming as a result of this, as well as the misappropriation of taxpayers' funds. So you want to include works, which can be of any kind. It can be of development works, it can be infrastructure works. This is what you want to include here. And anything that is 1 million and under other works is no longer under the purview of the public procurement regulator. No, I cast no aspersions on anyone on this side, or anyone that works in the government. But if there's somebody unscrupulous that realizes now there's a loophole to take a $10 million contract and break it down into 11 equal parts, Mr. President, you have $10 million now that is no longer under the purview of the public procurement regulator. And that is the risk.
Point of order. 53(1)(b).
Yeah, so that was raised by Senator Mark. Senator Mark and Minister of Finance. So I'm listening to what you're saying in relation to Clause 7, which is procurement regulation, $1 million exempt, adding the word works to goods and services. That was raised by a senator previous. It was on the independent bench in relation to the pitfalls of doing such. Again, tedious repetition. We've gone through all the clauses in the bill. So you really have to focus on bringing something absolutely new. Continue.
I will bring something new. I will bring something new. I won't be daunted and shaken by this side, Mr. President. I will bring something new, okay? So yes, we understand that we could break down the contracts into 11 equal contracts, no longer in the purview of the procurement regulator. But let me tell you where the risk comes now, Mr. President. Let me tell you where this risk comes, all right? You have situations, Mr. President, where there are people in this country who have registered various companies under different names that all provide the same service and level of works, and who could now, if you have somebody who's unscrupulous, and I cast no aspersions, who can now come to these 11 broken down contracts that have no oversight of the procurement regulator. So we have to ask who's policing the police. And you can have contractors owning multiple companies going after all of these 11 contracts valued at $10 million. That part, Mr. President, no one has spoken about that.
You keep confusing giving an example as new information. Giving an example and explaining how it could be broken down is the exact same as saying that the contract can be broken down to bypass what this clause is effectively trying to do. I don't need to hear the example. We understand that. We all understand that. Hence the reason new information means exactly that, new information, not example that hasn't been said before. Do you have anything new on any clauses in this bill at this point in time?
Absolutely, Mr. President. Absolutely, Mr. President. I was simply expressing my concerns of the risk to certain people on this side. Mr. President, I have my good colleague, the Minister of Works and Transport. Mr. President, he is known as the most honest man of his ilk. The most honest man of his ilk. And I trust that he is. I do. But here's where I have a problem for him. Here's why I worry about him, Mr. President. I worry about him with this gutting of this legislation here, procurement legislation. I worry for him that in his ministry, there is a number of different state enterprises inside there that are managed by the various directors and public servants. And I worry that when there's no oversight by the public procurement regulator, and we have situations that come up that could bring about corruption, Mr. President, I worry for my colleague, Mr. President. So I would hope, so today, as I close on this point, Mr. President, I cannot support the further gutting of this legislation, not only to protect the taxpayers' money in this country, but, Mr. President, it's Christmas time, and I have to protect the only one honest man of his ilk on that side. The only one honest man of his ilk. I need to protect him from the possibility of being incriminated in corruption by unscrupulous persons, Mr. President. So that is why I cannot support the further gutting of this legislation. So, Mr. President, with your advice, I move on. Mr. President, I move on now to the property tax matter. And I know it's been beaten to a frazzle, but I want to bring something else to the fray, Mr. President. You see, I stand in this Senate very sympathetic to the plight of people in this country. A lot has been said about it being the wrong time to bring property tax for anyone. And we heard references coming from the Honorable Prime Minister. Senator Lutchmedial spoke about it. You know, Mr. President, but I want to say something here today. Many of these persons in the middle income bracket who are on fixed incomes today that have to pay, are now being forced to pay this property tax. Many of them are faced now with a choice. Because you see, Mr. President, when you have a fixed income and food has gone up, cost of living has gone up in all the different areas we discussed, Mr. President, you're left with a choice now.
Senator Lyder, the affordability of the property tax has been brought up by several senators before you. As a matter of fact, it is the only argument against that could be brought up in relation to this clause. So therefore, if you're going to talk about the property tax, I am at pains to understand exactly what new you could bring, given what is in the bill. That particular clause is very small. It does something very specific. And everybody has repeated it for several rounds now. So for you to stand and speak to affordability and what they have to pay and what they do not have to pay, it doesn't matter how you spin it. It's still tedious repetition of arguments that have gone before. So I'm going to ask you to think very carefully as you move on from that point as to if you truly and really have anything new to bring to the debate at this point in time.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, you know, the mere fact that we've gotten to this point where all of these things have been beaten out to a frazzle, the point that I can come here now and give you my 2 cents and my concern about things like property tax, about the inequity of citizens having to pay property tax when commercial properties get away scot-free. Mr. President, at the end of the day, I will simply close by saying that at this point in time, United National Congress does not support any form of property tax at this time, Mr. President, especially under this model of the PNM. And I will also say, Mr. President, that I would hope in the minister's wrap-up, because this question was not asked, I would hope in the minister's wrap-up, the minister can enlighten this Senate and let us know if the assessment on commercial properties has already started and how close are they to the 50% threshold that would ensure that now the government can also charge property tax to commercial and industrial properties so they can contribute to the same neighborhoods and environments that they exist in and coexist in with the citizens of this country. I hope the minister can enlighten us with that, because it is very relevant, Mr. President, because a lot was, because if things were spoken, if both sides, Mr. President, spoke about the impact of property tax and the fact that residents are the only ones paying it, I am simply asking now if the minister can be kind in his wrap-up to just confirm or deny whether or not property tax on industrial and commercial properties, the assessment has actually started, where are they in the assessment,
and how long until they get to that 50% threshold where they can contribute to the infrastructure of the towns and cities of Trinidad and Tobago. We just want to know. The people of Trinidad and Tobago who are paying now to pay this, they want to know as well. They want to know when their neighbor, who is the factory, and their next neighbor, who is the bar, will also help to fix the culvert in front of their road, to fix the drains, the cost for collection of garbage, when their trucks mash up the pavements, the roads, create potholes in the area, Mr. President. That's all the citizens want to know. And maybe then there can be some acceptance of something with property tax. But Mr. President, because I suspect that the process has not even started at this point, I suspect all that's going to be left to be done is for, in less than a year or just over a year, the United National Congress will have to come, will have to beat the PNM at the polls, and when we win the next election and UNC is in power, we will scrap the property tax, Mr. President. We will scrap it. I hope that was relevant, Mr. President. I hope it was very relevant and brought something new to the table for you. But so, as I close off, Mr. President, right, when I look at this bill and I glance onto the other side, Mr. President, when I look at them, it reminds me, Mr. President, of that Japanese proverb of the three animals. The ones that they don't hear, they don't see, they don't talk, Mr. President. I see nothing, I hear nothing, I say nothing, Mr. President. Mr. President, this government, Mr. President, this government, when the country called for better wages, the government said nothing. All they said was 002, 002. That's all the government said. Mr. President, when the civil society called for more oversight of the public procurement regulation.
Order. 46-1.
So you're wrapping up, Senator Lyder. Close it off.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. So when the civil society called for more transparency after the gutting of the procurement legislation, the government saw nothing wrong with that. And Mr. President, when the people of this country cried out loud, and still crying today, about the property tax that is coming,
Point of order, Mr. President.
The government heard nothing.
Point of order. Repeated infringements of 53(1)(b).
Senators,
repeated infringements.
Have a seat, Minister. Second, Senator Mark. Senator Mark. Point of order, Minister of Finance.
Repeated infringements of 53(1)(b).
So you only have a few more minutes, Senator Lyder. You've summarized what you said before. Just close it off.
Mr. President, all I was simply saying is that this government hears nothing, sees nothing, speaks nothing, does nothing,
knows nothing.
Everything. But let me tell you, Mr. President, they know nothing. But Mr. President, we in the United National Congress will continue to listen to the cries of the people. Mr. President, we will continue to see through the mamagai of this government, Mr. President, and we will continue to use our voices to continue to hold this government to account as we call towards transparency and accountability in this country. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think it's actually fortunate that I'm coming this late in the lineup, so I can be as concise as possible. Merry Christmas, everyone. Season's greetings. And it's the most wonderful time of the year, and it's also the most exhausting time of the year. I think that's why nerves are so afraid at this point. Everyone wants to go home, because there's more work waiting at home anyway. I will confine my contributions and edit them even more, given the ruling of the chair, to clauses 2 and 4. And in terms of my commentary in clause 2, while I understand the rationale behind the Honourable Minister's provision seeking to amend the National Insurance Act by repealing Section 39C and Romans 1 and 2, in terms of the amnesties the Minister has outlined, my only concern, and the Minister has given some data to identify why the government is seeking to go in this direction. I think he mentioned, our minister, sorry, mentioned 60 million at one point, just over 90 million at one point, and 100 million in the last amnesty, showing that, well, illustrating that there is some level of success if you measure by the amount of money collected. There's a commensurate effect on that. And I don't know how many of you know about classical conditioning and Russian neurologist Ivan Pavlov, where there's a dependency syndrome, or sorry, an expectation that may be starting to develop from people who have been non-compliant because we keep repeating the amnesties, though they are bearing some success in terms of generating the returns. But it's not going to change a culture of non-compliance if we continue this way. So there has to be some point at which people who are non-compliant face the penalty of the law. And continuing to do this, though it's bearing fruit in terms of collecting the revenue that would have been outstanding, is not going to change a growing culture of non-compliance. We can also look at the increases in collections after the amnesties as an indication that, well, more and more people will think that, well, they're going to have an amnesty just now, and so I'll go hold out. In addition to the reasons the minister would have outlined, they may have financial difficulties, they may have auditing and accounting problems, but we run the risk of starting to condition persons to expect the amnesty and so be non-compliant, and that's not, I don't think that's what we want, people being non-compliant and being in breach of the law. So while I understand there's some success the minister has identified, we have to be careful by continuing to do these amnesties that we develop an expectation for more amnesties and a culture of non-compliance moving forward. I'll move straight into clause 4, which I think is a point of contention for many people. Let me start with the manufacturing part. I think it's a noble endeavor aimed at obviously increasing manufacturers at export markets and incentivizing the export of products from Trinidad and Tobago, because that is where we will gain forex, which is in scarce supply for many different reasons as outlined. So I have no problem with that once it's managed properly, and it states that manufacturing companies, it seeks to exempt manufacturing companies whose gross receipts fall within 30% tax bracket from business levy charges in respect of only export sales. So it actually puts it within a particular parameter of a particular size of business. So there's a kind of balance going on there that I can appreciate in terms of the smaller businesses are being encouraged to create products for export, and the country will benefit from that in terms of forex and growing our trade balance in our favor. So I think that's commendable. Moving to clause 4, Roman 2, which focuses on the corporate sponsorship in the education sector. Now, and if I through you, Mr. President, I'll respond to both ministers, the Ministers of Tourism and the Minister of Public Administration, and their commentary in response to other people's statements. With the greatest of respect, I don't think, from what I've heard, people have an issue with the principle of corporate sponsorship in schools. I think most people understand that, and I agree with Minister West, that the state cannot and should not be doing it alone, because the country benefits from education. The country benefits from developing the workforce and training the workforce. So from what I have heard, I have not heard anyone have an issue with it in principle, because one of the biggest issues facing the education sector is resources. Denominational schools generally do better because they have more resources, they have stronger PTAs, they generally sometimes have alumni and PTA groups and alumni groups that contribute more to the resources needed in the school for infrastructure, equipment, teachers, etc. So the principle of it is sound. My concern, as has been articulated by others, and I'm trying to be careful not to be guilty of tedious repetition, but I think it's worthy of putting on the record, is the mechanisms by which it will be audited and managed. Because we have seen in the past, GATE, for example, and this is a new point I haven't heard, which is as noble a provision as one can think. I don't know of any other country in the world that has, for the length of time, paid for tertiary education of its citizens to develop the workforce. I have scanned, there are bursaries, there are scholarships, but this country, administration after administration, has paid for students to develop tertiary education, their skills and training. And that is commendable. The problem here, or the challenge here, is managing the systems. And as the point I'm making is, even GATE was exploited. The state had to take a private institution to court for malfeasance in the GATE program. And when these noble intentions are proffered, we have to look at our history and put systems in place to close the gap for possible exploitation and corruption. And while I understand in the bill, it states clearly that the principal and/or senior administrator will be responsible for auditing at some level, although it didn't state auditing, but administering this and signing off on the contribution of the sponsor to ensure that, well, the monies have come in, works have been completed. I don't know that schools have that competence. I don't know that principals have that competence or senior administrators have that competence. I don't know that Principal A, particularly in the private sector, is not going to know Company A and say, give me $400,000 and the school gets $200,000 and there's no accountability. Which ministry is going to provide the oversight for this in a real sense on the ground? Is it the Ministry of Finance when the company is filing taxes? And that's quite after. Is it the Ministry of Education itself that can do it in a real sense, because the Ministry of Education does it in the state sector schools? But there is a gap here, and we have to recognize there's a gap and put provisions in place to close the gap, because we don't want the noble intention of the clause to fall prey to corruption. And we know how creative we are, and being very kind. Senator Teemal was extremely polite in the way he put it, and others have raised the point. And I'm trying not to belabor the point, but we have to face our realities, and we don't want this provision to fall prey to those sorts of corrupt elements who may exploit the lack of clarity to their own benefit, and the schools and the students not benefit. The other issue, and I'm going to offer a solution so that I don't run foul of tedious repetition, because it's been raised before. There are some schools that will naturally get more donations because of their alumnus, because of their proximity to business, because of the communities they're in. And to me, one of the issues in the education sector, as we've outlined before, is the inequality, the disparity in resources, which translates into disproportionate performance levels. So while we seek to initiate this, $500,000 worth of equipment, resources, etc., is a lot of money. And for one school to get, for example, 3 or 4 companies to donate to that school and that school benefit, I think some sort of system should be put in place where the schools can use the money and donate to other schools in the educational district, and or a school of their choice that they can adopt if they get more than one corporate sponsor in the fiscal, so that the donations are spread to a larger number of schools, because some schools are just naturally more able to raise funds through sponsorship, etc. I also think we need to put mechanisms in place and be more specific about what it is to be used for, and ensure that there are oversight mechanisms to ensure it is not abused. Because again, we have no data, we've been provided with no data on how much schools presently receive in terms of donation, whether it be the state-administered schools, the government-assisted schools, or the private schools. This only says public and private schools, which includes tertiary institutions, in many cases are privately run institutions. So we don't know, in a real sense, without the accountability mechanisms, what is going to be done with that funding and how the accounting and oversight is going to occur. And I have real concerns about that, though I support this principle, and I think the government needs to be commended for it in principle. I think it's a very innovative approach to dealing with getting resources into schools, which will help the education process in Trinidad and Tobago, but it must also deal with the issue of inequity in the education system while we're doing it, and ensure that we have proper accountability and oversight mechanisms to ensure that people don't exploit the system and initiate corruption. I'll quickly go to Romans 3 and clause 4, which deals with cybersecurity, investment tax. And of course, cybersecurity is very much in the mainstream in Trinidad and Tobago in the last couple of months. I want to put on the record, because I have the honor to chair the Joint Select Committee, Public Admin and Social Services, and we had a very elucidating, enlightening engagement with the Minister of Digital Transformation last week. And I want to put on the record that very often you don't know that you don't know until someone who knows tells you. And I think Minister Bacchus should be on television every month bringing more awareness to the issues related to cybersecurity and cyber threats in the country, because I left that meeting and the members highly enlightened and educated on, one, the potential for the Internet of Things in Trinidad and Tobago, but the commensurate threats that we must be aware of. So I think Minister Bacchus is to be commended, and the information needs to be more consistently disseminated to different portals, because that is the only way the country will become cyber sensitive. What I learned in that, which I knew before, but it was drilled home by not only Minister Bacchus and his team, but also the TT CERT of the Ministry of National Security, the Cybersecurity Incident Response Unit, and the Cybersecurity Unit in the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. So we talk a lot about cybercrime in Trinidad and Tobago. There is no cybercrime in Trinidad and Tobago because there is no cyber law in Trinidad and Tobago. So all this talk about cybercrime, it can't have no crime if it has no law to prevent it or to codify it. We have internet-enabled crimes because we don't have cybercrime. So we have to understand that. So while the provisions to widen the awareness and also investment in cybersecurity equipment, monitor equipment, network equipment, up to a maximum of $500,000 is noteworthy. While we do that, and Minister Bacchus and the teams were very clear, as much as you can do, people will break the law, try to break the law and break the law. So while we try to protect ourselves as best we can, there's no way to bring them to prosecution unless it's an internet-enabled law, for example, fraud that is perpetrated through the internet, but it's not a cybercrime because we have no cybercrime law. So it's another clarion call for us to get cybercrime law on the books of Trinidad and Tobago to work in conjunction with these types of provisions, because we are so far behind the curve where this is concerned. And again, I only know this because of my interface with Minister Bacchus and the teams from TT CERT and the TT Police Service. And that's why it's so important for the public to understand and become okura with this information, because we are all online and we are all open to risks. Mr. President, let me just give you a bit of information I was able to get off the internet, of all places. Where else are you going to get it these days? Through you. TT CERT, Cybercrime Incident Report, Cyber Threat Landscape 2023 by Darren Dory. It's off the internet, cybersafety.com, and it's dated October 13th, 2023. And it makes some interesting data points. Some of these data points were also shared at the GSC last week. Of course, the top threats categories included phishing, ransomware, we heard all these terms before, insider threat, hacking, data leakage, all very familiar to us now. Total hacks over the period: public, 83, private, 113. 770 social media reports in 2020, 416 social media reports in 2021. Vulnerable systems in Trinidad and Tobago, 273. Vulnerabilities detected, 5,066. Critical vulnerabilities, 72. High vulnerabilities, 12. Medium vulnerabilities, 189. Right? These vulnerabilities manifested in the form of unsecured public ports, particularly used for RDP or VPN. We all know about VPNs. Improperly patched operating systems, emails, MX Exchange servers, applications, outdated websites, and generally systems that haven't been updated in a timely manner. For 2023, there were 5,066 of those detections. Here's the startling information. While we are seeking to provide exemptions for investment in the private sector, spam originating from Trinidad and Tobago, and this is where my age is showing now, 3,496 identified, but over the last 2 years, between 2022 and 2023, there have been almost 22 million spam messages originating from Trinidad Tobago through compromised devices and accounts. The majority of these messages coming from gov.tt and edu.tt. Isn't that astounding? So part of the information that was shared also in that exchange last week was that 42, almost 43% of all attacks in the world are on the governments. So the governments are at greatest risk. We've heard the Honorable Attorney General been very candid about the attack in the offices of the Attorney General and Legal Affairs. We've heard about the great TSTT debacle. And so yes, cybersecurity is critical, and awareness about and provisions to protect companies from cyber attacks are critical exercises. My concern about this also, although I'll say I support it because I think it's important, and the security monitoring equipment and network equipment is to be verified and authorized through iGov.tt, which is the state agency for doing that. I am ambivalent about it, though I primarily support it, because I think it's an operating cost. And Minister Bacchus, through you, Mr. President, indicated that, sorry, Minister of Digital Transformation, I beg your pardon. Minister of Digital Transformation, I apologize, indicated that it is not a matter of high cost, and I'm paraphrasing here, when talking about systems and solutions to prevent cyber attacks and cyber threats. It's a matter of getting the right people in the right jobs, training the right people, and there's a shortage of the right people in the country, and also ensuring that your systems are foolproof all the way through. And there are local companies doing great work. So I'm wondering about this $500,000, if that is in the realm of what is actually required. And also, if we can't put further parameters in place to ensure this does what it's supposed to do and evolves as it should, because the Internet of Things is always evolving. And while we are now doing this, the paradigm has gone ahead 3-4 generations already, and we are presently at risk. So while I support this because I think it's moving in the right direction, I think it may need some finessing. And while I'm at it, may I add that even though this is important and we can walk and chew gum at the same time, I think to most Trinbagonians, while cyber threats they're aware of it, I think they're more aware and concerned about physical threats. Because you're more than likely to be assaulted or robbed in their minds, in the average Trinbagonian's minds, than to be the victim of a cyber attack. So I think if we are underwriting the cost through tax exemptions for this, and I know we have in the past put tax exemptions for security equipment, if I'm not mistaken, in a budget or two before, in this budget, thank you, Minister of Foreign Affairs, I think that side of it needs also to be looked at again in the context of total security in Trinidad and Tobago, because while most people will be aware of this, and companies really have to take a more proactive approach in dealing with cybersecurity because it can really affect the population in significant long-term ways. I think the country is really more concerned with physical security for obvious reasons. So I appreciate the approaches taken here. I've indicated some concerns, which I think are valid concerns, particularly with how this education sponsorship is going to evolve and how it's going to be managed and the oversight mechanisms associated with it, because I think the way it's presently crafted, it's wide open to potential corruption. It's wide open to exploitation, and we don't want that. Because we know our history in Trinity, because we have to put provisions in place to protect against what has happened in the past, or we'll keep making the same mistakes over and over and over. And I also appreciate the fact that we're looking more and bringing into the public domain more conversations about cybersecurity, because we need to. And with those few words, Mr. President, I thank you.
Senator Vieira.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, initially I wasn't planning to speak. The plan was just to settle an amendment to delete Clause 2 of the bill and to treat with the matter at committee stage. But then I was reminded that this is a money bill, and as such it's outside my ability to make any amendments or to vote on it. And I'll say a little bit more on that in a while. For now, while I see several provisions in the bill worthy of support, there is at least one provision that gives me pause. In fact, it's a provision I'm very much against. And that provision is at Clause 2, which relates to the extended tax amnesty for non-compliant employers in respect of their NIB contributions. And I know much has been said, I'll try to keep it brief. So once again, instead of requiring the NIB to up its game, instead of requiring delinquent employers to exercise discipline, honesty, and to show good faith in meeting their legal and financial obligations under the law, instead of encouraging a culture of compliance, we continue to enable. In fact, we reward delinquent employers, but as this is a money bill, there's nothing I can do about it. Tax amnesties, while designed to encourage voluntary compliance, can be abused. And when they are being implemented for the wrong reasons or for misguided reasons, where businesses are able to exploit amnesties, when we legitimize non-compliance, we are in fact allowing wrongdoers to shortchange their employees, to shortchange the NIB, without facing consequences. That, in my view, is abuse, that is improper, and it is harmful. Even at its highest, and assuming that the provision is well-intentioned, I believe the approach is misguided. Because instead of addressing the systemic issues and the inefficiencies which obviously plague the NIB, instead of tackling the substantive issues, we continue to lower the bar. Here we continue to prop up an inefficient national insurance system. Apart from giving defaulters an undeserved bly, I believe this is going to undermine collection efforts. And further, when one recognizes that government and state enterprises are among the biggest defaulters, any suggestion that this is going to bring in millions of dollars, I believe that is highly questionable. At the end of the day, taking the contributions of employees and then withholding or misusing that money is fraud. When employers use employee deductions and not remit, it is misappropriation. And last but not least, what about ongoing legal court cases? Are we undermining the NIB in respect of those cases where they may actually have taken delinquent employers to court? Where does this legislation leave those cases? As I see it, if we fail to engage in meaningful reform, if we fail to protect the contributions and rights of employees, we are eroding the overall tax base, and we are undermining the national insurance system. And there's nothing I can do about it. Because as this is a money bill, it is a fait accompli. How can we talk seriously about tackling crime, money laundering, and corruption when we legitimize weak governance and a lack of fairness and transparency? The belief, the hope that delinquent employers will use this respite, this waiver of all penalties and interest, with a determination to do better, that's magical thinking. That's misguided. In fact, it's dangerous thinking. The NIB must get better at negotiating settlement and enforcing settlement, in getting delinquent employers to pay their outstanding debts and interest through the use of scheduled payments, and in improving their processes and procedures. In closing, I just want to draw attention to and to make some observations about what strikes me as an artful but objectionable bit of gamesmanship in the way this legislation has been crafted and brought. Section 65 of the Constitution and Article 57 of the Standing Orders prohibit me from making any amendments to this bill which purports to be a money bill. And even though strictly speaking, when you look at some of the clauses in the bill, to my mind, they are not really supposed to be or should be in a money bill. And the title recognizes that by referring to it as other related matters. Yet, because they are embedded in a money bill, those clauses escape our ability to amend. They, in fact, are immune from senatorial intervention. I feel I've been played. I feel I have been surreptitiously outmaneuvered by being denied the opportunity to make important contributions on this legislation. Senators are supposed to participate in the process of making and passing laws. We are supposed to review, debate, and vote on proposed legislation. When folly is being imposed on us and we can do nothing about it, it does not go down well. That's not how laws should be passed, and what we see here today, I sincerely hope, will not become the norm. I thank you.
Senator Nakhid.
In the name of God, the most gracious, the most merciful. Mr. President, I too, like my colleague Senator Vieira, had no intention to speak, not because of fear of tedious repetition, because of disgust at how some on that side treat with flippancy the idea that $100 of property tax a month should mean nothing. Blissfully or ignorantly, unaware that $100 per month, $1,200 a year, how that impacts the lives of people in Chumakak, Beetham, the zone in Tanapuna. Yes, be fed up. Tedious repetition of letting you know how people are suffering in this country under your government. Tedious to you, but not tedious to them. They feel. That's what our colleagues have said. There can be no tedious repetition in that. It's a reality and a stark one of that. So when I notice the laughter, snide remarks, I have to speak. And not to be tedious in repetition, one only has to look at the numbers and to why, because we've heard, yes, why does this government now introduce property tax at this time, because we know people are suffering, but nobody said exactly why. And I will tell you why this government has introduced property tax at this time. And it's a political model. In the London School of Economics in 2017 by J. Sheffy Skeffington, 79 pages long, as to a model that speaks accurately to how this government operates and why they would introduce property tax at this time when people are suffering in unbelievable measures. Unbelievable measures, not living day to day, as we used to say, but living meal to meal. And that had to do with a model of scarcity, dependence, poverty. This government, without any empathy, they are determined to make resources as scarce as possible in the pockets of the poor and disadvantaged. There can be no other reason, Mr. President. Subsidies, as we've heard, have been raised. People can't go to the pumps. People who normally will come out of the ghetto every Sunday just to take their children to Maracas or Las Cuevas. You know how important that is to the mental health of people who normally can't go out of the ghetto, only from school to home, looking for a life? Is that laughable? Did that seem to make a remark about it? Yeah, funny to you, Minister of Tourism.
Mr. Speaker, point of order, Standing Order 46-1.
Just allow the standing order to be raised so that I can hear it in clarity and then rule. Standing order is 46-1 as it relates to relevance. You are speaking towards the clause as it relates to property tax. You spoke to the model and why, which is a new line, which I'm listening to. Just be careful and keep it tight.
Guided Mr. President, and you do not deserve maybe my outburst, Mr. President, because you have indeed, in my opinion, raised the bar in your time as President, and I commend you. But, Mr. President, that model I speak to, it has been proven in that expose by J. Skeffington, that when people do not have money in their pockets, they become dependent. And we know how much this government loves to have their constituents dependent. We know how that they love to make sure that they have to keep coming back to them. And that dependency, it disenfranchises people. It makes them poor. It creates poverty. And I'll be very brief, because this is a point no one has made. Scarcity leads to dependence, leads to poverty. And what does that lead to? Obeisance of the status quo. And that is what this government is all about, obeisance of the status quo. And no one made that point, Mr. President. And that's why I had to get up and speak. And I will end with this quote from Marcel Proust. Illness is the doctor we must pay heed to. Kindness and compassion we make promises to. Pain we obey. And that embodies the whole ethos of this corrupt and wicked P&M government. And I thank you, Mr. President.
Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, President. Mr. President, in response to the last speaker, the increase in the minimum wage, which will take effect on January the 1st, 2024, as a result of the notice of the proposed minimum wages order 2023, which was published as Legal Notice 373 of 2023, in accordance with the Minimum Wages Act. That increase in the minimum wage, which will take effect in less than 2 weeks, will put into the pocket of a minimum wage worker, I am using the example of a security guard, an additional $13,104 per annum. Let me repeat that. The minimum wages order, increasing the minimum wage to $20.50 per hour, will put into the pocket of a minimum wage security guard $13,104 per year. That takes effect in, today's the 19th, that takes effect in 12 days, and property tax of $100 a month. When I went to school, Mr. President, I did not say a word.
Have a seat, have a seat, have a seat. No, members, silence. This is the wrap-up. Allow the Minister of Finance to contribute in silence. Continue, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. President. When the three main offenders, Senator Nakhid, Senator Roberts, and
Minister, have a seat. Senator Roberts, don't ever, Senator Nakhid and Senator Roberts, I am speaking, I am on my legs. Don't ever have that outburst in this chamber again. I am never going to raise to my legs to have to indicate that again. From this day forward, until the end of this 12th Parliament, I will just take action if I ever hear such an outburst again. I'm going to repeat myself. I want to hear nothing from no one but the Minister of Finance until he's completed his wrap-up. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. President. And for those who are watching on television, it is necessary to state the facts. When the three honorable senators opposite were screaming, I said nothing. And therefore, I would expect that they will say nothing when I reply. I want to repeat that a minimum wage security guard will receive an additional income, tax-free, because they are not subject to tax, of $13,104 per year, and that person may be called upon to pay property tax of $1,200 per year, and therefore they are ahead of the game by $12,000 per year. In addition, Mr. President, as Minister of Finance, on behalf of the government, over the last 8 years, we have systematically increased the personal allowance from $5,000 a month to $6,000 a month to $7,000 a month to $7,500 a month, creating an additional tax-exempt allowance of $30,000 a year, which is equivalent to an additional $7,500 per year in the pockets of taxpayers at the lowest end of the spectrum. And therefore, these facts must counteract the propaganda uttered by the members opposite, must counteract the propaganda. But moving on, there was an interesting comment made by Senator Mark, who knows better. But I will caution members that they have to be very careful in taking lead from Senator Mark's utterances. Because, yes, beware. Because Senator Mark said, I want to serve notice on the Senate that this abuse of the omnibus process will be challenged. A finance bill is supposed to accomplish the measures announced in the budget statement. However, efforts are being made to address matters not raised in the budget statement, and he said it in his usual, powerful delivery. A former presiding officer who knows better, and it is necessary now to read the Constitution. In sections 63, 64, and 65, the Constitution defines a money bill as a public bill in the opinion of the Speaker, not anybody else's opinion, which contains only provisions dealing with all or any of the following matters, namely, the imposition, repeal, remission, alteration, or regulation of taxation, the imposition for the payment of debt or other financial purposes of charges on public money, or the variation or repeal of any such changes, the grant of money to the state or to any authority or person, or the variation or revocation of any such grant, the appropriation, receipt, custody, investment, issue, or audit of accounts of public money, the raising of guarantee of any loan or the repayment thereof, or the establishment, alteration, administration, or abolition of any sinking fund provided in connection with any such loan, or, and this is Section 66F, subordinate matters incidental to any of the matters referred to in this subsection. And the Senator Mark knows, therefore, that a finance bill is always an omnibus bill, and therefore cannot be an abuse. Yet he would come into this parliament and mislead new senators who regrettably might listen to him. So I think it was necessary to make that point. Every time Senator Mark screams, it does not mean that he's making sense. It does not mean that he's speaking the truth. It does not mean that. And that is all I would have to say about Senator Mark's contribution. His contribution is a rejection of what's in the Constitution of Trinidad and Tobago. A rejection of the Constitution. Let me move on now to other contributions which had more substantive matters. Let me deal with Senator Teemal. Senator Teemal asked that we include partnerships among the entities that could benefit from the allowance. I certainly think that is an interesting proposal. I would certainly give an assurance that on the next occasion we are amending Clause 10X. I would certainly give serious consideration to that. It's not just partnerships, it's joint ventures and other commercial entities, as Senator Vieira has regaled us with the other day, the plethora of commercial entities. So it's not just limited liability companies and so on. So certainly, and I agree, a partnership, as Senator Vieira told us, is a group which is assembled for profit. Let me put it as simple as that. A group of people come together to do something, do business for profit. And certainly there would be partnerships, particularly professional firms. I understand where you are coming from, Senator Teemal. Senator Teemal was a little concerned about the certification being done by the principal. Well, the fact of the matter is that, and his concern flowed from a view that, the principal would be involved in the exercise and therefore might not be an impartial arbiter. But that is quite commonplace. It is quite common that you would have somebody involved in a process that has to certify it. I mean, I could even give a reference in construction. An engineer is involved in supervising construction and then certifies it. So that don't believe for a minute that at the end of it, the Inland Revenue has the power of audit. The principal certification is not the last say on the matter. If information comes to the Board of Inland Revenue, or if the documentation that is submitted appears to be suspicious, then the Board of Inland Revenue can override any certification by the principal. That is simply a step in the process. But I do think that you have to make these things simple, and I do think it is a good solution at this point in time to let the principal or the senior administrator certify, and then they would be responsible if they, for example, provide a false document. They might be, liable to some charges if it's a statutory declaration, for example. So that I think at this case, it is a good solution to that. I know that Senator Teemal has something with the public procurement amendments. If Senator Teemal did not complain about the public procurement amendments, I would think he was having a bad day. So that I am aware. But the fact of the matter is that when we debated this, I did not hide anything. I spoke about small contractors. I was firm in my belief that after we finished debating the amendment that allowed simplified procurement. I want to correct misinformation coming from the lower bench as usual. It is not that there's no regulation of the award of contracts below $1 million. That's a fallacy. That's a fiction. It is not that. They are simplified procurement procedures, and it is subject to regulations which I don't have any control over. We, in fact, amended the bill to say that it has to be on the recommendation of the regulator or on my initiative with the agreement. So I am not going to make up these simplified procurement procedures for awards of contract below $1 million. It is going to be done in consultation with the regulator, and we have been having some deep discussions on this as to how far should we go in the simplification process. Should you require a little contractor to register on the registry, go through pre-qualification as now occurs, or can you allow them to be awarded a contract and then the onus is on them after a period of time to register, post facto. So the point is that we debated this at length. I did not hide that I was referring to small contractors. We have just run into an obstacle where the lawyers at OPR have said that in their opinion, goods and services cannot comply to construction. And therefore, I'm just dealing with an issue. I don't want legal challenges. That is what this is all about. But I don't think it's appropriate to revive arguments every time we deal with an amendment which is simply correcting a lacuna. I just don't think so. That's my personal opinion. So, moving on, Senator Vieira said that the amnesty, the NIS amnesty, was a folly. And my friends today have used some strong language, my two friends, Senator Vieira and Senator Teemal. I tell you, strong language. I don't think it's a folly to give one final amnesty for national insurance, because I don't think many people understand how difficult it is to administer the Public Procurement Act. You have public servants in this country now who have just frozen because they have interpreted the law to mean that if they make a mistake in procurement, they go into jail. Permanent secretaries are of that view, that if they don't go through a long and torturous process of evaluation and assessment and comparison, and something that could take 2 weeks in the past is now taking 6 months because of this fear among public servants. I don't think people understand what the public procurement law has done. And the fact of the matter is, this is not anything new. If you look at every single country in the world where public procurement legislation has been enacted, in the first year or two, there's a significant drop in the public sector investment program. I use the example of Jamaica. They had a 25% decrease in their development program the year after they brought in their procurement regulator, a 25% decrease, because people are simply afraid. So that you now have a situation where many people cannot qualify to deliver goods and services. Little people, food, little caterers cannot meet the requirements. They may have found themselves missing 1 or 2 national insurance payments 7 years ago, and they go to get their compliance certificate, and the person says, oh, you missed a payment 7 years ago, and with penalties and interest, that is now $10,000. And they can't manage it. So a lot of these arguments, with respect, I would call them academic. You're not dealing with reality. And the whole purpose of this amnesty, it is not fallacious. It is to give small contractors and suppliers one last chance to meet their national insurance obligations so that they can qualify to provide goods and services to the government and public bodies. This is you see, what people don't understand, or some people don't understand, because some do, is that for years there were insufficient public law elements in our procurement regime. There are many examples of decisions of both the High Court and the Court of Appeal. The NH case is quite famous with respect to the customs billing, I believe. And then there is the case of the interchange, where Justice Mohammed gave a decision some years ago, and all the judges came to the conclusion there were insufficient public law elements within our public procurement regime to allow the intervention of the court. The court cannot step in the shoes of the persons who are evaluating the tenders and awarding the contract. But all of that changed, all of that done, because not only do we now have sufficient public law elements, we now have a public law where public procurement can now be challenged ad infinitum. You challenge the regulator. Then you go to the appeal board. Then you go to the High Court. Then you go to the Court of Appeal. Then you can go to the Privy Council. That wasn't there before. That is there now. So anybody who is aggrieved that they were not allowed to tender, or they were treated unfairly, or somebody else was allowed to tender while they were discriminated against, can now go through this entire legal system, this dispute system. And therefore it is not a folly, respectfully, to allow little people one last chance, pay your national insurance so that you could qualify to tender for goods and services for public bodies. So I respectfully disagree with Senator Vieira's contribution with respect to the amnesty. Yes, I know all the arguments. There is a definite argument, it's a strong argument, that the more amnesties you give, as Senator Richards has made the point, I mean, the textbooks are replete with learning on this. The more amnesties you give, the more people will feel that you're going to give another amnesty, and therefore they will not pay their taxes or not pay. That's true, but this one is specific. This is not a broad brush. This is not, I get up one morning and I feel I want to give an amnesty. It is not. It is because of the myriad of complaints I have received as Minister of Finance, as the named minister in the public procurement legislation, that people just can't qualify and they missed the last amnesty and they're begging for an opportunity. So therefore, you have to be practical and realistic. Yes, you're right. We should stop giving amnesties. It is true, because it encourages non-compliance. But then we live in the real world. So we need to have compassion. Okay? So that is what this is all about. It's compassion. So let me move on to another contribution. Well, Senator Lutchmedial had to make me laugh. The most amount of people who have written me asking me to assist them with the lacuna in the law with respect to the last national insurance amnesty are UNC supporters. The most amount who have written me letters complaining that they were not able to benefit from the last amnesty on national insurance contributions because they had paid their contributions before the July 1st commencement of that amnesty and therefore didn't qualify is UNC. But Senator Lutchmedial, in typical style, has to say, we're trying to help some PNM. This, the problem with this as well, this is not ad hominem legislation, and Senator Lutchmedial knows that. And the thing is, they have a group of them, opposition personalities.
Okay, just if you want to respond to the minister, ask him to give way or raise a point of order. Continue, Minister.
Yes. As I said, Mr. President, this is not ad hominem legislation. This is not targeted at any specific group or individual. It is not targeted at any specific company or individual. This is an open amnesty from now until the 31st of January. If I were to make the mistake and follow that mischievous advice from Senator Lutchmedial and make it ad hominem and make it specific to a particular person or entity or group, that senator would be in the usual group of opposition parliamentarians who try to take me to court every week. There's no way I'm going to fall for that. I cannot make ad hominem legislation, as Senator Lutchmedial is urging me to do. I wasn't born yesterday, and I have plenty court clothes, and I've been in court now for 25 years. So, I know about that. Can't catch me with that. So, let us move on now. Let me see the contribution of Senator Maharaj. Senator Maharaj, I mean, how do I describe this? I had a kind of off-record conversation with Senator Maharaj where there was nothing secret or sinister in it. So, as Minister of Finance, I am always challenged to implement provisions, to make sure things are done properly. As Minister of Finance, yes, I recommend policy. The Cabinet reviews my recommendations. The Cabinet either agrees or disagrees with my policy recommendations with respect to fiscal measures. But something such as the Minister of Finance getting involved in trying to regulate how schools will access this allowance, this tax allowance, that is not the job of the Minister of Finance. There are a lot of things that are not the job of the Minister of Finance. It is my job to make the financial legislation. It is the job of other agencies to implement. I will speak to the Minister of Education. I know Senator Teemal made a similar point. I will. I know that the Minister of Education is assembling a team to make sure that this tax allowance for enhancement of schools is used for the benefit of everyone. And then Senator Maharaj made a point that information and communication is key because some people don't even know the allowances that are available to them. Some schools may not even know. And then a very interesting comment made to me was that, you know, some businessmen might contribute to a school in order to use the school as a forum to promote their products. You know, so you might find a businessman has a particular product line. They make a contribution to a school to air condition the auditorium, and then ask the principal, could I have permission to come and talk to your students? And then they come, or they're coming to promote all their products and asking everybody to buy their products. I mean, all of these things happen. But you can't reject an allowance for that reason. But I will speak to the Minister of Education to see if there can be as comprehensive communication as possible to principals and administrators with respect to the way in which this tax allowance is managed. I heard some other comments about the allowance on cybersecurity. I heard all sorts of comments about foreign exchange. I had to look at the bill about 3 times and see where in this bill there was any reference to foreign exchange. Of course, there was none. But I saw Senator Mark fulminating about not being able to get more than a couple $100 US in the bank, and then the usual complaints about the 1% and the finances. I was struggling going through the bill, and somebody spoke about necromancy. Thank God I wasn't here for that. But the fact of the matter is that I went through this thing, and I'm looking at an allowance for people who make donations to help schools, an allowance to companies that invest in cybersecurity, shallow water marine producers and so on, and the national insurance amendments, and I'm there struggling to try and figure out how does foreign exchange come into that. And then when I was told about necromancy, that some senator was obsessed with the dead or something like that, I'm just confused. I'm confused. I mean, it seems to me that honorable senators on the lower bench, it's now routine that when we come into Parliament to debate these bills, what we're going to hear is election coming soon, time for it to go, their leader is the best thing since sliced bread,
PNM is the worst, people suffering, the economy has crashed, and so on and so on. I'd better just come and pay a tape recorder, Mr. President. Just hand all of them, all 6 of them a tape recorder and say, press a button. Because it's the same thing over and over. There's no substance in the contributions, none whatsoever, no substance. And as I said in the other house, why object to this bill? The first clause is a benefit. Which employer? I'm struggling to figure out who is the audience of honorable members on the lower bench like Senator Lutchmedial. Who is that honorable senator's audience? Which UNC businessman is opposed to an amnesty on national insurance? I don't know. I doubt none. I suspect they'll be the first to line up. Which school is opposed to businessmen contributing and getting a tax allowance to enhance a school? None. Which company would not be encouraged to invest in cybersecurity? You know, we have done investments. We have encouraged people to invest in CCTV camera systems. Right. We have systematically over the years, because this is an idea that has been around for a long time, since my predecessors were in office in finance. And there were some, I have to call them errors in the law, and we have systematically corrected all of them. So now you can bring in an entire CCTV camera system, which involves the cameras, the DVR, and all of the fittings and so on, and enjoy tax-free status on that. Or you could bring in a camera on its own. Or you could bring in a DVR on its own. Or you could bring in accessories associated with a CCTV camera system on its own and enjoy waiver from all taxes on that. And there has been a tremendous increase since we introduced that tax allowance for CCTV camera system. There's been a tremendous increase in the importation of closed-circuit TV systems by private businesses and by individuals. It is a tax incentive that has worked. I can't say that all worked. I can't say all work. Some work, some don't work. I am certain this tax incentives for schools will work. I am certain we are going to see many businesses and schools taking advantage of that tax allowance. I can't speak for others, and that's the point I'm making, that this is a whole of government thing. And while I, as minister, will bring the policy, it is not my direct responsibility to implement it. So I would suggest senators reach out to the line ministers who have responsibility. So the allowance for schools is a benefit. Allowance for cybersecurity is a benefit. The allowance for small shallow marine area producers, the increase in the threshold for SPT is a benefit. The sustainable incentive allowance is a benefit. The waiver of property tax until December 31st, 2023 is a big benefit. And therefore, I am confused as to why there's opposition to the clauses in this bill. There's nothing onerous, there's nothing adverse, there's nothing sinister, there's nothing terrible, there's nothing horrible, there's nothing awful. This is all good and what is right and proper. So why would anybody oppose this? I beg to move.
Honourable Senators, the question is that a bill entitled an Act to make provisions for financial nature and other related matters be now read a second time. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it.
A bill entitled an Act to make provisions of a financial nature and other related matters.
Minister of Finance.
Mr. President, in accordance with Standing Order 57-2, I beg to move that a bill entitled an Act to make provisions of a financial nature and other related matters not be committed to a committee of the whole Senate.
Honourable Senators, the question is that a bill entitled an Act to make provisions of a financial nature and other related matters not be committed to a committee of the whole Senate. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The bill will not be committed to a committee of the whole Senate. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. President. I beg to move that a bill entitled An Act to Make Provisions of a Financial Nature and Other Related Matters be now read a third time and passed.
Honourable Senators, the question is that a bill entitled An Act to Make Provisions of a Financial Nature and Other Related Matters be now read a third time and passed. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it.
A bill entitled An Act to Make Provisions of a Financial Nature and Other Related Matters.
Leader of Government Business.
Mr. President, I beg to move that this Senate do now adjourn to a date to be fixed.
Christmas. Honourable Senators, before I put the question on the adjournment, leave has been granted for two matters to be raised on the motion for the adjournment of the Senate. Senator Dr. Richards.
Mr. President. I raise the matter on the adjournment for the need for the Minister of Works and Transport to explain the status of the Armour service for persons with disabilities, which has not been operational for some time, placing significant hardships on these persons. Mr. President, around the globe, there's an estimated 1.3 billion people who experience a significant disability, representing about 16% of the global population, or 1 in 6 of us. In Trinidad and Tobago, depending on the source you quote, that number ranges from between 80,000 to 120,000 in our 1.4 million people, our population, and various categories of disabilities. Some persons with disabilities die up to 20 years earlier than those without disabilities because of health inequities arising from unfair conditions and discrimination. Some persons with disabilities have twice the risk of developing conditions, including depression because of environmental conditions, asthma, diabetes, stroke. Some persons with disabilities face inaccessible and unaffordable transportation 15 times more difficult than those who are without disabilities. PTSD, to my knowledge, depending on an average, gets about $300 to $400 million a year. And there was an Armour service for persons with, specifically for persons with disabilities operating, which was pretty well utilized. It is no secret that I am a strong advocate for persons with disabilities in Trinidad and Tobago. And have been working with the Law Association and the disability community in terms of consultations recently, at which many people reached out to me and came up to me asking about this Armour service, which has either been totally eradicated or significantly curtailed, putting so much stress on the community, in particular persons who are wheelchair-bound and persons with other categories of disabilities, which worked quite well and was well appreciated by this community. So the question, in a short, is for the Minister to provide an update on the Armour service. Why has it been reduced or eradicated? And what is the status of it being reinstituted? Thank you so much.
Minister of Works and Transport.
Mr. President, I thank you and I thank the Honourable Senator for this question concerning this motion brought concerning the Armour system. Mr. President, the motion brought today is to establish the need for the Ministry of Works and Transport to explain the status of the Armour services for persons with disability, which has not been operational as claimed by the Honourable Senator. Let me just give a brief history of the Armour service. The Armour service was launched in Trinidad and Tobago with specialized buses to service this community. The buses are equipped with special features such as wheelchair lifting platforms with an automatic and manual lifting system, fully air-conditioned and equipped to carry 8 persons, 3 wheelchair positions. Additionally, 25 fixed route buses within the PTSC current fleet are accessed and are outfitted to be able to carry persons as such in terms of disabilities. Mr. President, currently The system is in operation both in San Fernando and in Port of Spain. As Minister, guided by my Honorable Line Minister, I visited both San Fernando facility and Port of Spain facility and can assure that we do have buses that are capable and are able to fulfill these services that are needed by the elderly and the differently abled. As well as we work closely with the Ministry of Social Development to be able to have an access to the data for these individuals who are accessing these services supplied by PTSC. I will say, Mr. President, that over time with aging fleet, the ministry understands the need for upgrade, and we are currently in the process of procuring 300 new buses, of which they will be equipped to handle such specialized services. I think we have about almost how much operational right now? In San Fernando, what I saw from my fact is that we have about 4 operational in San Fernando and 3 operational in Port of Spain area, right? That gives it that even in Tobago, as when I last visited, we had about 2 operational in Tobago. So currently right now, we understand that there are some issues because of aging fleet. We are in the process of trying to rehabilitate and reinvigorate the system along with the Ministry of Social Development so that we could come up with a stronger and more efficient service for those who are differently able and aging individuals. I thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Mark. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, there is need for the government to confirm or deny any decision to privatize the assets of TSTT to a group of private investors. Oh, Mr. President, it is going into 9 years as we speak since the Telecommunications Authority of Trinidad and Tobago directed Cable and Wireless to divest its shareholdings in TSTT, which amounts to 49%, because this company is in total conflict with TSTT, and the company I refer to is Columbus Communications / Cable and Wireless / Liberty, Global Liberty, I think is the name of the company. Liberty Global. I would like to call on Mr. Gilbert Peterson, who is the chairman, he's a senior counsel and chairman of TAT, and who happens to live next to his prime minister in Inez Gate. In Tobago, I would like this gentleman, this senior counsel, to tell Trinidad and Tobago what his Telecommunication Authority has been doing for the last 9 years to ensure that the 49% shareholding of Cable and Wireless in our company called TSTT, why those shares have not been divested. It appears that something is afoot. Something is afoot. Games are being played. Why has it taken, Mr. President, so long, 9 years, and they are still up and around, and they still own our 49%? So the country is asking, why has that taken place, Mr. President? First, you brought a cable and wireless former director to be in charge of TSTT. She's no history. You know, brought another fella called some Ken Weston. He's an apostle of cable and wireless. He's a child of cable and wireless. So people are asking the question, is there a plan to sell out TSTT? That is why, Mr. President, there has been a decimation of TSTT. All the workers gone home. They have about 300 workers or 400 workers. So, is the government seeking to downsize TSTT eventually to sell it out to Liberty Global? Liberty Global, by the way, is owned by a fellow called Michael Leachin. Michael Leachin. He is the major shareholder in this company. And he big and he bad. So we want to know if the government, and by the way, Michael Leachin is the owner of NCB Merchant Bank, which was NCB, former NCB Global Finance. I know who's the key employee in that?
Tell us.
A fellow called Angus Young. So I am trying to connect the dots. Young, a fellow called Michael Leachin, and I would like the government to come clean. Come clean on this matter because we are watching you. We are watching you. We want to know where you are heading with our TSTT. You have been on a rampage to destroy TSTT for the last few years. TSTT is a ghost of what it used to be years ago. And it is our view that there's a systematic attempt by this, I'm going to call them criminal administration. But I wouldn't say criminal. I'll leave that to the platform. But there is a clear attempt by this Rowley-led administration to undermine TSTT and to privatize TSTT. And people have approached us and said, bring it to the attention of the national community. Let the government come to the parliament, Mr. President, and tell Trinidad and Tobago once and for all, there is no intention whatsoever to sell out TSTT to Michael Leachin and his gang. And this fellow would have put there, Ken Weston, a total failure. They put him in charge of TSTT. And he, when you check his record, cable and wireless, cable and wireless, cable and wireless. And they brought him into TSTT less than 1 year ago. And they make him what? CEO. So, Mr. President, this is very serious. And the reason why I raise these things, I don't raise these things lightly. We have been connecting the dots. We have been connecting the dots.
Senator, you have 2 more minutes.
And this is why, Mr. President, we have called on the government to put their cards on the table. Tell the people of Trinidad and Tobago what your plans are. Come clean with the people. Let us know what your plans are. That is why, on behalf of the 1.4 million people in TNT, I have raised this issue because they have approached me and they are concerned. They are concerned The people are concerned about this issue. The masses are concerned. And we represent the masses here. We represent the masses. And the masses are saying they want answers from the government of Trinidad and Tobago on this matter. So, Mr. President, that is why I have raised this, and I expect answers from the government on this matter. I thank you very much.
Minister of Public Utilities.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, this is the Christmas season. And very soon we'll be celebrating the birth of Christ. Celebrate His coming. I look at honorable members on both sides and I see, that feeling of joy to leave this chamber, to go home and prepare for their Christmas, to celebrate Mass, to celebrate the birth of Christ. Mr. President, I want to inform Senator Mark that I speak on behalf of the 1.4 million citizens in Trinidad and Tobago. And on behalf of the 1.4 million citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, Mr. President, the rules of the Senate is not to create bacchanal. It is not to create couture. It is not to create janjat. It is not to create all kinds of nonsense to come before this House, Mr. President, and call the names of public officials, creating all kinds of bacchanal and confusion. The question, Mr. President, is very clear. Very, very clear. And let me read it for listeners. Because listening to Senator Mark, Mr. President, you would believe that this motion is about TAT. It is about Mr. Gilbert Peterson. It is about where he lives, his relationship with public officials. You would believe it is about the acting CEO of TSTT. Mr. President, the rules of Parliament must not be desecrated in this way. Public officials ought not to be desecrated, and I decry and I condemn Senator Mark. Whilst I come here and prepare to answer any question as it relates to my ministerial portfolio, I will not allow Senator Mark to use the standing orders of the Senate to destroy the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, who cannot come here and defend themselves. And he and all of his colleagues, they have a passion of doing that. They have a passion of doing that. This former presiding officer who ought to know better, and when you look at his long history, as a matter of fact, Mr. President, he shouldn't be sitting on where he's sitting now. But Mr. President, let me say that Senator Mark spoke about 49% shares in cable and wireless, and 9 years the government is not doing anything, 9 years not saying anything. But that is not the question or the motion that was filed before this House. And the motion reads, the need for the government to confirm or deny any decision to privatize the assets of TSTT to a group of private investors. What did Senator Mark say in support of his own motion? And if he was before the court, no case to answer. Failed to put forward a prima facie case. He did not say one thing in support of his motion because it was all intended to come here and create bacchanal, couture, and janjat to destroy citizens. And in response to the motion that was filed and that was approved by you, Mr. President, and this House, all I have to say is that the government has no intention or is not engaged in any discussions with respect to the privatization of TSTT.
Honourable Senators, before I put the question, I now invite Senators to bring greetings on the occasion of Christmas 2023. Senator Lizama Leasing.
Mr. President, thank you for this opportunity to share this message of hope, love, and light with all the people of Trinidad and Tobago on behalf of the government of our great republic, all the people, including Senator Mark and his bench. The greatest story ever told, the Christmas story, the birth of baby Jesus, is one of the foundations upon which Christianity is built. Christmas, the birth of the Son of God on the most holy night, under the most humble yet holy of circumstances. Christmas, Mr. President, the establishment of the Holy Family. And family, that word covers all manner of situations and constructs. Each family looks different and has its own identity and idiosyncrasies. Regardless of what our families look like, Christmas is one time that families, Christians and non-Christians alike, have the opportunity to come together and spend time with each other, to connect and strengthen bonds and relations, and to simply appreciate one another. This, Mr. President, is our opportunity to be intentional. Intentional about our personal and family values. Intentional about the role that we, the adults, play in the upbringing of our children and the development of our nation. For it is the intentionally instilled values that will help to guide our children and our people during times of challenges and choices, and particularly in a world and specifically in this country where values can be as fleeting as the shallow superficiality of some. Trinidad and Tobago, the exotic multi-fibered tapestry that it is constructed solidly upon solidarity amongst the people and a genuine sense of caring for one another. This very solemn moment, as we prepare to welcome the Savior of the world, is our opportunity to intentionally bring our families closer together, to tighten the national tapestry, to make new friends, and to reach out to those who may be lonely or who may be experiencing their first Christmas without loved ones, or those who may be in need of our help or our hearts. So as we settle into this most holy period, when our spiritual values unite us, let us reflect upon the words in chapter 2, verse 10 in the Gospel of Luke. Fear not, for behold, I bring you good tidings of great joy, which shall be to all people. As families come together to celebrate Christmas, may this message resonate in our minds and in our hearts. May all people, our families, blood and otherwise, bring us the love, comfort, healing, and temerity to move into 2024 as a stronger and even more resilient people and nation. Mr. President, the government wishes you, your family, this our Parliament family, inclusive of the opposition and independent benches and the staff of the Parliament, and all citizens of our archipelagic republic, a wonderful and peaceful Christmas. It is our intention to ensure that 2024 is a year of family, togetherness, and peace, buoyed by the love of families, the laughter of our children, and kindness of our citizens. Merry Christmas, Trinidad and Tobago.
Senator Mark.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I join with my honorable colleague by first stating on behalf of the Honorable Kamala Prasad Bisesa, our esteemed leader of the opposition, and of course our next Prime Minister, to extend on her behalf and on our behalf warmest season's greetings, not only to my colleagues on the government bench, also my colleagues on the independent bench, but more importantly, to you, distinguished and esteemed President of the Senate, and your family. And may I also take this opportunity to extend to all members of staff, the police officers, the hard-working, hands-on staff, and all members of this very important, honorable institution known as the Parliament. Mr. President, we live in extremely difficult times, very challenging, where we have uncontrollable rises in the cost of living, where, for instance, Mr. President, we have many economic, fiscal challenges, unemployment, crime tsunami in our nation. But in spite of all of it, Mr. President, I would like to appeal to all of us here in this period of goodwill and peace and goodwill rather, upon all men and women, to extend to those, Mr. President, at this time, who are in need, because there's a lot of poverty. Thousands of people may not be able to have a proper meal on their table on Christmas Day and leading up to Christmas. So I would like, Mr. President, to appeal to all our colleagues to extend their arms and their reach to those who are in need and those who are under a lot of social and economic pressure in our country at this time. So, Mr. President, you know I can be long, but I don't want to be. This evening, what I would like to say is that we would like on this bench, the opposition bench, to really extend to all of us, all our colleagues here, in spite of the very sharp exchanges, but we would like to extend a happy, a holy, a peaceful, and a joyous Christmas to each and every member of the Senate and their respective families. Mr. President, in closing, there will be a piercing radiance of the rays of the rising sun that will be able to envelop all of our citizens right in the coming period. So we would like to extend a bright, a joyous, a peaceful Christmas to all of my senatorial colleagues at this time. Mr. President, I wish to thank you.
Senator Francis.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you. It's an honor to be allowed the opportunity to bring forth the annual Christmas greetings on behalf of the independent bench of the Senate of Trinidad and Tobago. As you may know, but sometimes forget, the explanation of Christmas is within the word itself, Christ. The meaning of Christmas is to commemorate the birth of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Even though that is enough reason to celebrate, the people of this nation understand that and more. And that is simply because of our multi-ethnic understandings. See, Christmas has also built its heritage from growing up in our beautiful island. The season of Christmas holds the memories of a time gone by, a simpler time that has been marinated in traditions long before we became such an advanced and technological nation. A time of paint and vanish, a time of coal pot and hot iron, a time of dirt oven bread and smoked shoulder ham cooking from a pitcher oil tin, a time of sorrel and ginger beer and punch or creme, a time of pastel and black cake, a time of new curtains being hung up at midnight, and a 3-day cooking marathon. Your time of singing Neighbor Way. I choose to mention these things and take everyone down memory lane or bring awareness to that history because as a people advancing over time, it can be easy to forget where we came from and where we are now. And sometimes it's hard to deliberate what needs to stay in the past and what should live in our future. But regardless how every family chooses to celebrate, we still share something in common, that is the season. So I encourage everyone, please don't forget to start new traditions with your family. Because years from now, somebody may share these stories or even reminisce with the nation on traditions you do today. So please hold close to your heart the reason for the season. In closing, to my multicultural nation, in Hindi, Christmas ki aap aur aapke parivar ko harik shubhakamanai. In Chinese, Shongdong Jai Kwailong. And in Spanish, Feliz Navidad. But in English, as we all speak, Merry Christmas and have a happy and prosperous New Year.
Honorable members, as we bring 2023 to a close, allow me to join in bringing Christmas greetings to you, the members of this august House, your families, and the entire nation of Trinidad and Tobago. Christmas has many connotations, and so it is all too easy to lose the true message of Christmas in the geniality, the glitz, and the gifts that abound during this time. Therefore, it would be remiss of me if I did not re-establish the connection between our Christmas festivities and the true meaning of the season. The birth of Jesus Christ represents, for Christians, the very essence of salvation and the embodiment of God's love for all mankind. The Nativity story is not only relevant to Christians, but can resonate with all peoples regardless of religious persuasion. This is because the story of Jesus Christ is a story of hope, love, and sacrifice. It carries a message of rebirth meant to sustain humanity through all time. Honorable members, even as we participate in the Yuletide festivities and fun, I want to encourage all of us to consider how we may each manifest this message of hope in our families, communities, and beyond. As 2024 approaches, I sincerely desire to see that, notwithstanding the challenges we face, we can join hands, unite, and realize the solutions to our shared concerns. I would also like to acknowledge with warmest gratitude the continued and tireless support of the Clerk of the House, the Acting Clerk of the Senate, and the staff of the Office of the Parliament, without whom the members of this Parliament would find it difficult to navigate the work of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. In closing, on behalf of my family and the staff of the Office of the Parliament, I want to wish every soul present here today in this chamber and the people of Trinidad and Tobago a very happy Christmas filled with peace, joy, health, and prosperity to accompany you into 2024 and beyond. Thank you. Honorable Senators, the question is that this Senate do now adjourn to a date to be fixed. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. This Senate now stands adjourned to a date to be fixed.